see. I saw something. I gotta rewind that later. But for now, it's Severo's 6.
Whoa. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
This is not the single-handedly most one-sided prediction in the season.
One-sided ya bang ya.
Not even 10.
9%. The odds are stacked against them. Good thing their lineup rating is nice.
It's
Nice.
just more reliable. Look at this. A better front line, faster map rotations, more, how do I say, reliable late game damage for Omega. It's just their history, their run in Season 17, it's just so rocky that people think Onic is going to get away with it. I think Onic is going to get away with it.
Yeah. Severo's undefeated YSS still ends up with him.
5-0.
As Onic were forced to
Severo.
swerve, they got the Nolan in the jungle. They put the EXP lane with the Freya instead. Great swerve by Onic. Let's see if Omega were ready for this one. And let's see how Perxiva and Ryzen will rotate with their captain.
Right now, it feels like Kirk, again, did not expect him to be the one to use this. He has a
Juga
great
ada
matchup
notik ya,
against
guys, ya.
Lapu-Lapu,
Aduh,
especially
aduh.
right now. And they're going to go for it with that burst coming in from the Nolan, making it hard for Ryzen to actually walk on out of there. And that's going to be 2 kills going over the King Kong. Make that 3 maybe, and there you go. There's the knockup. Super Prince gets that one.
It's a bloodbath, just violence through the wazoo.
The last analysis video I released, and I'm talking to comments, I made a big point about how Omega needs to be ready for Onic's signature rotation. It's that huge obsession for the orange side golem. No matter what side they're in, they're gonna invade that. My question was, where was Perks? Why wasn't he there?
Oh no!
Oh, that's a big question. Ryzen now, though, getting really brutally zoned out of his own jungle now. And again,
Perxiva.
Perks on the side, barely making it out alive himself.
These were the same rotations they did against AP Brent. And Omega looked like they weren't ready for that. Where is the homework that I thought that they would have?
Attack orange, attack purple,
Super
rinse and
Prince,
repeat
Super
till you're
Prince.
2,000 gold up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it feels bad if you're Ryzen right now, especially.
I wouldn't expect it. Again, as a boxer, I'm very gung-ho in facing off most early rotations, but the way Onyx doing it, they throw bodies at you.
Weaver done the
Severak
same
juga.
here. Again, Perks even on the Khalid. Oh my goodness, King Kong right now feels like his burst is off the charts.
Yeah, there is no contest here for Omega, and they're gonna have to play a really long game to come back into this.
Oh my god, level 5? Level 6 in 2 minutes?
Is he racing for that record right now?
Oh no, right
Ryzen again!
Ryzen.
Oh my goodness, how are you gonna get out of there, man? They have full control.
Tumbang
no
dia.
ID, no entry here for Onic.
It has just all collapsed,
This
man.
has gone sideways. 2 ways till Sunday.
We were making a big point about it last week. The next teams that Onic have, that Onic are going to be facing, need to be prepared for this exact same rotation. And Perxiva missed the mark with the very first orange invade. He should have been much closer to Ryzen. Take the brunt of the damage and then peel away. If you go down, at least Ryzen doesn't lose his golem. And now, look, it's a 4-level gap between the Nolan and the boxer. It's gonna hit 3 because Ryzen will still get a lot of EXP from that purple buff. But 3 levels at this point, 3 minutes in.
Brutal.
3
All I
minutes,
can
yeah.
say, man.
The game is built to help the jungler at the deficit to catch up, but with the way King Kong and Onic are playing, it looks like they'd be lucky to even cross the river, or
That's
to think
right.
of doing so.
Even with all these catch-up mechanics in
Oh
place,
my
right?
God.
How can you even fight? Perks cannot even tank Super Prince, Brusco, and King Kong right now.
Look how
Brutal.
single-handedly, single-minded Kirk is. His first item, golden staff.
He knows he has so much freedom. He's going
Yeah.
gung-ho.
Yeah, usually there's a corrosion scythe, but he just knows that he can afford to rush that right away. Brusco!
Another one, Tsunami Slam.
Buset.
Gonna get bursted, but dodges it at
Perxiva.
the very last second. Perks gonna be all good, but again, where is your resources, Omega?
Yeah.
It's a very blank jungle for him.
Yeah, they forced out the Flicker, still level 5 alongside Ryzen. This is either going to be a really quick game or a really long one because Omega gets somehow to hold on. Look, going into the gold lane, Netsuki forced to play back and Severo's winning.
Oh man, now what's Zeski gonna do? He's so starved at this point. Everyone, every single lane is winning. Now Omega said, you know what, we gotta do something. They're trying, they're going off for that
Brutal.
turtle. Another airstrike by Mingwin, not enough to contest, but enough for Ryzen to get the retribution.
bro, score-nya
Now they
tumbang,
keep
bro.
going. Kirk is still very gung-ho, making those swings. But that's a big win for Omega, if I just ask me.
Mean Dean, 3 levels down, still got the turtle clean.
And now, Savero looking to punish Netsuke!
Netsuke with a 1v1, Savero level 7 right now. He's chasing, he is going, and there goes those
Oh,
crits
sa
coming in
Netsuke-nya
for the
tumbang, bro.
Eastern chip.
The fact that Netsuke wasn't sure if he was gonna fight Savero made that passive on the Yusin worse. He's like, so you're gonna fight me, huh? Or let me get in range, get out, and that's gonna hurt a little more. Was Netsuke trying to get more of the gold shield?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think he expected Savero to match that. Oh, first, Minguin taking a lot. And look how quick Super Friends was ready to hit with the skill 1 in the bush. If ever Minguin flew a little bit too close to that, might have been actually a call for Super Friends to commit the flicker along with the Lantern Flare to try and carry the Farsa up to force out the Purify. Onic are just playing at a different speed, a different level, but this is still 3,000 workable here for Omega. But the thing is, they're about to lose their gold lane. James has been shut out of here. He does have 1 kill on his book, but so far it's been Kirk clearing lane faster and leaving and or freely getting this EXP crab.
This is so difficult for Ryzen. He first built a Radiant armor.
Not optimal.
Not optimal. You're going up against a Freya, you're going up against a Nolan, you're going up against a Yi Shin.
I think he's overthinking the juice and damage, man. At that point, you go for something like an anti-Karas first.
Or even just the Dreadnought
another, bro.
armor, right?
Yeah, or just a Dreadnought armor and then go for the Radiant. Something to reduce the physical damage of your opponents just a little bit. They are skill-based anyway. Kirk does have skills. It's not just going to be all basic attacks coming out of the Freya. He will jump on you, and that will proc the Dreadnought armor.
Right, it is definitely a very impoverished. That's word of the week for me. Very impoverished Omega here. Who feel like they're just getting everything they can. Luckily, though, they have access to their buff now.
But that's just a consolation prize to the rest of the map and the turtle. Started out by the Super Fam. Oh my god, flicker!
Goes straight into it. And no hesitation whatsoever. Savero goes down very early, though. That's a big problem. It's still 45.
Omega.
And Omega, they're actually going for it. They're finding the right targets. And they are going to be losing out on Perks and James. PvP Flicker went Super Prince. Yes, a Pierre de Resistance on that one.
The Monster Mage! The Monster Mage!
The Monster.
A monstrous flicker by Prince at the perfect time to take a Netsuke down just when it looked good for Omega.
There's nothing else to be said. Onic are stepping on the gas. They take out
Wardnya, wah,
Ryzen,
tumbang
and
dia.
Kirk is punished.
That's what we're talking about right there. That Radiant Armor won't help you there, bro. But again, kept him alive long enough for the retreat.
I guess there is some regen.
Small
that comes with
regen.
the package. Oh no, Brusco.
Perks is here. Of course, those Desert Tornadoes not going to be doing much against this player right now. Minguin's on side.
Omega commit. You can't hesitate. Commit.
It's a full commit, but they're spotted out. Minguin, can he make the shots hit? Not really. Not going to be enough to actually defend, I think. But look at that. Netsuke's the target. He's pretty low. Super Fins, you saw what he did earlier. He might do it again.
Gentlemen, can I say 8 minutes in? This is the least MPL Philippines game I've seen in a while.
What do you mean?
Yes, because here, actually studying Onic ID's games, they do the same rotation early. Except when they went up against BTR, BTR got to match that, eventually winning that series 2-1. Now it's Omega. They still can't match it just yet, but they might be able to if they get a bit more items.
Aman
Trying
aja,
to
bro, ya.
build that flavor with Ryzen just walking on in there.
Yeah, there's too many kills for my taste. This is too violent.
Too violent.
I like the violence. It's my favorite string instrument.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So people are probably wondering, how come, if Nolan's this dominant right now, how come we don't see him enough?
That's right.
Well, it's because, wait, hold that thought.
Oh, that's a big fight. That is a big engagement. They commit so much to take down Brusco. He'll be alive for now, but here comes Onic. They're the ones hitting back this time. And again, so hard to stop this Freya in the middle of the fight. Brusco forced to flicker out of there, and Perkziva does not have enough to tank. There goes Ryzen. He actually takes out Brusco. You're stuck here with me, says Ryzen.
3v1 Ryzen, run!
He's gonna have to run, and he is gonna be able to make it out. King Kong makes it, but doesn't make it in time. That's 2 down for Omega, though, and to make that 3, actually.
This whole time, with King Kong's late entry.
Oh, it's a James.
It's James over. as I was saying, this whole time, King Kong was working in top lane. That's why he almost took down that inhibitor.
He got so much gold with all the time he was not there.
Yeah, he popped the passive off the
Sora
tower,
Baset.
got a few damage and pot shots into it as well. Perziva trying to zone for Netsky. Also for Fritz. Oh!
Oh, that's good. Raging Sandstorm used.
Okay.
Kirk again, just an unstoppable force of nature on his own.
That's what they call in the business the long jump. He
Yeah,
went through the wall, he found the angle.
By the way, player new graphic here, player 38 distribution. 3 of the kills of King Kong was actually onto Ryzen, and that will help force my point. Nolan, it's because if he doesn't get that early snowball, you're either not gonna get the snowball at all, or he falls off really hard. But Onic got the perfect early game to set up this Nolan for success. That's why it works in this moment. And yes, it's actually a throwback to Baksha versus Nolan. Nolan clears just as fast as the Baksha, but before, teams couldn't get, or it was too hard to give Nolan the start that he wants. But here, Onic gave the start that the Nolan wanted.
Yeah, they started, they let him go, and now they are really suffering the consequences here. Now they're gonna try to go for it. They still have a Lord Wave, so they could do some decent damage, chunk out these turrets. But Omega, surprisingly, holding very steady. Already had to use the base defenses though.
10,000 gold up. Smart Omega are shadow boxing against 5 shadows. This should be easy pickings for them to defend since they have a Farsa, but Onic are so far ahead that they can pull the same trick again. 4 fight. 1 clears, and that's what the angle they're going with. Look at this. Yeah. They're turning a Tsunami Slam.
I think they kind of baited it out. They baited out the Raging Sandstorm, and they're going to lose Ryzen for it.
Oh man, that feels bad. They tried, but Brusco got the result he wanted.
Big knock up here, and that could be the clearing up here. Mingwin and Perziva all on their lonesome.
Masterful rope-a-dope by the Super Fam. Now up 12,000. They're on the base.
They're the base.
Ada terbaru
There's
gak,
no one
Mas
that
Don,
can
tentang
stop
roster
these
MPL? Roster MPL belum ada, tapi berita udah gua bikin. Nanti malam upload ya.
A lightning round. Onic Philippines takes game 1.
That is a super fast and into.
Nanti malam upload bro, santai aja jam 8 seperti biasa.
What is?
Atau enggak jam 6 nanti lah, jam 6 guys. Gue cepetin itu.
It likes to jump around.
Ntar gue
That's it.
buat dulu
Valentina
jadwalnya
has
ya.
2 dashes that she needs to outplay in lane.
Jump around.
Age is showing, bro.
I did not expect. No, I heard my.
Oh, you're.
I heard.
Ada 25 menit itu, gila dari total 20 lebih beritanya ya.
Where is this coming from? None of us called this 4-5 Valier, Clint, or none of us called this Zityan because we didn't expect this.
Yeah.
I couldn't have called that.
Get
I'll
the
be
vision.
honest.
That's a lot of magic.
If Brusco decides to dive Mingwin, he will proc the passive first, which might give him space because he didn't even pack Purify, he packed Flicker. The only one who has Purify right now in Omega is Netsky. I want to share something about the interaction of Phovis and Valentina in lane that I'm sort of scared to admit, but I've experienced Phovis against Valentina, and
Who are you?
Who are you?
I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
a Phovis.
And
then there were times that I was thinking, this hurts more than I expected. But that's because during that time, I had to...
Res kira-kira naik gak ke MPL buat lanjut leg 2? Makin hancur tuh RRQ kalau naik ya.
The intended
Percuma.
approach.
It's CDR build. It's Festival
Malah
of Blood.
rusak guys,
It's
mending kalau usah
Inspire,
dinaikin.
and
Tim
it's
lain
common
derbynya,
base-
derby
basic
klasik,
common
ada
level.
Royal Derby, derby
He's
STM,
gonna be
kok
a
Navi
Phovis
Dewa,
cosplay.
Gig,
He
LID
really just
gak ada
wants
sih
to
kawan.
outtrade the Phobias and have more utility
Coba
in
pikirkan
the
secara
mid-game.
logika bang. Kalau
As
dibikin
well.
derby apa tuh?
We are Phobias.
Kalau dulu tim Liquid sama Rabylon derby
And let's see
biru.
if King Kong will go for an aggressive rotation
EVOS
here.
RBL
They're now going
derby
to the orange
biru.
buff again, Golem Obsession.
EVOS
And it's going to be on the side where the
tim
Litho
Liquid
is.
derby biru.
Perziva trying to pull it back as long as he could, but it's actually no.
Tapi
They're not
sekarang
going to go
nggak
to their own
tahu.
Golem. Ryzen invades instead, but Kurt checks it really well.
Oh, that was a good idea. Vertical jungle as well, but here's the trade that we're talking about here. James, decent damage.
Oh,
Flicker in for Kurt. Oh my goodness, he wants blood. They're fighting off, and King Kong wants a piece of James as well.
oh no, James doesn't have a flicker!
Oh, he has a
Royal
dash,
Badut.
though.
King Kong doesn't have the rollout anymore.
Aset,
Alright.
aset.
All right,
Okay,
not bad.
so Kirk, what he wanted to do was flicker,
Yeah.
proc that passive to track
Yeah.
onto James, but he got away.
Yeah, the heat-seeking shoulder tackle.
Yeah, got away scot-free, but I would say a decent trade for the flickers of both of our XP laners.
Yeah, that James MVP, man, he made sure that he will block the shield unity of that Baksha. Because if that landed at the Ryzen, this game would be over again. but James literally saved him. And they're both gonna be able to hit level 4. They both get their buffs. But of course, I don't think Omega wants to contest the first turtle. It is a Baksha they're up against after all. But the members of Kirk and Brusco are low, so they might want to consider it.
Surge of Life helps out. There you go. Just get a little bit of healing. They might want to go for the fight. They know Perxiva doesn't have the weight of the dragon yet.
Okay.
Rise is on the other side of the map.
The SOL was enough to keep up Onic to at least a healthy amount.
Yeah, they're gonna give this up. Rise is gonna go for the purple buff steal instead.
Cobain itu Masdondon video shortnya Bang Kumis tentang kalian Hidup yang angkat PV Shogun malah jadi bencana. Hero keras kok diangkat malah dibalikin. Ada dua ilmu mahal sih kalau itu mah, kalau soal Shogun mah. Kalau lu ingat kemarin pas di bus sebelah sini, bus sebelah sini loh, nah di sini. Itu ada itu sebenarnya. Yang nggak perlu diangkat tuh. Tapi emang itu agak segarang dulu gitu.
Respawn.
And give King Kong something to think about. You know, like saving 3 seconds off of the Baksha rolling out.
That's actually, as a jungler, like those 3 seconds are actually pretty massive. Now Brusco up on front. Can he actually make it out? Not really. Taken by his own Tsunami Slam Perks with a beautiful way in the dragon. Big quick work of Super Prince.
Okay, 2 for 1. Onic looking for retribution. Vengeance for the fallen. Monster Mage. Penguin flickers out.
Flicker out just in time. And yeah, I mean, I wanted to see Phoebus for James, and he got it in the end. It's just a different version of it, but it's working out.
He just loves Phoebus that much.
Yeah, and Omega are making the right calls. That was a beautiful flicker kick by Perxiva. We might have ourselves a series here, folks.
Yeah, that kick wasn't perfect, but it was enough.
Unconventional approaches demand unconventional responses.
Yeah.
So, smart Omega, what recovery here. Look at this. James went down to a third by Kirk's engage. So, the real breakthroughs for Omega don't happen in the lane.
Yeah.
It's gotta be in big sequences.
Yeah, together as a team. Ooh, Kirk actually did not
Mana
get
aja,
any
bro.
boost at all. Decided to rush Radiant
Gua sekarang
Armor,
tim yang gua
which if
dukung
the
kecuali
Phoebus
Navi Geek
decides to
TLID
join the
lah.
fight,
Kenapa
and
tuh
he
Navi
get
Geek
out
TLID
much
tuh?
quicker compared to the Valentina, then Omega might be realizing.
Harusnya kalau
or
Ido
wondering
gak
to
pro
themselves
gerakan
why they
konsil
can't
terus
kill
Lord
Kirk, 'cause he
RRQ
went
bisa
for a
menang
full
2-0
Radiant
itu
Armor
dan
rush.
bisa
we're
interview
approaching a
Bude.
game where the
Cukup
Phoebus
tahu
actually
aja.
will be the strongest mid-game hero in this game, I think.
Seems like James is going for the Oracle priority, but he's still at 2,000. Taking a bit of time to get the items and the gold for him. It's not as destructive in terms of pressuring Omega's jungle in this game. So things have stabilized a bit. That's a silver lining for Omega, but this Turtle 2 might be the big difference maker.
And we still don't know what the payoff is for the Clint.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen that. We know what the carry is going to do. How's it going to work? Kirk up on front. Might have a Dark Wave available yet, but they jump in. There it goes.
Buset,
The Fury
Ryzen
of the
dapat bro.
Phoenix is Ryzen with the Retribution. Kirk is up on front, absorbing many carry hits, but James finally gets caught out on his own trick. And now it's going to be a very strong chase from Onic. That's 2 down and a turtle.
Onic's signature is fight around objectives. Prior to the Lord fight, force a fight. After, you turn. That is what they put on display.
And they will lose the tower in mid. That's why I said the second turtle could be the big difference maker in this game, because they got a big L and they lose their tower in mid. Their map will feel so much smaller. Now they're going to be desperate to try and make a play. They force the Vero back as they go rotate topside to at least take the tower out there.
Harusnya Zunas menang Masdondon lawan Kagendra, udah pasti bro.
Fast on the pickup and deciding, hey, we
Kalau
need to trade
prediksi
something,
menang
we
juga
need to
itu.
get something, and at least they got the
Cuman
tower
Nobar
up top.
MDL
But we saw the
kemis
big
aja
difference
ya.
maker having the Radiant Armor rush was for Kirk. He survived a lot of hits from the Harley and the Zetian in that last fight.
Yep, there's gonna come to a point where Kirk will even find if you're the Phoenix slightly pleasant.
Yeah,
He will
Slightly pleasant.
He will just bask in it and like say, okay, I'll just hop on y'all again.
Yeah, thank you for the stacks, which increases my magic defense.
Yeah. I also like how Mingwin's been using the Fury of the Phoenix, is that once the dive starts, he'll just pop it off right away, because he knows that's the little bit of window that they can use to delay Onyx's eventual collapse onto their formation. So they decide to trade side lane towers, cross-map trade. The only pain right now for Omega is they really need that mid-control.
It's their own little version of the Golden Hour, but instead
Barang
from a
Dipop,
Chinese
Dipop.
Phoenix lady.
Yes.
You know what, say what you will about the Zetian pick, but Mingwin has been pretty on point with all these Fury the Phoenixes.
Yeah. Right now, though, Netsky needs to catch up to farm compared to Severo. He does have a 700 gold gap to work through, only up through to a corrosion scythe. And we know the end game for the Clint
Sama
is
nggak
just
sih RRQOC
raw,
MPL season 16 dan
painful damage.
RRQOC MPL season 17 pasnya beda
It's
banget.
like unbearable. Like
Bedanya season
oh my
16
goodness, look at that.
ada
Tsunami
menangnya
slam on the perk
tipis-tipis.
Ziva.
Lah ini
Still has the
mau
way of
7
drive
hero.
but decides to save it. I don't know for when, but he uses the
Ya
flicker
itu
and
bang,
he is
itu
just
bang bedanya.
gone. And now it's James on the front. Cannot really contest. You're not the real Phobius. He is. Turkish.
Free pickoffs.
Ryzen.
Super fam. Deadly magics onto the monster mage. Not gonna work.
Oh, Perks, he was just trying to get vision. And I want to add again something that I mentioned in the draft that could have happened. No purifies for Onic.
That
They
hurts.
know that they have the bodies to just stop the Cho from wanting to combo comfortably.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this warrants an instant replay, but was that a Kumar bush by Perk Ziva?
Little bit.
Did he dash
out? He dashed out of the mid bush.
Yes, oh ya.
And then that's where Brusco caught him.
Yeah, because I think he wanted to go into the bush right in front of the purple buff.
He wanted to be the one to do maybe a kick, or was that a scouting? That was for scouting,
I
right?
think he wanted to scout, but then he just didn't expect that Brusco was there ready for him.
So it's like a counter Kumar.
Yeah, it's a counter Kumar, I guess. The bush that Perks wanted to
Singkong,
enter was
yes.
actually held by Brusco already, and he was ready to suplex him.
Oh man! And Perks really, again, he used the flicker first before activating Wave of Dragon.
Kick him.
Netsky, King Kong in his face right now, and that is a kick, but barely enraged to get into the tower. They go for the dive, and they are very comfortable taking these trades. Brusco goes down though. It's a 2
Berarti
for 1.
terburuk
I know
RRQOC
Netsky
di
didn't
season
have the
17
purify. That
konsep.
was just
Yoi.
great read and great execution by
Selama
Onic.
sepanjang sejarah
Been a
bang.
while since I've actually seen an enchanted talisman, but yeah, glowing one enchanted talisman for the Valir.
It works. You got no problems with your mana.
Super
Yeah,
All
prince,
good.
super
Just keep
prince.
throwing it out. Your CDR is huge.
And
So
there,
the icing on the cake is an ice cream one.
yeah.
That is the full-on elemental experience.
Yeah, you get fire, you get ice, you get slowed, you get lots of tears coming out of you.
The very nice, as they say.
Who says that? Who says that?
It's a guy, you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Super fam approaching the orange here, and they just straight up steal Dean's lunch money.
No problem for King Kong here.
No
Okay, they want
problem
more.
ya bang ya.
Dean is sneaky. He's taking King Kong's.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice trade, nice trade.
Cross
But
that
they will
trade.
be giving away the turret. There's no way they can defend that.
Yeah.
But Dean does the same.
Yeah, Omega.
Oh,
Omega
okay.
trading, dude. Omega
Alright.
trading really well.
Okay.
Nothing comes for free.
That's
He's
right.
gonna lose his purple buff though.
Not at the barangay.
Oh, 2v1. King Kong, again, just feels like he is playing with kids here right now. The way that he is just surviving. And there goes that Fury. Netsky on the side. Kirk is low. There's James. He's jumping in. And will that be enough, though? And now he's on the run. Netsky is in trouble. And they
Buset,
jump on him.
Netsky
Kirk with a
malah turun,
dump.
Bang, ya.
And Ryzen goes down as well.
This is my town, says
Malah
Savero.
turu
He
dia.
takes down Netsky 3-0 and 4. It's the perfect kind of damage profile against a hero you don't want to trade blows with.
Yeah, he has so much space. Again, Onic have leaned into the idea of as long as Savero is safe in the bag, we will provide the space for him. This is the evolution of the super fam that we pointed out since week 1. They went on a bit of a dip, but then they found their stride.
Oh, that's a great knock-up. Again, James, even before he could cast his ulti. Or yeah, I think he did.
It's James over, man.
It's James.
It's James Jones.
It's
They
James
tried.
over.
I don't know what Omega was thinking. They were trying to protect that tier 2, but I think that was a little too greedy.
It's a damn James that we're not gonna see in game number 3.
You know, and
There's a very small chance we do,
that's
but
not
yeah.
a nice nickname to stick. It's
Writings
James
on the
over.
wall, writings
Oh
on
my
the wall.
goodness. Ah.
Rough, really rough. Again, it went well for Omega. They were able to counter some of the early aggression. It was level, but once that
Boleh jujur,
greater armor
Asma
for Kirk
jadi
came in, he was
RRQ
unkillable.
sih
He
beda
just kept on
banget.
jumping.
Bedanya di mana tuh?
Will be the action of that Lord and that tower will
Bedanya di mana tuh,
probably
Bang?
fall in bit. Luckily for Omega, Savera's skills do not hit towers, right? And there you go with the conceal. Kirk might actually make something happen here, but decides
Di
against it.
gameplaynya
There's
bah
safe
atau
play from
di
Onic.
RRQ-nya
And now
atau
it's
di
Omega
shooting-nya?
starving in their base. They might be locked in for the next few seconds.
Gentlemen, it's hard to beat the original. No matter how promising James's Phobius cosplay is, Kirk's original approach is just too efficient.
It's just tanky.
Yeah, that singular build on the Radiant Armor almost undoes more than half Omega's damage profile.
Yeah,
3 of them.
The fact that he has a Chastise Pauldron too also slows down the carry considerably. For Xiva, if he can get a big kick onto Severo who doesn't have Purify here, that could be it. But then Super Frizz is always sticking beside him, man. The moment he tries to go in, one little Searing Torrent, and then that takes away the animation.
Also, when the moment that
Dari drop di
Kurt
gameplay,
locks in Oracle, I think
banyak gameplay tambahan.
he's just gonna laugh at these mages in front of him.
Nah, gameplay tambahannya nih
he's on the way,
jadi
right?
RRQ makin bagus atau
It's
makin
even-
GTA bang?
Oh my goodness!
Even worse. It's at the point wherein, again,
Makin
as
GTA
mentioned,
ya.
oh, what a pull!
That's a great pull here from Brusco. Great 3 engage here by Omega. Takes out Dakalea. It's Xiva up on front. He's gonna get taken out. Immortality's pop. Ryzen throws out the deadly magic, but cannot actually capitalize.
Okay, big punishment because I think Brusco just decided to go for it, thinking that they'd be able to take it. But the thing is, they burned a lot of resources on the side of Omega, but Xiva still has a kick.
Yeah, Dark Wave, wow. Just enables that
Oh, he's
turret
dead.
to go down.
I got excited too much about the Cho having a kick, but he's actually just dead.
Dear God, Savero's flicks, the ricochet
Ah,
shots
elah
are
paus
just
bang.
a force of nature. And he built a Malefic gun. He has a Malefic gun. His range is just
A little bit.
That says it's go time.
Let's go,
Trying to make
brother.
it breathe just a little bit.
Look at that. They're gonna get demolished here. I want to check
Yeah.
items here for.
They don't carry ice pits.
They don't. They don't.
Do they not?
I don't think so.
Oh, I need to move to a
Okay,
different
5
barangay.
items, and I think we're on the way to a another, maybe a Wind
Yeah.
of Nature for Severo.
Oh, Dev.
He's locked in. I know how.
Or could he actually
Pero-
afford to just RGM it? I think an RGM might help him a little bit more because of all the magic damage.
Just so he can. Oh yeah, it's mostly magic damage.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Might be rose gold over the window, but let's see. Ryzen's, speaking of damage, Ryzen does have a lot of damage. A lot of the damage coming out of Omega is coming out of Ryzen.
It's pretty raw.
Yeah. Unprotected.
Unprotected. Because except for Kirk, he's ready.
Oh,
Oh,
Tsunami Slam!
they're popping in.
Buset, makin dia tuh
James
lihat aja
got
lu pas
caught
game
in a
kedua itu
really
ngapain
bad
aja.
spot there.
Nggak perlu
Forces
dilihat bang itu
Omega
bang.
running.
It's James over now.
Udah paling dia tuh banget.
Officially James over.
It's tough to come back from this. Lord spawns in about 30 seconds, so that is, again, breathing room for Omega, yes. James will be in for the defense, but consider this, that's time for Onic to correct the waves.
Onic, Onic.
They will sync it up.
Ryzen.
Ryzen, he's trying to make something happen. He's
Make it
trying
like a fanny, make it like a ling. He's cutting these waves.
He's thinking
Just
about
can't.
it. I think he's seeing if he should cut the next wave.
He's waiting for Severo,
Not enough
honestly.
time, there's not enough time.
Wait.
Ryzen.
Dude.
Everyone in the arena is so quiet right now. They don't want to give anything away. I mean, it won't have an effect, but
He
you know.
did it.
Dude, oh man.
Got the cut.
He's cutting, he's cutting.
He's got the cut, man.
Yeah, and he knows that Onic just want to try and end it.
Oh,
They
you're
don't care
gonna hit
about
the
that wave.
retry. He needs to do this. There's no wave. There's one wave.
Bro, go home.
Okay, so it's just the Lord in mid that they gotta deal with. That's where the massive haymaker is.
Severo's closest to him, so gotta be careful on the front though. Netsky trying to get something done here. Tsunami Slam onto James. He's gonna be able to survive this time around.
trying to take down
But the
Friends!
backline, he got Super Friends with the deadly magic and survives with a tick of health.
If I had
Aman aja, bro.
a penny for every time we saw that today, I'll have 2. But it's weird that I'll have 2.
Shouldn't happen.
You can't even spend that money in the Philippines, but oh my God, Prince survives.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
It happened to Haji earlier in the day. Now it happens to Super Friends. Oh, I feel bad for Ryzen. That was Ryzen. That was really
Ryzen,
good.
You know what?
Ryzen.
It's good, and I think he got the outcome he wanted. Prince dying would have been a little extra, but he made Prince flicker away, which I think is key to Prince's survival.
Yeah.
Because flickering gives you defense.
Small amount of defense and magic
So
defense.
that may have been instrumental to him surviving, but also that's less damage being rained down on
James.
Omega's waves in front line.
Yeah.
So that's what allowed for the defense. So again, I think Omega should thank their lucky stars that they're still in this.
Yeah, they were able to force Onic back, which is a big deal
Yeah.
at this point.
Huge.
There's the Brute Force Breastplate for James's Valentina. Ryzen has the Holy Crystal, and Severo said, I don't need sustainability, I want more damage. His last item is
James,
Berserker's
yeah.
View.
Oh wow. Been a while. We
Wow.
don't really see the crit axe anymore.
Yeah, he went for Burke, man. He just wants to kill.
And that just means you just gonna demolish anything in front of
Tapi
you.
gimana
Mostly,
maju
again,
pon
these
aja,
mages
pon
are
nggak
gonna
tuh?
be 2-hit. One combo.
He's critting for 1,790.
2 bullets.
Main pon lebih ngeri bang berarti bang kalau main pon bang.
That's it. Most heroes will die.
But again, there's still a ceiling I think Omega has not reached, which is itemization for Netsky and their frontliner Perxiva. If Perxiva can actually survive one salvo of Onic, maybe
Main
they're
pon makin
in
ngeri loh bang
a
berarti
spot
bang.
to contest.
You know what? The combo you're talking about, Rockhart, feels like the Kalea carry combo at home.
Yeah,
Because they're going to hit someone with a kick, rain down the light wheels, and then that's a pickoff.
that's a -1. That's
Yeah.
big. That'll be big already.
But it sounds so hard to set up.
Yeah. Even with the immortality for Perxiva.
That's so much to ask for. Oh my god, James!
And again, it is going to be James caught with the Tsunami Slam. He's going to be flickering out, untargetable here for Mr. Kirk. He's able to survive, and somehow the magic damage is actually making into the Phobius, so that's another plus for Omega.
They
But
still spent too much, and James
They
put
did.
himself in harm's way.
now it's Lord time.
Free Lord for the Super Fam.
Yeah, if Omega contests. Oh, wait, no, 5K. Yeah, holding cursor RGM. They might be able to contest as long as the waves are good. They need to have middle minion wave push,
The
though.
wave seems to be good, though. Especially
It's
since
equal.
Mingguin, oh wait, no, Mingguin doesn't have the Fury.
Yeah.
All right.
Daripada main MPL gak pernah menang kocak.
I think it's in their DNA. They have to contest
You
this.
see Onic are dancing because
Pelan-pelan,
they know that
Pasep.
they can't just risk rushing it.
Here we go.
They're going in for it. Perks in the front. Conceal already popped very early on.
Pelan-pelan,
Perk is looking
Pasep.
for someone, but he can't find it. He's going to go down before that. And it's King Kong with a drive-by on the Lord. Perks is out.
Yeah, but they have to out. Onic knows that they can't go for the chase despite Perxiva going down. That was just a pure retry battle win there by King Kong, man.
The window was so small for Omega to succeed. Again, Perxiva looking for a kick was welcomed into the loving hands of the Super Fan by Kirk. And then that retry battle, even with the Fury of the Phoenix, Ryzen is just so much softer than King Kong that for him to have gotten in there and survived and then had escaped away was too much.
Ryzen even got out of the knockup of the Lord just in time. It's just pure retribution win by King Kong, man.
Showing us how it's done. 3-0
Yeah.
and 8.
2-lane push, though, as Ryzen's trying to stop the top one, but can he get back in time?
Trying to get into
Brusco!
it. There's Brusco with a Tsunami Flicker, and it's Mingguin.
Dalam
who he
satu kali
finds.
lagi
And I
kalah
think
good play
without all that
playoff.
crowd control, it might be lost for the Barangay.
Kenapa nunggu satu kali kalah bang? Gua aja udah ngomongin good play playoff tuh RRQ.
4v5 with a Lord in tow. How are they going to deal with that front line? I don't know. That's James going out, and as they say, right now it is James over.
The Super Fan
Gila, 2-0 bang ya.
Onic Philippines sweeps the Barangay 2-0.
More affinity to go for
Another
early
sweep.
kills. I think they're a
And
very
MPL
early to mid-game centric lineup. Their late game might be lacking though, so that's something that maybe Aurora can have in the bag this time around.
I cannot believe we are entering
Wala, may
the
bini,
series
guys, ya.
with both teams only at 2 wins each for the first half of the season. Not something you would expect, especially from
Apa
Aurora.
pernah
So
hashtag 9 dan 7,
it means
14
this
dan
is
15
gonna
itu
be
udah akhir
the
season.
deal
Sekarang
breaker
RRQ
for
16
both
7.
Aurora and AP Brand.
Season
I would say it's gonna
17
set their
9 memang
pace
kata lu ke
for the
mereka
second
berdua
half of the regular
bagai
season.
kepompong.
And, you know, I really do feel like, oh,
Kepompong
that
sih
was
kepompong ya,
solid.
tapi gak gini juga ya.
Shizu. Well, man, that sucks for Demon Kites.
There's just no other way around it, bro.
There's no other way to say it. Shizu's like, let me just trot on over here, and boom, I'll take the purple.
Who would have thought it would be a gold laner invading the purple?
Gold laner.
Okay, but that's at least a flicker already.
Team Kite's mad.
Okay,
You
okay.
guys, no, yeah. I would be so mad if that was me.
Yeah,
and now he's going to be a little bit more delayed, especially this coming turtle.
It also makes it harder for Domen Kite in a way because this matchup already, usually YSS is pretty favored in the gold lane matchups. So now that he's got a purple buff, gives him a bit more of an upper hand. They're going to focus here in the mid lane. James Panks is just around the corner. Doesn't have the level 4 just yet. Domen Kite will get out just in time. He'll be fine. So no first blood going, but I mean, you can already see this small little gold lead that's building up for AP Bren. This will actually set them in a pretty good position for that turtle, but I think Demon Kite even himself, once he gets this level 4, you can see he's nearly, what is it, it's about a level behind right now against James Panks.
Yeah.
So he's got to catch up to actually get into that first turtle.
The bigger one is on the gold lane, actually. Shizo got so much gold.
Yeah, I know they look like very small things, but they feel huge, especially for Aurora in terms of them being able to set things up for the first part of this game. Edward already very low on this Lapu Lapu, also using the bravest fighter, so that means, oh my goodness, look at AP Brand. They clearly have control of the start.
This is why, you know, these small things that you see happen in the beginning minutes of the game do compound. They do add up. And so giving a team like this, AP Bren, who has a lineup that should be able to shine, especially with a lead like this early on, they can make something happen. No one's gone down yet, but, you know, they are ahead of Aurora, and Aurora has to kind of catch up. That's why we see them trying to make plays here.
Okay, they're going to try and go for Nova. Still has the Wick Sandguard in the flicker, so he'll be okay. Still no kills on the board.
Yeah, that was closer though, because I feel like we kind of sometimes we forget there's like really strong anti-heal built in onto the Baksha. So this Khalid will actually suffer more and more as this game goes by. That might be a little bit of a ticket or a license here for Aurora to make more aggressive plays.
KLVJ missed this hero, it's too obvious.
Onic doang nih yang belum ngerasain gak lolos playoff, kata Sans, ayo turunkan kami, itu pun kalau bisa.
KLVJ would actually be joining that. Oh, look at that
Udah itu.
Shocker boats and the Raging Sandstorm.
Wow, James Panks gets a double, picks up a Genius One already, and Shizu rushed the Hunter Strike. He went for that first item because he had such an advantage in the gold lane, and that's why you're seeing the members of Aurora get melted down before they can even react.
And in these last few team fights, we didn't even see the majority of the electrifying beats used up properly. It was like a fadeaway. So the majority of the damage actually is coming over from Aqua, from KLVJ and Nova, Shizo as well.
That's why we were saying, you know, that combo that is deadly, just with the Khalid and the Valentina, but then you allow a hero like this, a Joy that we have not seen in the season just yet until now, that James Panks brings it to the table. You kind of remember, you know, how much damage Joy can do. And now it's going to work synergistically because you have the Genius Wand. You're able to go ahead and pop the electrifying beats. You can get into the fight of Aurora and let the team capitalize on it. So Aurora's got no option but to just take this objective. We'll see if the rotate happens fast enough.
Mountain Shocker already used light, trying to zone, but James Pack still makes it. That's the AOG,
Easy
but it's
buat Onic buat back to back
with the
ini.
last hit on the objective, and he gets taken out by Aurora.
Turtle for a kill, I'll probably take that any day, especially right now. And not to mention, your gold laner is actually getting a lot of free takes. Although there is still really good pressure coming in from Roar right now, it's getting mitigated. We're seeing Nova and Aqua just in tandem, making sure no invades happen.
Rora's job right now is to also take care of Doming Kites. He just did pick up the Sky Piercer. They have some ground to cover still, down about almost 2,000 gold at this point, but as long as Doming Kite farms up, catches up a bit in the gold, you can see he's still about 500 gold behind, but you know, we've seen this with Grangers before. They're definitely going to have to build up. And then once they start getting those stacks, that's where they become dangerous. So AP Brand needs to continue to play into this advantage that they have. Aqua will go ahead and pick up a glowing wand, so that'll help deal with some of that sustainability that comes also with the Gadakacha on your side with a Revitalize.
Something really interesting for me, though, is the fact that we don't really get to see Edward rotating out of his lane that much. I don't know if it's just KLVJ really doing a great job at holding him down, because look at where KLVJ is. He's not even in the EXP lane.
He's trying to help out here a lot. I don't know what they're trying to do in terms of just leaving Edward. It's weird that Edward's usually the guy who left in the lane. I normally see him the one cutting and then rotating to the fight. That's not happening here.
Yeah, I think he kind of knows the assignment right now because they're playing on the back foot this early on, that Edward just needs to go ahead and get farmed up to a point where he's kind of that bruiser, you know, for the team, because Demon Kite as well. Eventually they'll be there. Him, Demon Kite, and Light will be such a big part of this front-to-back composition where they provide space to Doming Kite and Yua as well. Like we've seen with Akimi a lot of times, you know, you're just playing for that traction pulse, and the damage is respectable from Akimi itself, but they're really, the job here for Rora's lineup is let Doming Kite get to where he needs to be. This next turtle, last one of the game, comes up here. Rora wants to go ahead and get this one. They're all in position. Now AP Bren, how do they respond? Nova spotting out Rora here. Mountain Shocker used as well. Oh,
Okay, that's a traction pulse. Dodged by KLVJ here. Finally, the bravest fighter coming in from Edward, and now Aurora secured the turtle. KLVJ, he gets to survive that. AOG doesn't land. Nova looking like the next target. That's the start from the latch shaker, and Edward will be finding that kill.
Ngeri
Yeah, we're
juga,
really
Bang, ya.
seeing the punish here coming in from that Baksha. The Khaled just cannot withstand the amount of pressure, and the healing is not catching up.
So that lead that AP Brent had is gone. That's a big pendulum swing now in favor for Aurora at this point. 7:15 into this game. And we'll put them in a position to actually go ahead and secure a Lord once it comes up. So now AP Brent is one of the ones in the position where, you know, they were throwing so much at Aurora, but now they have to be a little more decisive.
Yep.
So I'm also, one thing I'm looking at, oh, Edward, 1v2.
Oh, he wants to go for Shizu, but that's 2 members. Oh! The dodge from Shizu! Edward gets outplayed by 2!
That was athletic. That's what I like to call the athletic flicker.
I was still a 1v3 though, so.
Okay, yeah, it was 3.
Hey, he's a brave fighter
He's a
for a reason.
brave fighter.
You know, he tried.
And the problem is, while all that's happening, obviously Shizu got a kill. Dominkite actually received 3 lanes worth of minions, plus a tower on the bottom side of the map. So it's not like they just gave up Edward.
Yeah.
They got it. They did it for a reason as well. So seeing the gold here, I think we are gonna see the Granger a lot more comfortable in the next few minutes. Core items locked in, Hunter Strike as well as the Sky Piercer, so he's fine. Just don't die. But look at this. Oh!
Okay, that did not land, but look at... Oh, KLVJ the king! Every single time he could look for a setup, he's gonna go for it, and now it's Jake Spams! Finding you in the back lines, Latch Shaker committed here. But that's a copied bravest fighter by Aqua.
There you go. Well, that was my
By
question
Aqua.
earlier. I'm wondering what ultimates Aqua would go ahead and take, but hey, AP Brandon fights back. They counterpunch into Aurora themselves. And this is going to be an interesting Lord take once they decide to go for it. Light trying to hold on to that tier 1 up top for Aurora. Meanwhile, James Pang's going to go ahead and grab his purple buff, most likely orange, and then lead into this Lord. So Demon Kite and the rest of Aurora got to be ready for this fight. Yue doesn't have a flicker, neither does Domin Kite.
Yeah.
Something to take note of here, but neither does Kill VJ or Nova. So some big battle spells for both centers on both sides. This is just going to be a full-out brawl for the Lord.
Yeah, this is a literal dance. You can't shortcut or anything here. You can't flicker forward.
Aman aja, bro.
Has to be very honest. They will try to go for an honest fight here.
We're going to go for it. Light spots him out.
Light might go for the stun. The torch lands and he steals the Lord away from AP Brad. Shizu kills Light, but then could they find more? It's going to be KLVJ next on the chopping block. Dominkite picks up the kill, and now it's Aurora going for the chase.
What is up with the Retries here today? I am just seeing non-stop non-junglers taking our main objectives, and it's really helping out Aurora, especially in the chaos. Doming is just on a free-hitting spree.
Yep, gets a stack. That's something he's definitely going to need, but great job there by Light. I'm not sure if we're going to see them get to the base turrets or the holy shields
Probably
down.
not quite yet.
Yeah, because AP Brand, it's not like they're down massively. They can actually still fight
Aman
and
aja,
hold
bro.
Aurora here. So they'll do just that. Oh, shifting sides.
Demon Kite gets caught under the turret now, and there goes the Raging Sandstorm, landing on Yue! But the
Yue's still alive?
flicker! He's still alive! He's being chased now by Aqua and James Pax, and James Pax is currently on a mega kill, but Dominkite gets traded down. That's an AOG2 coming from Light, and AP Bren are going to disengage.
A great response from AP Bren, even dealing with the Lord. They'll find the perfect targets in Yue and Domin Kite to take them out.
Yeah, AP Brand definitely doing the right steps here. Although with that last engagement, I think Aurora is flexing. You know what? Try to go for a 5v5 brawl with us. You're probably not going to come out on top. So they do still have a lot of that firepower, especially when you're clumped up together. But AP Brand, they're dancing it beautifully.
It's all about how AP Bren utilizes the tools that they have here between a Kill VJ, like we just saw, Nova as well, and also information given from Shizu with the Bound Shocker. So there's always this opportunity for them to go ahead and have at least the visuals that they need to go ahead and set that up. Also, Aqua, again, on ultimates that he can take to go ahead and help them secure a team fight here. So AP Brent, I'd say, still in relative good grounds to contest find a pick off if they can. I'm not sure if they want to actually, let's say, I don't want to say waste, but like if they want to use a flicker setup from Nova to try to get a pick off numbers advantage before the next Lord. That could be something, or they just go for taking out a tier 1 turret in the mid lane, at least to open up the map a little bit more for them, because they're so pushed forward towards their base right now, and they don't want to, it seems like they just don't want to overstep into Aurora's territory.
Yeah, this is basically AP Bren playing it a little bit more safer because they know they kind of just need more maybe gold or items onto Shizo so they can actually go ahead and demolish. James Panks looks really good right now as well. Watch out for that guy. He's going to be very electric, especially if Aurora make sure that they don't have like that crowd control to lock down this Joy.
Yeah, actually, even just looking at the items of James Panks, I feel like this is really enough to eliminate either Yue or Dominkite once he actually gets access to them. And as you mentioned, the only means they could probably utilize to just prevent James Panks from going for that dive is either the stun on the back shield unity, which I don't know if you want to use defensively, or the taunt from Light, if they have to time it well enough. And
just those two. Or Bravest Fighter.
Or the Launcher from the Bravest Fighter. So.
Let's see, Aqua still looking for an ultimate to take, at least for now. The Lord's already at half health. Shizu's up towards his top side. I think he wants to go ahead and push that lane first, as he does. So he goes for that shot. Again, he can get here pretty quickly. It's just going to be a reset, though. So neither team, with as even as this is in terms of itemization and firepower on both sides, you can't overstep. But look at Aqua, look at Nova. There is a conceal. He's going to go ahead and use it.
Set. Oh, KLPJ now going for that set, and it's James Panks trying to provide the damage. The Lord is very low, and Demon Kite still secures it either way. KLPJ too, but the stun from the Mountain Shocker, and they've surrounded Aurora. They find Demon Kite and Yue, but the AOG catches Shizo.
Oh, they're on the hunt for James Panks. They have a Lord to walk with. Can James Panks pop off with his million moves? Is he going to be able to escape this? Oh, they know. Light charge it up.
He's still gonna dash. He's still gonna find the target, but Dominkite has the damage.
No shake and bake here.
Man, no shake and bake. That is kind of sad to look at, but look at Domang, man. He's going bananas. He's doing it, everything.
Oh, that was a two-man setup, but the damage wasn't there. It was just Nova. And Dominkite's now on fire.
Oh, the Lord's going to go ahead and charge into the turret. So much just happened off this Lord take. They are most likely going to lose this turret unless they just don't push in any further. And we're jumping in. A couple shots from Dominkite. Oh, jump in.
What? Light actually still wants to
just
fight.
For the turret.
Okay, okay.
All right, excellent ISO play from AP Bren aside. That was actually just a really, really good Aurora disengage, and as well as a clutch retrieve from Demon Kite. Man, that looked so bad for a few seconds.
Yeah, it's good that Demon Kite was able to actually secure the Lord there, because it almost looked like for a second, too, that AP Bren was just going to clearly win that fight. I don't know if we'll get a replay on it, but Nova actually tried to zone out Dominkite. And unfortunately for him, you know, the team just ended up losing the fight. Maybe the Raging Sandstorm could have worked better if he was able to use it a little bit sooner.
He went the long way around.
He went the long way.
Around the rock.
Yeah. They got to surround Aurora, but maybe that wasn't the best position to be in for a lot of these players that we saw earlier, but...
Yeah, and the follow-up by Light as well with the AOG. You guys saw that?
Yep, to go ahead and help Dominkite secure the kill again.
That's crazy.
He's got stacks now. That's the danger area. Edward's going to jump forward, gets the stun.
Oh. Waalaikumsalam bro. RRQ Kagendra skor 1-1 Masdon. Buset, boleh.
Yeah, so it's just testing the waters here.
Itu 3 atau 5, BO5.
Yeah, the big, you know, the silver lining here for AP Bren is they can still kind of access most of their jungle. Unlike some teams or unlike some matchups where your jungle is completely off limits now.
Yeah.
They can kind of just get stuff in. James Panks also hasn't quite reached his ceiling yet.
Yep.
I think he's on 4 items. Double checking. Yes, he's on 4 items right now. So he's not quite there yet on the damage department. And that's unfortunate because he's like the major damage dealer aside from Shizo.
Yeah. Shizo, at this point, he doesn't even seem to be prioritizing joining team fights just yet. I think there is a bit more focus on still, of course, getting in that farm. Because either way, if you use the Mountain Shocker, you get that slight speed up, so it'll be a lot easier for you to catch up anyway.
Welcome,
and you're the guy
Dunya.
assigned
Welcome,
to just
welcome.
do this kind of strategy, similar to what we see from Onic a lot of times when Savero is on the Eastern Shin. But Aurora are actually bursting the lore right now. It does get reset. They need a bit more info.
Shizo's pretty far from this one. He's coming from the back.
Oh, KLVJ, he wants to go for the stun. He doesn't use it though. Ah, they're actually after the hero!
Nolan, he said.
Dominicai can handle themselves! AP Bren, they don't find the targets that they want!
What a traction pulse.
The double marksman is doing it.
Yep.
Jumping from light.
Now it's Shizo, one of the
Ngeri
marksmen.
juga, bro, ya.
And the Christmas won't save him there. Dominicai is unstoppable. James Banks gets stunned, gets to use the electrifying beats. But look at Dominicai shaking and baking as you
Ngeri juga,
mentioned
Bang.
right there.
There it is. They're going to work on the mid turret. They're looking to end the game.
They stun Aqua. Now it's godlike and a 17-minute game for the Northern Lights.
That's not bad at all. As you can see, Aurora, they took the long way around, but they got to it eventually. It's 1-0 against AP Brent.
Rora.
Took them a bit to come online, but man, they did it, and that's another Granger game getting...
Let's go, abangku ya.
Armed. Oh no, Aurora. Now that they're on momentum, might just go for the sweep here.
Well, we did see them have momentum yesterday. They had a pretty decisive game one, and then things kind of slipped out of their hands. They got reverse swept, so AP Bren, there's still hope for them. They can still make this work. Maybe if they get an early start, like we got to see a glimpse of in game one, that's going to be best for them, especially having a Harley this time. So I think for James Banks, him alongside Aqua, they got to go ahead and make this work and get the snowball rolling for AP Bren for hopes to get to a game 3. We're jumping in the land of dawn. Let's see if it's going to be a sweep here for Aurora.
Yep. It does feel like we're seeing a bit of a... It feels like AP Brent, who's clinging to these very aggressive early game to mid game heroes, trying to get a very early advantage. And I think it did work, right? It did work last game. But now I don't know if that's going to be the same case, especially with a very aggressive anti-gank hero like a Badang.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons why they picked this instead of the Grok. They want to discourage these early engagements, because if you get walled out very early on, sometimes there's just no going out. You're going to be forced to use a flicker, and then you're going to lose your advantage. So I really like what Aurora's doing here.
Yeah, and they got the early game they won this time. Demon Kite not necessarily interrupted. And same as what he mentioned, you might feel a bit discouraged to just keep playing aggressive.
Like that.
Line up, right? And that's over. First blood for Aurora.
And that's why the Badang Roam works so well. It's such a good tempo breaker, and even when you're so used, because I mean, I don't know if Nova was just not expecting it, because he held on to the flicker too, you know? So he's like, yeah, I've done this many times. I can just quick sand guard it up, I'm gonna be fine. But then, because it's also a Baksha in the hands of Demon Kite, like he can rotate so quickly. And this being, you know, just a map that favors the rotations when we get to the expanding rivers portions of this. So they're off to an early start for Aurora instead.
Yeah, I like that you said that with a little bit of a smirk before you said it. You know?
Sir.
Yes, sir. That's what Badang does.
My guy. Again, it's
Nova,
because even
Nova.
Brito was mentioning, you know, these early to mid-game heroes that AP Bren likes to pick up. Well, Badang is just one of those heroes that goes and stops some of the tempo that is built around those kind of heroes and those compositions. We'll see how the response is. Light's actually pretty low here,
Yeah.
so they might have an upper hand.
KLVJ even still has his ultimate. Now they're blocking these entry points. KLVJ with a two-man set. Follow-up from Aqua, copying that
Bold.
bravest fighter with attraction pulls. Doesn't pull anyone in, but they're after Demon Kite. They just want to take the kill on Demon Kite. The SOD doesn't allow, but still, Nova with the flicker now gets the job done. But Aurora are still not letting go of this turtle.
Yeah, very unfortunate as well. Missing on the SOD could have been pretty good for AP Brent, but they still go for it.
Yeah, James Pangs gets to secure that. Raging Sandstorm stopping Aurora from going for the chase. AP Bren actually were able to get what they wanted.
Yeah, they went with a fight. Again, Light was really low before that fight broke out, and then they decided to, you know, just force Aurora into this position that they're not going to be comfortable in. They got an upper hand. They got taken. Demon Kite got taken care of. So good initiation and just fight from AP Bren to go ahead and showcase that. And if you look at how they're going to play into this, they look even to want to go up here top.
Demon Kite again is the target. Still has the Tortoise Passance and is gonna back to shield Unity his way out.
Yeah, they threw everything there, including the Retribution, and the box is fine. One of the reasons why box is just so good. By the way, UWIP, first item Piercer this time.
I saw that, yeah.
So that should be pretty good. That should be the big focus here. But then again, you can lose those stacks pretty easily against heroes like the Khalid, like this Sora. So eyes on the prize here if you're Aurora. Make sure UWIP doesn't go down. But for AP Bren, that feels like it's a pretty good challenge. You got a Harley on your side, man.
Yeah, the Harley is going to be the one that Aurora really has to watch out for, because it just seems like playing around a Harley, you know, keeping tabs on him. UA, that's kind of what he has to do. Whether he burns a flicker or not, James Panks always has the opportunity to go ahead and do that, you know.
That was nice.
Make things happen.
Yeah.
Small things.
Did he just retrieve the green cow?
He did. I don't know why that was. It's fine because there's no turtle for like 25 more seconds, so it's all good in the hood. Because I think he kind of feels that pre-thing gold, right? That Aurora is starting to get. So James Panks, he's trying to do his very best with whatever resources he has to make sure that gold doesn't get out of hand. Currently at 1,000 right now for Aurora.
Look at Demon Kite right now, too. He's got his eyes on James Panks. So information there. James Panks picked up a Genius Wand. He holds on to his Retribution. Demon Kite's got his as well. And he's buffed up. He's not going to go ahead and grab his purple. He starts up the turtle instead. Meanwhile, James Panks is working on his. So he's going to have to go ahead and just try to blitz this down. That's what Demon Kite's trying to do.
Edward already half HP. Doesn't use the Brave Spider. Demon Kite just focused on the Retri. Now that's the platform already used by KLVJ.
Oh, Nova's on the backside.
Yeah, that's Nova all alone though. Does he have damage? Might go for the kill on Edward, but gets stunned there by Demon Kite. Not even James Panks. He uses the deadly magic, but
oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
Utilizing the Brave Smite. Oh,
whoa! He flickered in, making sure Light couldn't recall. That's the space escape.
What?
Okay, James Panks still secures the kill.
Can I just say, that was beautiful. Even in the very end, you saw Yue, he tried to catch the deadly magic with the flicker to save Edward. What the heck is here? So good.
Good way to survive. They still lost Light, but, you know, in that sense, probably better that Light does go down and Aurora maintains what they can. But AP Brent, this is what I'm saying. You really have to watch out for James Panks depending on where he decides to go, how he decides to move, but it is going to be a split now, 1-1 on the turtles here for both teams. Let's take a look at the items here before our next objective.
Yeah, the items really show that, you know what, it's a pretty even battle in most of the lanes here, so no one's actually getting behind too much. Shizo is, he did get a little bit of a farm time. See if he can use that here now that Aurora is actually invading.
Yeah, and the difference is that Yue now prioritizing the Sky Piercer. He knows he's the guy to pick that up since Ramen Kite's on a Harith right now and Demon Kite's also on a utility jungle. Ooh, they're stealing resources away from James Panks.
So again, it's the small things. It's the battle of those small advantages that Aurora is stealing from you one by one is actually going to add up as time goes by.
Yeah, but James Panks is ahead by 1 level still. So.
Yeah, he's been farming quite a bit, just trying to maintain a bit of a lead against Demon Kite.
It's a one-man army.
Yeah, he's got to. I mean, that's one of the things he's got to do, because you're not really going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Aurora's lineup with a Harley just yet. You're more so fighting around objectives. Nova's actually going to help with the damage department, picking up a Blade of Hepsies. Ult's thrown out here by Aurora.
That was a fist crack already used by Light here. Nova already very low, set up from KLVJ, but he's all alone. Gets trapped in the wall too. But Yue! I need those stacks. I need those stacks.
Yeah, he wanted the stack. He got it.
He flickered for it, and he's actually really safe. Aurora on the side are actually not quite done yet. Dominic, I think he will have the Zaman Force soon as well.
Oh, Nova, where do you go? Where do you go? He gets trapped again. And that's a free turret as well over to Aurora.
Oh, they're just taking what they want here at this point. This is why I was saying in the draft, you know, I'm a little worried about the lineup for AP Bren. You know, it's, oh, nope.
What?
You don't want to face check a Badang, bro.
Yeah, Aqua did have the bravest fighter, so he'll be fine, but again, echoing the sentiment here that AP Bren's lineup just might be a little bit too soft to deal with full-on team fights against Aurora. And as the game continues on, you see the graph building up here. You see the lead for Aurora. it's not going to get any better. That's the unfortunate thing. So at some point, you're looking at AP Bren. Shizu just now getting golden staff. He's already got the corrosive scythe, so he needs that one more item, the DHS, to lock in the Trinity here. But you're approaching almost the 9-minute mark. Lord's going to be up here shortly. And I don't know, I'm a little worried for AP Bren to go into a team fight and try to contest against Aurora.
Because you see the template they usually do when there's a team fight, it's started by KLVJ. Not even Nova, because for some reason Nova has this weird assignment of just keeping Edward in check, or at least based on what I observed.
Or he's always at the backside.
Yeah, he's somewhere more visible to Aurora, so they're not as surprised as to when the setup is gonna come out. KLVJ is the main starter for the team fight.
They don't have a choice. James Fanks can't do it. Again, Nova's trying to look for either Yue or Domenkai, which is very difficult, by the way. So you're right. It feels like KLVJ, the pressure is on this guy. And so far, it doesn't feel like he can quite do it, especially with the composition they have.
Okay. This is why I'm looking at how this is going to play out. Lord is up. AP Bren looks to want to go ahead and contest into this as they're on this side of the map. But they got to watch out for the collapse from Aurora. Meanwhile, too, oh, they're going to go for it.
Oh, that's different. Now it's Nova starting things up, but Domenkai might just survive this. Still gets to regen some HP, and it's Edward using the bravest fighter going for the chase. Yue might get more stacks, and there you go. KLVJ is the only casualty after that.
It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt on Domenkai, but he survived.
Yeah, and I get it. It's almost, again, it feels like the game plan here for Nova is to look for Doming, but can you keep doing that? Now they have the turtle control, sorry, the Lord control.
Yeah, Nova can only watch. Oh, the SOD! Good attempt, good attempt.
At least Shizu is pushing in that tier 2. Attempted to take the Lord with the steal with the SOD, not going to happen. Tier 2 still going to stand, though, just barely. As Aurora goes and cleans out the last cannon minion there. So they've gotten themselves to the Lord now. They've got themselves ready to go ahead and march towards the base of AP Bren. Taking a look again at the items. AP Bren's defensive capabilities. How are they? They have a Moskov, which can clear waves pretty well. They have the rest of this lineup, but are we looking at them buying more time? I would say almost roughly another 6 minutes or so.
He needs one more item. He completes that. He has 2.5 right now, basically. Gets to complete the Trinity plus maybe a Malefic Gun, and then it's go time. Wind of Nature is a necessity, but you can't have it.
Oh, they're going for Domenkai?
Yeah, they want Domenkai, but look at that trap from Light! He was prepared to save the day. Aqua now looks like the next target is a double kill for Domeng. Make it a triple as he finds KLVJ.
That is just that's a massacre right there, man. No other way to say it.
That hurt, man. If you're AP Bren and you see Light sitting there, they fall into the trap.
Demonkai just drove by them.
Yeah, he almost just drove by and said hi. That's what it felt like at that point. You're not going to go for my kite, brother. The top turret will fall. Are they looking to end here?
All right, they have waves coming in top and mid. Nova might try to work on this bottom lane, and they somehow still defend it. So AP Bren are still hanging on.
Hanging on, but barely, man. At this point, 8,000 gold behind. None of these team fights are going their way. If you notice every single interaction we see, it's let me go ahead and throw out my deadly magic, hope that I get Domenkai, but at this point, it's getting even more difficult just to get Domenkai, because who else are you going to get over there?
It feels like most of it is just a long shot, right?
Oh, traction pulse! This big Fitzcrack coming in from Light! There's the counter set from KLVJ and the Raging Sandstorm, but Edward is going to be okay to tank all the damage. They lost their minions and they'll have to walk out of this, but Aurora, they're all okay except from Light!
Even Demonkai taking a couple shots from the turret just to allow the rest of Aurora to get on out there. A great initiation, forced one with that Badang again from Light.
It's a 1-for-1. It's actually just enough to keep AP Bren on their toes. Just a reminder, yo, under your turret, it's not safe. We can do that again, and they're gonna wait for the next Lord to make it happen. Now the gold is actually quite gigantic, but I would say, there you go. I think, yeah, Malefic Gun is the next one for Shizu. He's very close. He can feel it. But then again, how is he going to survive the onslaught? I feel like the damage is way too much. He could get bursted in one go here. With the amount of golden items that Aurora has already accumulated.
The amount of space you can cover with Light here is just insane to deal with for AP Brand, especially when he's got the flicker available. Luckily for them, he doesn't have it, but this is going to be a Lord just going to the hands. You can see Light given the information. They've got it complete control at this point, so still giving the information. I think he's going to go for James Panks.
Oh, there you go, James Panks! He gets chain CC'd so hard, and I just have to say, Light on heroes like this who are just capable of disrupting the Badang, the Grok.
Yep.
It's such a great
Aman
view.
gitu ya.
Chef's
Belakang
kiss,
sibuk bang.
100%.
James Panks is just getting wrecked right now, and this might be the end here.
Nova, what can he do? He still has the Raging Sandstorm, so they might try to go for something, but Light seems to be waiting for a conceal
waiting
play.
for a flicker.
Yeah, or the flicker. There you go. That's a conceal from Light. Looking for another target. Might go for the surprise. Two-man stun from Yue. That's the Salmon Force already. Still no setup from Light, but there you go. And as we speak, it seems like Yue has only one thing in sight. It's the base as Aurora secure the sweep.
Thank you, bro.
Excellence in their blood. Aurora with another sweep in their belt here. Looking like they really shrugged off that loss last night. They look really good.
Let us know as well what you think. You get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds right now. Just predict the match. Scan that QR code on your screen. You get a chance today for this and a chance later for the second match. Don't forget, while you can, scan the QR code. Let us know in the chat as well. Now, MPL, look at the prediction. Whoa! It's an even breakdown. I don't know. Have we seen a 50-50 split?
No. The closest was a 49 to 51.
Well,
That
my
is
goodness.
insane. What the helly?
That about explains the atmosphere in here in the MPL arena as well. It is about a 50-50 split currently. And this draft, honestly, I would almost look at this as like a 50-50 as well going into game one.
I agree.
So, I don't know. Either way, it's a best of three. Hopefully, we get 3 amazing games between this golden rivalry that we've been talking about here. They've gone back and forth so many times.
Control,
And we'll
skip,
see
extreme,
exactly if
buka tes
Onic
menit.
Philippines can stop this stampede that Team Liquid Philippines has been on for now 6 matches in a row. Will they stop it here?
Yeah, they've got a lot going for both of them. So in the draft, I can really tell that, you know, they got a lot, but not all that they wanted. Again, XP Frey up for contention here. Look at that mid lane fight.
Early flicker is already forced out here by Onic. And this is just literally how they keep playing the early game. Even in their previous matches, it's just how dominant they start things off. Oh, JP might get stunned there. Also using the flicker now, that's the mid duo. And this could be a punish. Super Prince flickering out. Carl TZ2 brought in, and that might be first blood for Onic.
What a bro, what a move from Brusco. There to be there for Super Prince.
Yeah, essentially the power of Surge of Life, you cannot underestimate that. They got out positioned, and that wall actually helped out Onic so much, despite, again, the flicker being burned for Super Prince.
That almost felt as if Super Prince calculated that flicker just so Carl would go and chase him in that wall so they could utilize it a bit more. And those are just really smart and small decisions that we get to see from Onic, which really play a huge role in how the things turn out eventually. But Sanford here to join the fight. Now that's going to be a kill for Carl. King Kong already taken out, and Brusco follows next.
This gets me excited for this matchup, and exactly why this is a golden rivalry between these two. They are non-stop, under 2 minutes into the game.
Actually amazing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at Sabero.
We need cameras everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
One day we will. One day the broadcast
But how do we catch
will.
that though?
You know what? I don't know. We'll figure it out
We'll
when we
get
get
more
there.
cameras. We'll get more cameras. 100%.
Well, the fight for the turtle, first one of the game. It looks like, yep, Contizi will grab that just fine. And this is what you have to look at, is the pace that's being set here. on both sides. So far, it's a pendulum, back and forth this early on.
It's a really good back and forth, but you also have to look at where the gold is going, especially right now that Sanford got the kill, KarlTzy got the kill. It's going into the right pockets for TLPH.
Yep, and what do we say about not allowing for KarlTzy to get close to the objectives?
Yeah.
Onic, even despite that really good start, are now slowing down. And I don't know if that's the kind of approach you want to go for up against Liquid, because it seems like they're getting a hang of their own momentum.
This is one of those things where, again, KarlTzy, I know a lot of people think of him as the Lancelot. Well, I also see him as the Fredrin because of the time that, you know, we were in that metal. Raging Sandstorm.
Oh, okay.
Brusco
using the Tsunami Slam, bringing them close to under their turret, and the flicker out to avoid that RWM.
Oh, I love the trades that are happening right now.
Yeah.
As we were saying, actually, you know what? KarlTzy on Fredrin, that's like his second most used hero of all time.
It's gotta be. Because, yeah, there was a time in that meta when that's about all you saw. Him, the Baksha.
14, 15 maybe?
Yep, and it was just a back and forth, but he knows how to play against a more aggressive hero like the Suyo with this Fredrin, so to speak, and really what the focus is going to be as the game goes on, even though there's a whole lot of kind of skirmishes happening this early on, is the objective control that TLPH's lineup will actually give them because of the tools they have. I'm talking about the real-world manipulation, ultimate from Sanji. Fredrin can kind of just post up, and that's where Onic might have to get a little creative later on. Part of that creativity has to also come from the Kalea from Brusco actually getting some of these purifies down, or trying to get burning that Tsunami Slam to get something set up for Onic Philippines later on.
Yeah. Oh, now they try to go for JP. Doesn't get to use the quick sand guard, so a -1 for Liquid.
Oh, this is just so perfect. That Pyro, the Kalea is so perfect for Onic. It also gave Brusco like an MVP match, I think, yesterday. Yep. And it's worth it, especially against heroes like the Khalid. Cancel out that quick sand guard. What are you doing?
All right, there goes the Black Dragon form. Zaman Force 2 committed here. Oh! King Kong winning out the retreat battle. Black Dragon form still there for Kirk, but Teddy takes Brusco. Now Onic able to run away with the real world manipulation. Still catches Kirk. And the side step from JP. Catching Super Frizz right there. Sanford going for the chase. He gets knocked up, but Sanford still gets the kill.
Oh, wow.
These are insane trades.
Okay, he's going to have to back off. These are crazy trades happening. And right now, TLPH is slightly ahead in certain areas. It's nothing too crazy. I mean, even looking at the graph, you see the quick swing that's happening here. Back and forth. Okay, that was a flicker burn.
Yeah.
Sanji feeling the pressure. I think Brusco is really keeping the pressure there himself. Like, Brusco is that guy with the Kalea.
Yeah, these are probably one of the closest trades we've seen in the first 5 minutes of a series of any game I've seen for a long time. Again, neither team is actually getting ahead way too much. TLPH definitely have more map control. They got more jungle control on their own as well.
Yep.
But on the other side, it's Severo who's actually getting a lot of free time. He's getting a lot of these free stacks on his passive as well. And I think Severo actually might be deadlier later on in the mid game.
The only difference we're seeing from Severo now compared to the other games is that even though they're still leaving him alone as usual, he's not really getting the space to go for, let's say, turrets and extra gold and stuff like that. Because I think that's what kept him up top in terms of gold per minute in the rankings, is his ability to just keep looking for farm elsewhere. But Teddy also is, in a way, doing a great job at managing the laning, so he doesn't get to do that.
Can I just say, take a note of Sanji's heart rate. It's the most elevated on TLPH's squad, and that's also just because of how much pressure a Kalea has on you as a mid laner, and needing to be in the right space, and especially when that flickers down. So Sanji's pretty hyperactive right now. You can see it there amongst the rest of the team. RWM dropped down, so they don't have that for the turtle.
Yeah.
Let's see what Onic does with this, knowing that he doesn't have the RWM.
Huge advantage for them, supposedly, so let's see how they play around this. Brusco and Kirk now going in. That's the Dragon form. Do they find the Tsunami Slam? They do, and King Kong once again winning the retreat battle. JP gets taken out first, Brusco goes next. There's a trade coming in from Liquid, and they're gonna find Brusco, but that's about it. It's a 1-4-3 trade in favor of Onic.
I think Onic is really sticking to that key to victory that we had. They're not letting KarlTzy in as much. I mean, when KarlTzy arrives, it's actually way too late. The combo's already synced in, and King Kong is locked.
Oh, flicker used too. Again, Sanji, they're going to try to fight for the purple here.
Yeah.
Yep, taken away. So one thing that you can't deny is how smooth a Suyo is. We're going to look at the replay here. I think this is when he goes in, gets the turtle. Look at King Kong. He's going to sweep on in here.
So fast.
Gets out, and then Severo has a way to go ahead and just fire off some shots, Destinadas, and they'll pick off Carl TZ here because there just isn't anywhere for Carl to go from there. So a really good decisive team fight for Onic early on for that last turtle of the game.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa,
Again,
again.
Brusco. There's the stun from JP though. Somehow still saves Sanji. Brusco now gets punished, but even the clutch RWM will keep him safe from Kirk. That's the Valkyrie descent coming in from Sanford. Onic will try to get this mid turret as much as they can. Teddy trying to join in. Zaman Force already committed. The knockup from Super Prince again, but the Crimson Beacon just to make it out of this fight. Oh, Sanford gets got to. Savero's on a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, TLPH are getting punished so much with Sanji not having that Purify, basically getting caught as a free kill with Brusco in tow.
Yeah.
It is just leading to such a bad team fight for TL.
Man, Severo right now, and he's got the Sky Piercer, so he's definitely got a couple stacks at this point. This is, again, we haven't seen the Granger pop up too much. He did have a loss yesterday, and there was a time when you just know he doesn't have enough damage. Well, right now, Severo is online. He just picked up the Malefic Roar as well. So, damage department, TLPH is going to be in check when they're fighting Onic for this Lord. I know they mentioned that this composition should give them an advantage when it comes to fighting around this space around the Lord, but the way Onic's been playing, the way they've been moving, you got to take that into calculations as well. So right now, they'll get into position, get set up. Kirk, tanky as well on this Yuzhong. You don't see it too often either, but it's been playing so well, and now they have less than half health from this Lord.
Okay. How does Carl TZ position himself here? He will not be able to do so. That's a Black Dragon form also still activated for Kirk. Brusco here might be the first target for Team Liquid Philippines, and they do find him right there. Super Prince trying to find the knockup, but the RWM catches two. That's the Zaman Force to go alongside Teddy. And now Zanford going in, finds two members with the knockup. There's the slows, but Onic might not want to fight anymore.
Yeah, Sanford's low-key the biggest win condition right now for TLPH. The moment that you just don't have enough skills to hold this guy, he's just gonna tear through your lineup no matter what you do.
It's really interesting with Sanford, especially the way that he's playing, and I'm really curious about what build he ends up going towards here. But the way he's playing the Freya, you see him jump into these fights, he pops the Valkyrie for him, but then he also backs off a little bit.
He kites it.
It baits Onic to even push through, trying to get him or trying to kill him. You can see he's building damage. He's got the Golden Staff, Corrosive Scythe already, but he is probably going to build in some defense at some point. And, you know, that's the way the team fights are going, but Onic is ultimately charging now forward with this Lord. Should be able to just get this tier 2 in the mid, maybe more.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait for that moment, because right now Sanford he can fight, but then again, if he gets focused down, he is really, really squishy.
Yeah.
I'm expecting something like a Queen's Wings coming in here soon. Again, something that keep him in the fight longer.
Okay.
He needs that.
Those are two holy shields, yeah.
Shields will pop mid and bottom.
It's big.
Yeah, TLPH will just still hold on though, but it's a 4K gold lead now at this point for Onic Philippines. They've been doing really well playing in these team fights and just utilizing what they have. It's been nothing really fancy. I know Brusco's got a lot of deaths, but he's got to be that guy. He's got to be the one to start things up with that Tsunami Slam like we mentioned, and so far Severo has had all the space in the world to move on this Granger, and he's continuing to stack up.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest key. Like, the space for Severo is massive just because Super Friends is on the front.
Yeah.
Now, Super Friends is supposed to be like a backline mage too, but you know what? The way that Super Friends plays this hero, he's just going to bully everyone there. And when he's doing that, that's when Severo really shines. Not to mention, if someone gets picked off by Brusco, of course, it's so easy to do that with a Tsunami Slam, though.
Yeah, you don't need to babysit two heroes at once for Onic. Super Prince is pretty much another guy.
He's the one doing the babysitting.
Doing the babysitting here for Severo, who's currently 3-0-1, a really good stat line if we were to look at even the existence of the Sky Piercer already in his hands. I think he got all of those kills after building the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, at least two of them.
At least two, yeah.
Two of them, so.
Definitely at least two. But that's what's so interesting about the way even the Super Friends, or just the Jushin in general, is played, because sometimes you are kind of the babysitter. Like you're Raging Sandstorm too. Okay. He's still in the Black Dragon form, so that was a lot.
It's fine. All right. Oh, here we go again, Kirk.
Kurt.
Calm down, boy. Calm down.
We've seen this before.
We've seen this before, sir. Yeah, I saw the goat shake his head, but
That's kind of to be expected at the same time. It's not that easy. Not to mention Onic has a lead, so they're tankier than usual.
Yeah, Lord is up though, so I think this time, just with the nature of things, TLPH will try to take this in a bit of a different way than the previous Lord that they had to give up. KarlTzy does pick up a Guardian Helm, so he might play a little more front to this side, and also depending where JP goes. The thing is, he's got to wait for that Raging Sandstorm. Should be up here just as I say it. There it is. So he's got the green light to go ahead and initiate, but he's also got to worry about where Brusco goes.
yeah.
And that's why Sanji, again, the positioning on Sanji is so important. This is so difficult for Sanji too, because he's got to post up basically when he pops his ultimate, that real world manipulation. And so he is susceptible to being taken down. That's why this is so hard positioning-wise.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Okay, KarlTzy shows himself to the retreat battle once again! KarlTzy this time winning it out. There was no focus on him whatsoever. JP2 still alive. Sanford with a Valkyrie Descent uses the Purify to keep himself safe, and the Crimson Beacon. Clutch from Team Liquid.
That is very rare. He didn't even use Appraiser's Wrath. He outbeat King Kong on the Retribution in such a crucial game.
King Kong.
He's the GOAT for a reason, man, and he's even down a level. And he made it happen. So that's KarlTzy, and now they're going to have the Lord on their side. They're going to go ahead and take down some of these turrets. Onic should be able to clear this out as the Lord charges and tier 2 in the mid. I don't know if this is going to be into a fight or if they just clear it out. A couple hits on that turret. It does stay up, though, for now. So Onic, again, they do lose that 4,000 gold lead they had, though.
Yeah, that's just to be expected. KarlTzy, I mean, what can you do at this point? He's just so good at holding up. Hold on.
Oh,
Brusco?
Brusco here, but he's just gonna stand there, not really gonna be threatened whatsoever.
Oh, wait.
KarlTzy gets knocked up. Another Crimson Beacon in for Super
They
Prince,
want it.
forcing out the flicker from Sanji as well. They want Karl, but there's the real world manipulation as a response. Kirk still using the back dragon form. Can Brusco get taken out first? Immortality already popped. Sanford trying to work on Kirk, and in the other side of the map, Super Prince with the flicker still survived. Teddy Cutie has run away. Sanford finding Kirk, but in exchange of Karl.
Oh boy, Severo, he's hunting. He got him!
Severo with the triple, but hey, you got to commend Kirk on the Yuzhong there. He took care and distracted Sanford and Sanji, the San duo, for the longest time so that Onic could go ahead and capitalize on that kill.
That was just beautiful maneuvering here for Onic as well, getting that lead back. And again, that was with big lanes pushing on multiple, so they were doing that under pressure. They were able to fight in a very good spot.
All right, Kirk, you can recall a little bit after that one.
Recall a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Now.
Just a little bit. That was a great team fight. Again, we're going to take a look at the replay here and look at where Kirk is. So he's got the San duo. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's fighting on this side of the map towards the bottom. And so because you have that Sanji and Sanford, which are integral parts to winning these team fights, the rest of TLPH has nowhere but to just collapse under the firepower of Severo now, picking up 3 more stacks for that Skypiercer.
It was honestly very painful to watch, to see the San duo just recall on the other side of the map while their teammates are falling one by one. You don't want to see that. And that's so expertly done by Kirk here. He isolated 2 of them, fought them for so long, and I don't know, maybe the comms just kind of broke down for TLPH.
Yeah, that's a 601 Ranger. I don't think you want to go up against that, because
Ranger danger.
Ranger danger.
You
Sorry, I had
don't
to.
really. It's okay.
It's right there.
You don't really have a Yuzhong type XP laner. Yes, the Freya can go for the dives, but
he can't really zone.
it's kind of all in.
Yeah.
So I know you did mention something about he goes in, but he kind of kites them out.
Yeah.
But it's more, once you commit, there's a much harder way to get out if you're a Freya.
You know what? Freya's essentially dropping a bomb, right? The Yuzhong is basically a big shield that's pushing people up, pushing people down. So that's a big difference in gameplay. We'll see if that's going to matter here, especially now that Onic feels like they might just have a hold on this Lord.
I think they do.
Oh, Lord already low! There's the stun coming in from the Raging Sandstorm. Sanford trying to come in from the sides. KarlTzy looking for Severo, but look at the damage from Severo! Appraiser's Wrath landing on Brusco. They still get to touch the RWM2. Onic have been just too successful with that Lord fight.
Given how everything went, no one died. So both teams actually are able to go ahead and disengage from that after securing in the Lord. And we'll see what they do with this. Again, this Lord could be cleared out pretty quickly. And we'll take a look at the items here. Building in a Divine Glaive now available for Sanji. This will help them in the defense. Teddy's got one as well, so he's pretty much locked in for damage, and that's why Onic, even though they get this objective, they still have to really respect what TLPH can give them in terms of fight.
At this point, it's actually correct to call him a Raging Sanford. Because it just feels like he's full items. He is not afraid to dive, especially if Super Prince already uses the crowd control on whoever with that lantern. But here we go. Big siege.
He's going to charge in.
Yep. Oh, Tsunami Slab used on Carl once again. He sidesteps away. Crimson Beacon in for Super Prince. Valkyrie isn't coming in from Sanford. They find Brusco. Now he's ready to go for the back lines. There you go, alongside the real world manipulation. Kurt looking at the next target. It's a double kill for Teddy.
Oh, Severo still up again with all the space in the world. They just can't get to him, but TLPH will find 2 bodies and get some more momentum now.
We're finally seeing the big impact of a full item Freya. And he is just having a blast. This time around, JP's initiation was actually on point. He didn't even die. Exactly. It was perfect. Earlier, I think it really fell apart because JP died very early. That was during the Lord fight earlier. But now that TLPH had the engage they wanted, everyone actually survived, and they lost so much, or they gave away. They took away so much from Onic.
This is such a great back and forth game one that we're having here. I mean, it started from the minute one, actually 30 seconds in, you know, when those flickers were burned early on. We already started to see it, and has not let up at all. Almost 20 minutes into this game. Yeah, you can see, you know, Severo, his heart rate, it's getting a little elevated now, but he hasn't died yet. And he's found kills on just about everyone from Team Liquid. And so that's the best thing that Onic is doing. They're actually just protecting Severo, letting him do his thing, because eventually, yes, that Granger, those stacks, and even his stacks for the Granger alone will be pretty devastating to TLPH as they try to brute force their way into a fight against Onic. But, you know, I can say the same almost for Teddy. He's at a point where he's pretty much farmed up to where he needs to be, and he just has to go ahead and follow through on these team fights.
He actually is. I think that's a huge reason as to why Liquid were still able to find a way to win that, because it seems as if their lineup is more front to back. There's little to no way for them to just gain easy access towards the back lines. Even for Sanford, you see the Valkyrie descent, but he has to get past the front lines first before he eventually reaches heroes, let's say, like Super Prince, like Severo. And that's the same for Teddy. There's a very small window for him to actually land his damage immediately onto the squishy heroes. So now that he's farmed up, I think it's a much more warranted situation for Liquid to just go on and find those fights. But Onic, I'm pretty sure they're more careful of that now. They've seen it, they've experienced it during the last defense.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is Onic, they need to choose where the fight's gonna happen. Don't put it on a fight where a Zaman Force can kind of trap you. Make sure you fight out in the open and force Teddy on a bad situation. That's the only way that they can get this.
Oh, they see. They're going to go for this Lord.
Oh, Super Prince finding the knockups. JP not using the Raging Sandstorm just yet. Slipper zoning out from the behind. Carl TZ now winning out the Red 3 battle all by himself. Sanford up against 3. Real world! And all that just to secure the Lord.
Team Liquid played the macro level. They knew a wave was pushing down bot because that bottom base turret is down. They knew someone had to respond. It was going to be King Kong to respond to it. And then Sanford cut him off from getting there for the Lord. So now TLPH has this evolved Lord to make their way to the base of Onic.
Sanji, calm down, bro.
He's
like at 160 right now.
I think the ones with the lowest heart rate are the roamers. It's JP and Brusco. Look at that.
Right now, Sanji feels like he's under so much pressure. Again, I understand. I played him a lot. Without a Purify, if you make a bad move, you're done. You're cooked.
You're trying to hit all your abilities by also keep your finger above Flicker because you need it, especially against this. I don't know.
Purify.
Yeah, you have to. You have to be able to hit that Flicker right on point, but also his real world manipulation is so important here. Picks up a lantern though for this fight. They're going to walk in with this Lord here. They're approaching it. They're going to force something. It's being cleared out pretty quickly. They might just want to go for this mid-turret.
Okay. Purify still there for Sanford. Uses the Valkyrie inside to get out. Now the Lord's in the base. Onic, they still go for a play. There's no ultimate for Brusco. And there goes the Real World. They're just locking on the base.
Sanford.
They want to end this right here. And Liquid take game.
Oh, I could see how fired up Carl DZ was in that one. They really worked hard to get that victory down, and that's going to be game one going over to TL.
Wow.
Wow.
Not the ending I was expecting there. I thought Onic would have a little more fight towards the last.
You can gem on it, will make sure it doesn't die right away.
Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, it's a very good hero for protecting, which JP really likes to do.
Aman aja, bro.
He's got to be there for this lineup to work. But I will say this is kind of scary for Onic because we spend a lot of time talking about the gold laners coming to this matchup. Well, Teddy is going to be steady in this one. He's got his hero that he needs to make this work, but also the composition for TLPH is really well rounded out. But I will say this, Onic can get an early start with a Harley, having the Luo Yi there, that Super Prince pick that he just loves. He can play the macro to this.
Wait, could there be a combo between
The Harley and the
Space
Luo Yi?
Escape and the Luo Yi?
Oh, that's actually possible.
If Claude can do it,
Pretty
why
easy
wouldn't
to
Harley?
do. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, if you can BMI, why can't you? You're space traveling in both ways. So if you can't,
You're bending space and time.
I will mauled.
That's right. So let's see if that's going to happen here. We haven't seen that at all, actually.
Oh,
See if it happens. Whoa.
Revitalize already forced out. That's a very aggressive start for Team Liquid and Onic.
Yeah, one thing to know,
Yeah.
junglers not getting invaded as much. They're more protective right now. Both of these junglers are really running for that level 4.
Yeah, they're going for it, but they're gonna poke down back and forth here. Kirk, get a couple shots, and yeah, there's the yin-yang interaction again with this Luo Yi. So they'll stop that attraction. No early burnt flickers aside from the gold lane where Severo looked like he had to go ahead and burn his earlier on in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And so pretty steady right now in this gold lane.
Sad we didn't get to see how that happened, but let's just leave it to the gold laners and their micro going on. So
They're still duking it out. I mean, he's so aggressive there. You can see them just battling out. Gonna go ahead and pick up these defensive boots first off.
And I don't mind this tempo especially. What we're seeing here is obviously KarlTzy will try to maybe get something done. He wants to get that level of advantage. That's King Kong's instinct as well, but this and this hero, he actually will be able to go for an earlier gank.
Yep.
But there's just very few places to gank here, actually, for both of these junglers. It's so hard to gank the XP. Mid lane's very controlled. The gold lane is also very far away from rotation.
Yeah.
So we'll probably just see all the action erupt on this turtle.
Yeah, for the objectives right now, and that's why, you know, but yo, Deadly Magic?
JP
could be in trouble.
it doesn't have to revitalize, and that's gonna be first blood for Onic here. That kill went over to Brusco.
And the kill went over, but it looks like TLPH still wants to go into contest with KarlTzy here.
Whoa.
Gets shot off with a Queller. Oh,
Oh, that's a touch from Karl!
Oh.
Touches the Throne of Ruin. Now could they still go for the fight? Sanford looking at these targets. Knock up from
Sanji!
Sanji! And KarlTzy with a double kill straight into the purple buff.
Yeah, that was crazy. Sanji doing much of the heavy lifting in terms of damage. Sanford up on front, keeping him alive. Such good dynamics from those three players in that instance.
and that's 2 kills in the hands of KarlTzy. You know, he doesn't have the Sky Piercer just yet, but he's definitely building into it. And, you know, that's one of the things, man. You get this Suyo off to a start. Sanford's feeling
That's
pretty
early.
good. Yeah, he's... Because it's one of those things where the scaling, look at this.
Oh!
And he still doesn't have a Sky Piercer just yet.
It's a 3-0 Suyo in the early game.
Oh my goodness, you don't want to see that.
No,
You
not
don't want to see that if you're Onic.
Not if it's Karl, because you give him a level advantage. You give him more leeway to just keep going at those objective fights.
Yeah, you don't want to be an item behind, especially if it's a Harley versus Suyo.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Whoa, no. Sanford, is he going to survive?
Is he
It looks
alive?
like- oh, good pickoff. Coming out, they needed to find an answer. I think, you know, Sanford, you got to check your recalls a little bit now, too.
What is with these XP laners?
They felt the heat, man. They're like, you know what? We've had enough of this. We're going to take him out. So Sanford even burned the flicker there, but that was just a whole bunch of bodies looking like they're going to go for Brusco.
Okay, could they trade it down here? Yes, they will.
KarlTzy's like, man, I want... JP,
Hey.
I need the stack. I just built the Sky Piercer.
Serves it on a silver platter,
That's
right
probably how
in
the
your
comms went.
face. I like that. Well,
Aman
and
aja,
what
bro.
shocked me is how easy they were able to pull it off. So
Yeah.
if you're Onic in your mind right now, you cannot be isolated. The moment you get isolated, there's probably KarlTzy on the side trying to get some damage into you, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay, Brusco is here. Onyx definitely gonna stop the stampede right now because it's definitely starting. They're in a trot. For TLPH. Little diversion is gonna be used.
Where'd they go?
They do have
Down the mid.
Right on the mid.
Okay, Kirk still catches up with the Throne of Ruin, but Sanji's ready with that Crimson Beacon. Kirk now getting shredded. Carl TZ! Now that's a stack.
Yep. And this is just, again, continued snowball, not just for Carl TZ, but for Team Liquid as they go ahead and have a clear way for the second turtle.
Man, the ball is rolling and Carl TZ is feeling it on the Suyo. Again, one of the most prolific assassin players in the game, not even just in the league, probably in the whole world.
Yeah.
So we're seeing basically a masterclass of how to play a Suyo here.
Oh, this is just so sad for a Khalid.
Oh,
it's just so sad for a Khalid roam.
Okay, he's gonna be able to heal, but man, this is, yeah, it doesn't feel good to be in this position if you're Brusco because you're trying to even just simply provide vision and your life is on the line just trying to do that.
Yeah, that's all you're doing.
Okay, Sanford again.
Aman saja bang ya.
Flicker already used. Throne of Ruin once again. That's going to be 4 members on Sanford. Now TLPH trying to look for the engage. It's going to be Kirk. Knocked up first. Is quite damaged, but not in front of Carl.
And they're not done. They're not done. They're chasing. And again, there's just not much you can do since you already used up all your ultimates on Sanford.
Yeah.
All 4 of them.
Sanford is definitely taking the attention of Onic. They're just throwing so much at him. And it's kind of his job on this, especially on this Uranus. You know, just take what you can, make them use their battle spells and ultimates.
And then just come in and sweep in. Your teammate's going to sweep in and save the day for you.
Yeah, and that's when you just type Worth.
Yeah, the recalls have probably something to do with it.
Yeah, probably got a little bit of, you know.
What's the recall
I'm
do?
looking for the giggle.
The giggle factor. Okay,
I was looking for that word.
Let's just wait for the diversion plays. Come on, okay?
All right, there's the
We
diversion.
have not seen a good diversion yet, have we?
Oh,
Now
they
we
actually
might.
sent it up here. They're going to go for Sanford again. Whoa, the sidestep.
Aman aja, bro.
No way.
That's Giggle. So,
Giggle, bro.
if you're wondering what Rockhart was mentioning, that right there is Giggle.
Yeah. Okay. But I don't know if you want to keep doing that though, because right now Onic might be looking for an angle. Liquid will still be quick enough to escape.
Force a flicker out.
And I guess this is the 3rd turtle that'll just go over to Liquid as they seemingly try to go for a mini fight, but it's not really going to break out into anything.
All right, let's talk about this then, because right
RPG.
now they're in full stampede mode. TLPH is just controlling everything, taking whatever they want. Where does Onic find that window? Where do they find this opportunity, Rockhart, to get themselves back into this game? Because even looking at the graph, it's so there for TLPH.
The biggest way they can actually get back into this one is a really, really good Deadly Magic and a Throne of Ruin from Kirk on the back line. Carl TZ is very good at that. You kind of have to bypass Sanji. You have to take a fight that Sanji is in a very bad range to do anything. Because right now, low-key, Sanji is probably the biggest damage dealer onto Team Liquid right now. If we can see that graph anytime soon, maybe aside from Carl TZ.
Oh, there's a Throne of Ruin.
Whoa, there's just something about Carl and his ability to dodge these Throne of Ruins. Every single time Kirk tries to go for the setup, Carl is just ready to dash away from it.
Oh, man, he's just trying. He's trying to just limit test the stacks of Skypiercer right now.
Deadly.
And this is what we talk about, guys. This is exactly why, leading into the matchup, we talked about Claude for Teddy and why it's allowed to be Steady Teddy.
Steady Teddy.
He's just been doing his thing, farming up. You know, he's going to be up there near Carl TZ, who's 5-0, but Teddy has just been farming up. He hasn't had to do anything but just stay in the lane, do his thing. And eventually, when Onic does decide, okay, we need to turn this around and fight, that's where Teddy comes in. And Carl TZ is just going to be also trying to get that proc off of the Skypiercer.
Yeah, the biggest shock for me is they're not really doing much about Teddy. Onic feels like they're just more focused on just surviving and not dying, and maybe trying to buy some time for Savero to get into play. But right now, Teddy is getting left unchecked for a majority of the game.
I mean, how do you do that if you're being constantly in check by the high loss?
Yeah.
You see the Uranus just recalling in front of your face, and it's just these 2 heroes that are required for Liquid to keep Onic in check, and that's not helping the kind of playstyle we're used to seeing from the Sonics.
Teddy going in, keeping that Lord in check, and it's just going to be taken down very, very quickly. Divine Glaive is picked up now by King Kong, but Lord is secured now for Team Liquid. And this will get even more crucial fighting against Team Liquid. Ice Queen Wand now in the hands of Sanchi.
Yep.
So trying to get away is going to be a little bit more difficult because you're slowed down. And so Team Liquid, with this kind of lead, with this kind of advantage, can actually force themselves potentially into the base. I don't think they're going to obviously win off the first Lord push. They still have the Holy Defenses to take into check here, but Onic might be forced into a fight that they don't want to take.
Okay.
Yeah, magic is used.
Sanji's fine here. JP going up with that carpet, just pushing him back, and they still have a Lord Wave.
Okay. That's a Malefic gun already Malefic Roar already secured here by Carl TZ. Oh, I just imagine the damage he could throw out if he actually finds either King Kong, Super Prince, or Savero.
I think even for Savero, this is like, you know, has he had enough time to come online on this carry right now? But even if he has the items, I think more than ever, the difficult part is actually getting into these team fights because, you know, carry obviously doesn't have that much range. He's only got a golden staff and a corrosive scythe, so he doesn't even have that little defensiveness that he needs with the nature, or at least something, even to stay alive.
We're definitely waiting for that Malefic gun.
Yeah.
Right? That's that fourth item. It's taking so long.
It's way too long. The shields are gonna drop.
Sanji, he just decided to go in. That's the Throne of Ruin from Kirk. Could they find something out of this? But Carl instead just goes for the monster kill. Kirk still looking for, or is trying to sustain, but instead just becomes a double kill for Carl once again. It's at 7-0-1.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like there's anything that King Kong could have actually done more or even better. Same with Super Prince, right? Because Super Prince just feels like it's just so hard to do anything as a low Yi, except maybe for teleporting to their back line. But the front line is just being ignored here. The front-loaded damage from Onic is not making a mark to the armor of TL.
Yeah.
Look at the base turret. So middle and top base turrets go down. Sanford completely fine. Hasn't really had to do much this whole game except die a couple times when Onic decided to throw themselves at him, but they might want to take this last base turret down. Oh boy. Oh, they want to fight.
Yeah, they're going to take these heroes one by one. It's going to be Kirk first. Fortunately, he's a bit tanky, so Team Liquid and Philippines aren't able to deal with him just yet. But now they are. Legendary for Carl on this Suyo. There goes the recalls. King Kong already have HP with just a single Queller, and there's a minion inside the base.
Another.
Brusco not able to sustain.
That might be the end. They know this wave's pushing down the mid.
Yep, they have a wave accompanying them. A flicker from 40. Now instead he's just locking on the base, and Liquid are taking this series. It's a sweep for the cavalry.
That was just instrumental, surgical here for TL.
Lanjut 2-0 aja ya Bang ya.
Even have a team fight at the very end.
Man, code right now to predict the match winner to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. And let us know in the chat as well who you guys think is going to win here.
Let's go abangku.
The barangay are on their feet.
Woo, I don't know if I've ever heard the barangay this loud, man.
Another 9% prediction.
Was it also Rora that you guys mentioned last time? That was a 91?
No, it was but the barangay that was on the down low like this.
They were also the 9%.
If this is a 9% kind of audience, then
Hey, so
what would 20 look like for Omega?
Yeah.
These two teams, they both need this win for many different reasons. For Omega, to get out of that slump at the bottom half of the standings to finally shut the haters up. But actually, it's the same reason for Aurora too, but except that they are in the upper half of the standings looking for a turnaround. Lineups are very close. It boils down to who plays the roam mid-jungle rotations.
Ngeri juga ya Bang ya.
Well, let's find out. We're jumping into it. It's game one of this best of three. A crucial match for both teams across. Will it be Aurora or will it be Smart Omega that gets the upper hand here?
There's a big, two big AoE sets for Aurora. Through Light, through Edward, and technically even Demon Kite if he lands a massive Blade Surge. While Ziva and Ryzen provide a little bit more of a single target, but it could be a multiple target one too if Ryzen gets a really big knockup with his second skill and ultimate. There's a good even spread. So Omega, a threatened position in the Golem of Aurora. As you and Light hold it, because Demon Kite went to the Golem of Ryzen and took it away just in time. But the Lethal Wanderer goes to Ryzen. They're still pretty even in EXP.
Yeah, they're going to go and trade for that, but I guess that's just one of the ways you can do it. especially knowing that Lithuania is going to go over to Smart Omega. So nothing too crazy. I mean, relatively even across the board. Who gets the XP there goes over to the gold goes to Netsky. So he gets the gold crab, and this just might be one of the ones because of the nature of the compositions as well, where that first fight essentially comes down to the turtle, first turtle of the game.
Yeah, conservative start. Both gold laners got their warrior boots. Edward got the first EXP crab in lane. Light goes for encourage and the tough boots. Perxiva goes straight for the favor and the tough boots.
Little jump on in. Light, I think he got the information. Okay, Ryzen. Yeah, wasn't going to be able to land that spatial migration on Light. So good information here being provided by the ropes, but Turtle's going to be up here shortly.
Yeah, intense duel in the gold lane, playing it really close. Domicat and Neski, they know that they can be relatively unbothered. But Omega, they're not playing for Turtle, they're playing for mid-prio.
Ryzen is short on EXP, he's down. They dogpile on a Yue, forcing him back, popping that Purify. And in comes Light, and the shifting skies! Edward finds Mingwin, the cap has fallen. DK takes Ryzen, clean turtle take here for Aurora.
And they're gonna lose their purple buff. Terrible start for Omega, not what they wanted.
James! He was just trying to protect the purple buff, and he gets taken out.
But what would he have been able to do? I mean, that was 4 dudes.
Netsky.
Oh, James ended up giving a kill.
It's the intent.
I think he was hoping that maybe the Blades would somehow be able to get the last hit of the purple buff, but he didn't get it. Big questions as to why Omega didn't put enough bodies around that RMB, the right mid bush, through our perspective. James most likely already gave the info that they're already in Turtle, but they all clumped up together, stuck together, and that was an easy set for Light. It wasn't even an ultimate, it was a big knockback, plus the shifting skies for Edward.
He let Edward leave the lane for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough one to deal with.
Another shifting skies, turning into torrent form, serving up a kill to DK.
Bullshit.
Not the start you want here for Smart Omega or James alone. Look at this, 3,000 gold lead nearly there for Aurora. Whole lot of gold down in the hands of Edward, even more. And you know, that combination that we just saw with the Suyo and the Sora is going to happen time and time again if it's not controlled. Like if Edward's not controlled, and again, there's a reason why Sora is either so sought after or he's banned out quite a bit. It just works so well with the current jungle picks, especially the Suyo.
Yeah, Ryzen goes into the jungle of Aurora just to get a little bit more farm, clear advantage and lead for Demon Kite, who rushes the Skypiercer of the Suyo, first building the Hunter Strike, and then US stole away the Feathered Airstrike here. Omega cannot heavily contest the next turtle. If I were them, see if they can try to make a play wherein they try to trade out turtle number 2 for maybe progress up top. But Demon Kite's already here. And Light, is he gonna go up also? No. It's a different route. It's Demon Kite and Aurora who actually go for invade first, and now Omega gets to the turtle first.
That's just how ahead Aurora is. They can afford to check in on rotations and then still catch up to what eventually Omega's gonna do.
Especially because it's expanding river, so they have plenty of time to go ahead and get here in position. And because of the way the nature of the early game went, Smart Omega is not gonna like overstep into this turtle.
Yeah.
So UA holds on to the Feathered Airstrike, and they're just forced off of it. So looks like it's just gonna be a turtle going to the hands of Aurora.
The simple threat of a shifting skies pushes back the rest of Omega.
It was traumatizing what happened to them in the beginning, the set in the mid, how James got simply outplayed by Edward, of course with help of Demon Kite. Nothing is going Omega's way, it's all Aurora right now.
I don't know, man. I think it was just the nature of the way the composition works early game. And now, oh no, okay, he wasn't gonna, I thought Light might charge on into there. We've seen him do it before. This is going to be the response. Smart Omega might be forced to a fight.
Bullshit. Tectonic charge by Light, starting it up, taking out Ryzen. Legion responds just as quickly in the blink of an eye, but even Netsky might get taken out. Demon Kite finds another tsunami slam by Parks. The shutdown on the Light, stopping the bleeding, but that doesn't stop the trade as Demon Kite gets another 2 stacks.
Yeah. Perxiva decided to lock in the Tsunami Slam onto Grok because he knew that the tower was already locked into him. Just finishing off the job. James, man. First build War Axe, no full boots just yet. This is going to be a long time until James starts feeling anything close to being tanky.
Yeah, this is, I want to see how behind James is right now. He's going to have to scrap for what he can. even if he stays on that bottom side of the map right now, he's always susceptible to a gank. And this is kind of what could happen here right now. They're all rotating down for James. Oh no.
James.
He needs the team to be here. Perks, Siva is there.
Okay, big 5-man rotation
Should be
by
okay.
Barangay to respond. And I think Rora have done their job. Like, they just scared the Barangay, corralled them into a corner.
Yeah. Not forcing anything. Still Ryzen trying to catch up with the farm. 3-level gap between him and Demon Kite. This next turtle is not going to go Omega at all. They have to just push down bottom if they can. But Aurora block off that possibility because they've already sent their gold laner plus their roamer here. It'll be a long time until the next minion wave comes in. That by the time the minion wave finally crashes into the center point of the lane, Aurora's already done with this turtle and they're going down to defend.
It's just so fast. This turtle's going to go down very quickly. Smart Omega has no choice to put except make it play if they can. But I'm wondering, who do they even go for? Their best target might be Yue. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down just to go ahead and clear out that wave, but they're scrambling right now for Smart Omega. We have to look at where do they sit, maybe by the second Lord, because I don't even know if by the first Lord when it comes up that they're going to be anywhere near Aurora.
It's a shame that this lineup by Omega that they drafted is so good when they're proactive. If Perks is actively looking for Tsunami Slams and pickoffs, this is a scary lineup to face, but right now they are on the back foot. They are up against the ropes, they're in a corner, all of these figures of speech that dictate that Omega cannot fight.
Yeah, their first big loss early on really set the tempo for them, wherein they had to play defensive. Nail in the coffin was James going down quick, so they don't have another tanky frontliner to help hold on to. They are mainly pick off. Guinevere barely has any items, so now they're just doing what they can in the opposite side of the map, allowing Neski to farm up. He's only a level behind Dominkite, but in terms of the farm, it's almost 1,000 lead for Dominkite's Claude over the carry. They lose the tower in mid, and it was an easy take for Aurora.
Uh-oh, Netski senses that the Northern Lights are on their way to him. He does chunk down this turret in the top lane, tier 2, to about half health, so again, small wins. The fact that Netski hasn't really died as often, and he's, again, just a level down. The fact that there's finite farm on the map is dangerous, though. So he has to keep himself scarce. He has to hide.
Netski's kind of the winning piece here to this puzzle at some point. You know, that's usually what we see with gold laners, especially with the carry here.
Look, but he's running.
Yeah, this is the problem, though. Like, even if they are into a fight, the rest of the team's going to get obliterated so quickly, given the certain way things are. So you need more time for James, especially, to be a little more tanky, a little more durable on this Lapu Lapu. They're going to go for a play anyway.
And they get a Tsunami Slam on the one, plus a Requiem! Down goes Mr. Consistent as Light comes in. Tech charge. Does not lead to much as Yue gets jumped on by Ryzen. Not enough damage, no follow-up from Smart Omega. And in comes the Smiling Demon. Gets a double, takes down Perks. And Ryzen, 2 more stacks.
Omega tried to leave, but at that point, Aurora was just able to chase. Great positioning, and Demon Kite arrived just in time. It was a great start to them. But at that point, they just got outplayed.
Oh, wow. Demon Kite not here. It's Doming now who comes in. BMI gets a kill. Wanted Mingwin's head, but the other Kite, the brother,
the Kite brothers,
is going for the Lord. They both have their own assignments.
They are locked TF in.
Yep.
No other way to put it, man. These are monsters you're seeing play right now.
They're Angie F.
They are Angie right now. Lord secured, massive lead. This is the biggest lead we've seen today alone. Almost 11,000 gold at the 10-minute mark right now. We were talking about the vibe from Rora coming in the match. I think this lead, I think this dominant game 1 kind of showcases that.
It's no nonsense. This reminds me of what we saw in the M7 World Championships. It's what they call in the business an Aurora Avalanche. Omega is getting smothered.
Omega.
They needed to show up like this, especially against a struggling team. Still prove that they have a chance to be dominant. Massive taunt. I believe the Terrify. Was that a 3-man Terrify from Yue?
And then just the damage from Dominkite. Just
BMI
Even with the autos, yeah. It's so devastating to try to fight against that.
Yeah, he also had to wait for Light to get tower aggro onto him before he could BMI back.
Yep, so look at the shield here down bot.
that
just
Lord
before
delay.
the Lord, yeah. Just
The
before
Lord
the Lord.
delay.
That rampart.
Only shield did not touch this Lord. It will get the jump in.
Oh, they might force a fight
James,
here.
bravest fighter forward. Lord gets melted down. 2/3 of the life left on that inhibitor down bot.
All right, discipline route. Turrets going down. All tier 2s are down. Holy shield in the bottom side is down. So they might still look to actually capitalize on this turret, potentially starting a fight if they want to. A feathered airstrike to try to delay it.
Shifting skies coming in. Edward commits the flicker. The Requiem and the freeze by Ryzen deters Aurora from even
Habis
pushing
kalah
forward.
malah diganti.
Successful
Siapa
defense by
tuh?
Omega.
Yeah, and they don't overstay. Dominkite didn't lock into the
Tahu
turret. He
tuh.
locked into what could have been a potential kill. Once they saw
Tahu
that
saya
Order
arahnya
Crown
kemana tuh.
come off of Ryzen, they realized, okay, let's just back off. We don't need to overextend this. They have a massive lead. Great call by Aurora to back off.
Okay.
Oh, Malefic Gun too.
Some signs of life from Omega. Oh, wait. What's this? The Tsunami Slam serving up Light, and Light just flickers away. Nothing for the Barangay. The Retribution slowing down for Xiva.
Aman aja,
James
bro.
man-to-man defense against Edward. Edward comes in, shifting skies, and hardcore. Ryzen catches one. And it's Mr. Consistent who falls. A free pickoff for the Barangay.
I know Edward saw all the bodies lined up there, and Smart Omega knew he'd try to attempt it.
Big picture analogy. Ryzen is so used to playing the Fanny with no buff. I think he's just as good on the Guinevere who's down on farm. All he needs to do is lock in the combo. The rest of it is taken care of by his team. They are crawling their way back.
Yeah, to the credit of Perks, Mingwin, and Ryzen, they are getting that combo really damn consistently. It's either the entry of Ryzen or the entry of Perks, and then once they need a little bit more crowd control, it's one or the other, and then Mingwin's just far in the back with the feathered airstrike, maximizing the stun. It's deadly, and they do have the burst for it, not just through the far side, but of course through the carry.
In a perfect world, they would have been doing this at like the 5 or 6 minute mark.
Yeah.
That's when they would have started, but they're down 7-8 minutes.
Yeah.
Aurora has delayed them, and it's still a 10K gold lead. Lord at less than half. A lethal dance being initiated by Aurora, putting the Lord down to a 1/5 of its health. It's within Retribution range in just a jiffy, and Demonkai takes it clean.
Yeah, I was surprised they did show face there, potentially trying to see if they can make something happen. Well, it doesn't, but they do have pretty good clear. So even with this Lord pushing in, again, 11,000 up right now for Aurora, Omega has a potential, a chance to go ahead and clear this out if they can, because of the fact that they have a Farsa, for example. Also, just got a Divine Glaive and a Tsunami Slam.
Lightning form neutralized.
Light.
That Tsunami Slam in comes the rest of them.
Pimpin aja WC ya.
Goes
And
away.
this is a blessing for Omega. They're able to retreat. Yue does not have an ult to steal. And that bottom lane gets pummeled, taken down, permanent damage to the base of the Barangay. Midnight might be up next. There's no waves. Omega able to defend.
Able to defend. They have that top wave pushing in. I'm not sure if they still want to try to get this turret. Perxiva just showing face, but look at that poke coming out from Yue. A feathered airstrike dropped down.
Mind you, Yue has a feather airstrike of his own. Dominkite put down to 1/10 of his health by Netsky, so there is some damage coming from the Barangay. They saved that top lane inhibitor too. Smart Omega barely keeping themselves in this.
Given the fact that they're down this much, hats off to them to be able to still defend. You know, that's what they have to do, because these small little wins, these small little moments where they're buying themselves time could potentially allow them to get in position to actually win a team fight against Aurora.
Yeah, teams have been able to come back from worse. Because their lockdown combo, again, it's deadly. It's a long crowd control time that you have to deal with, that it's almost always a sure kill. But then at the same time, they're also getting help from the turrets, wherein if anyone oversteps and is locked on and aggroed by the turret, that's who Ryzen jumps on, and then Perxiva follows up with, and alongside Mingwin.
Correct me if I'm wrong, in recent league history, the only team to have recovered from a 13,000 goal deficit was Team Falcons in season 16 against Aurora. Yeah. That's as bad as it gets. So Omega,
How much gold?
13.
13,000.
Last year, last season.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it was part of their run of, hey, are we actually going to make it to the playoffs? We're trying. Just make it to the playoffs. Was that the Cinderella run to end the regular season for Falcons?
Well, maybe they can make it magic happen here. They still, I think, you know, Perxiva himself has really tried to set things up. You've seen him do a couple of Tsunami Slams now, and usually, you know, unfortunately it's Light. You've seen Light get really low, but they're starting to get that point. Netsky is part of that equation to really shred through, because even if they go for Light and they pick him off, look, that's great for him, but you know, right now you're in this situation.
Light is chilling.
He's chilling.
It's a game of chicken right now, man. He's like, who's gonna back off first? I'm not backing off first.
Yeah.
He's chill. He's
Aman
cool
bro
as
ya.
cucumber at 60 beats per minute.
Yeah, he knows like there's no threat to him at all, man. He could just stand in front of them, and what's Omega gonna do? Try to take down the Grok that can strongly counter against everything?
Yep, he's got a Pauldron, he's got an Athena shield. He basically is unbothered.
Yeah, Netsky's just waiting for his Malefic Gun, but this Scary has items. He doesn't have that range, and of course the Malefic Gun will help, but Omega, I don't think they can heavily contest this. They have to back.
Yeah, it's better off in the base. You can already see this.
We're coming in, forcing a defensive flicker out of Perks. This is what they were going to do anyways. They were not going to contest.
Yeah. Okay. Netsky's at least locked. Like, he's item locked. He got what he needed. Malefic Gun was his last pickup there, so they might be better off fighting in their base anyway, as they prep up for this Lord push from Aurora. Couple defensive items as well. There's an Immortality for Perciva, so he's at least got that, so that might be able to buy him a little more time too. So we'll see how they play this out.
I can afford a messy initiation as well from Perks, that at least he has a little margin of error, and that's the Immortality. He doesn't have his flicker, so it wouldn't be a surprising big set.
That's what I'm thinking. Was that flicker being spent worth it to ensure Mingwing could have defended and delayed this Lord take by 10-15 seconds? Because look, Aurora's in the base anyways. They only have one inhibitor left, and it's about to pop. The Lord is inside as well.
They might just force this fight here. They've got the setup potential here. They gotta clear out the Lord.
Ngeri juga bro ya.
Mingwing wailing away. Ryzen gets taken down already, and Perks is holding on for dear life. Surge of life keeps him alive, but only for a second longer. As the base gets pulled away, Aurora are taken. Game 1.
You could see the exact moment of when Omega lost that. And it was early, and it was swift.
Early ya bang ya.
Through the clouds of Edward. Dashes.
Let's go
Moskov
abangku.
has a lot of dashes, but he needs to like hit and then dash, hit and then dash. Carry, almost somewhat in the same boat. While for Granger, it's just like a lot of little micro repositionings that you could use, especially with the R-Lot around.
It's a full dash after every 5 seconds, and then like a mini dash after every Sonata.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here, if we're going to find ourselves in a game 3 or not, or if Aurora takes this one swinging in a sweep against Smart Omega. We'll take a look at the emblems here real quick as we get a look at the mid lane action. Unbreakable already used. Revitalize as well. All right. Early.
Oh my God, Mingwin catches a lot from Yue. Point blank.
Yeah,
and then
like.
His Surge of Life just tops them both up.
Yeah, with that information, Demon Kite's actually going to approach the Golem on this side, even with Edward here, so they want control of this side.
They picked up that trick from Onic when they lost last week.
Yeah, that rotation. Harley goes up top, he can't go to the orange. Oh, he was waiting for the Little Wanderer, and he still gets it. Okay, small win there. It's going to be the late take on the orange for both teams. They both just wanted to get purple. They're getting the smaller camps first before getting the orange buff.
Okay, and Team Kai will want to grab the little extra gold there. So this is one of the things I think, depending on how this plays out too in the early game, there could potentially be a two Sky Piercers being built up over here for Aurora. So those stacks could happen. Do we think Demon Kai actually goes with that, or is it just all going to be Demon Kai?
Yeah, no, there's 3 possible Sky Piercers.
Oh yeah, Yue as well, Yue.
I think they have to decide. I'm against the possibility of multiple.
Yeah, just one, because you're all just going to be fighting for stacks. This isn't RG. In ranked games, understandable. In the pro scene, at least you're going to have to pick one. Actually, don't know who, because they're all very possible.
Yeah, who's better here if we think about all these possibilities?
Whoever pops off first, Joseph.
Whoever can get to the adaptive glove first.
Flicker final smash onto Edward! And Mr. Consistent gets taken down. First blood drawn by Smart Omega.
Fast rotation, great call. Good start for Omega.
Yeah, that's what they needed. This is going to get them the turtle too, so there's nothing that Demon Kai can really do there. He's trying to just get his purple, so they'll go for the trade. A kill and an objective going to the hands of Smart Omega. Best start they can hope for now.
Yeah, to make this work, you're going to have to get kills on the Ryzen.
Tsunami slam by Light, taking down Ryzen just as quickly. The criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
I thought he would just let that go and then go straight for going
His own
here to the
purple.
column or his own purple. I mean, he didn't get the info that Light. They might not have seen Light when he came out of that bush. He went back in.
Yeah.
Demon Kite was in his purple buff, which most likely Ryzen would have known.
Demon kita,
That might have been a
demon
misplay
kita.
for Ryzen to keep staying there, dude.
DK is nickel and diming Ryzen.
Menurutmu Vitality
The
masih
fact
bisa
that he was
bertahan?
absent from the map for what,
Raja
half
Juara
a minute,
bertahan?
that led to
Pertahankan
Demon Kite
Raja Juara
getting
bertahan.
a little bit more on the
Ratu
map.
gak
He
sih, Bang?
closed the gold gap.
So it's going to be Domenkai.
Bisa lah, Bang, bisa lah.
He's already got 2 pieces built there. I'm assuming he's going to go ahead and lock that in.
Yep.
But yeah, there's quick potential deaths here for both sides. Smartback can do exactly the same thing that we just saw Aurora do. Also because Mingwen has been holding on to the Tsunami Slam, so I think Aurora is also in a possibility of just needing to respond quickly to that, but also just making sure they don't get set up like that.
Older Suyo build, he went for the Fury Hammer and then he's going to go for the War Axe afterwards. Purple buff is just about to spawn for Demon Kite. Ryzen in the lower half of the jungle. It wasn't a
Aman aja, bro.
also terrible loss that he got taken out there. The Kite gets the EXP crab. Ryzen has a slight advantage. Not slight. That was a considerable progress on his XP bar. It's even bigger than I thought it would be. The progress in the XP.
Yeah. In the XP lane?
Oh,
Edward.
Fool me twice, shame on me, says Edward. That's a
James,
short form of that
James.
phrase. As James refuses to let that sting and moves on. That's just the final side. It'll come up cooldown.
Yeah, it'll be back up, but this is all to set up for this turtle. Second one of the game, they're going to get in position. Whoa, Mingwen jumping forward with a flicker, trying to get the Tsunami Slam, won't find it, but UA burned his flicker.
It's a flicker for a flicker as the dance of the turtle continues. Slight advantage to Aurora. Turtle's pulled over to them. Soft reset. There's the revitalize for Perceive. Shabloims! Edward with a throne of ruin. The
Ngeri
real
juga, Bang, ya.
Tsunami Slam takes down Mingwen. And that's a man down for the barangay. Aurora take turtle number 2.
Yeah, they don't overcommit anymore. They have Netsky push up top while Ryzen just goes straight back to his purple buff. Conservative move there by Omega, but well warranted. Well, Aurora, wait, James?
Okay, 2-man final slash, but it's Demon Kite and Edward. I don't think it's a winning situation. This seems familiar.
Ooh, that's pretty clean. Good job, James. Staying alive, making moves. Perceiva's here now, but not going to be able to result in anything. Was charging up the Unbreakable, but all this time, Netsky's been able to go ahead and farm up pretty well. He does pick up the DHS. He's working on the Corrosive Scythe next.
And Ryzen drops that deadly magic.
Tapi Bang, kan ada Onic. Oh, Onic ya. Onic 1, Onic yang mana? Nah, sekarang lu dukung Onic apa dukung Vitality tuh? Yo.
Down goes Ryzen, down goes Mingwen, line with the secure. The real Tsunami Slam comes in. Taking down James, double kill for Demon Kite. 3 for none.
Bam! Double kill. Going to the hands of Demon Kite. You saw Aurora, it looked like they were just going to completely lose that fight, and then everybody came right there where they needed to be.
Yeah, without Netsky, they realized they can't do much with the presence of Edward and his Alice. And Edward realized, wait, they're all clumped up together, and I have my flicker. I think I'm going to go for the Crimson Gleam, Flicker, Throne of Ruin combo, and Demon Kite off of the red right mid bush was ready to follow up with the Blade Surge and the damage. That was a clean execution by Edward and Demon Kite.
Good response. Still, there's that fight in Smart Omega that you're seeing. There's still potential to make fights go in their favor because of the way this works. You know, I just think that Aurora right now is just showing a little bit better decision-making when it comes to the fights breaking out. Next Turtle's coming into play. You've got a Radiant Armor picked up by James. James, actually on this R-Lot, is able to do a lot in terms of positioning to favor Smart Omega, depending how he sets things up. But he doesn't have that flicker just yet available. We'll see if Perceiva also decides to maneuver around this a little bit differently. Also revitalizes there. Mingwen, though, doesn't have an ultimate just yet. Now he picks up the Throne of Ruin. So he's got a flicker as well. The fight for this turtle. Last one.
Final slash. Still on point. Turtle at Retribution Rage. Demon Kite secures. OG Tsunami Slam taking down James. Throne of Ruin. But Netsky answers with a blazing duet, but 2 fall down too quickly for Omega. And another one falls for Shiva, taken down by Doming. And just like that, Omega cut their losses.
Still no solutions for this Alice. Netsky got a kill. The AOG by Persiva just also ever so slightly off the mark. He was only able to really hit Yue, but the other members of Aurora were just tearing through his teammates. Omega just have to find a recovery. At least they had a much better early game, so the lead isn't as big. To watch Horizon, who wants to get close, he tosses up the Deadly Magics. He'll be able to take down Light. Netsky finishes him off, but the rest of Aurora were healthy and safe. Double kill for Dominkai, 2 stacks.
That was the moment that basically snapped the close, tight relationship these gold leads have. There was a clinch that Omega was holding on to, but Aurora said, nah, we can't do that.
Yeah, that was just a fight. That's what I was saying. When it comes to the team fights, they're just making those better decisions on how they approach it. And, you know, Dominkai protected really well and found that positioning that favored him. That was one of the big difference factors there, too.
Hey,
Netsky, yeah, he's been doing work.
Yeah. That was a great read by
Keduanya gue
Omega.
dukung Vitality dan Onic.
Great of them. That
Onyx-nya
felt
pakai Y ya.
Seeing the tendency of Aurora with their minion wave push. Usually they'd like to collapse together as an entire team and just threaten breaking a base turret. So then Netsky realizing that, or maybe someone from Omega told Netsky to just split push, and it worked.
Wow, Netsky's actually got quite a bit of damage now on this quad too. Now that he's nearly there, he's nearly to the Trinity. And even his auto attacks alone on Edward, you can see just how much of a threat he could be. So Netsky might be, once again, one of the main components to making something happen in favor of Smart Omega. It's not a drastic goal deficit like we saw previously, but they're in a much better fighting position where they can actually contest this Lord, unlike the last game. They'll start it up.
Whoa.
They're holding it. Are they blitzing the Lord here?
I mean, it's under a third, now under a fifth, under a 10th, and they did it! Ryzen! Highway robbery! Right in front of Dominkai and Demonkai, they're like, it happened too fast!
Here I say Omega, I like their calls here in the late game. They understand the tendencies of Aurora. They said, you know what, I think we can play this, and they did. First Lord, though, hopefully that finally helps them give them progress towards the mid, but Aurora are hell-bent on defending their lower half of the map, with, of course, keeping tabs in the mid.
Gentlemen, Aurora are making better decisions, but they're not making fast decisions.
Yeah.
Omega, I think, have seen them and saying, yo, they're all telegraphed. What if on the flick of the dime, we just take the Lord?
Yeah, it was up. They're like, hey, we're here. We might as well just see if we can make it happen. And they did. You know, obviously this Lord is going to be dealt with pretty quickly, but essentially it narrowed that gap a little bit more for Smart Omega. Now they're looking to take down at least this tier 1 in the mid to open up the map just a little bit more so they can maneuver around where they need to. A Divine Glaive also picked up now for Mingwin.
Oh, wow, we're back in the clinch. It's just at about 1,000.
Yep. They'll charge him the Lord. There goes the shields. That's a good, I feel like that's about one of the best things you can have for Smart Omega off of a first Lord, plus a tier 2 up top.
It's crazy how they were able to pull the Lord just in the nick of time to make sure that it doesn't charge. I mean, the Holy Shield still gets popped, but at least that's not there's no damage onto the turret. That was clutch. I really thought that it was finally able to, like, it was just about to charge up, but they pulled it out just in time.
Yep. That tier 2 turret just standing barely up top. I think they'll try to get that in. It looks like they're going to go for that. It's one hit away. And this will just continue to leave some opening for Smart Omega here. Edward will go ahead and get spotted out too as that turret falls. So yeah, Netsky feels the damage as well.
Okay, that looks like 2 hits coming out of the Desinata. Omega still has a lot of possible chance to come back in this game. James with an anti-harass.
Edward.
Has the Radiant Armor. Netsky has still has the lead over Dominkai despite everything that's happened for Aurora. That Lord was a massive turnaround. This Suyo hasn't gone crazy like the last one. Still 305 is a very respectable KDA, but it's not like the Sky Piercer Suyo that gets stacks and is killing you instantly. Still the damage is gonna hurt though.
Oh yeah, they spot them out. Edward goes in with a gleam. So they'll keep things at least at a comfortable pace. Aurora barely holding on to the lead that they have. At this point, Smart Omega showcasing that they can actually fight. Wind of Nature was also just recently picked up by Netsky.
We're back in the clinch, gentlemen. It's just under 1,000
menang, anjir, kalau takdirkan menang gitu ya.
Omega's rotations
Bentar, gua cek dulu, Dir. Takdirkan menang. Bangke. Lah masih main, Cok. Iya elah, 5 game dipakai semua tuh.
It's light 2 for 1 possibly, but Jake gets taken down first. The shutdown by Neski on Demon Kite. 2 for 2. Perceive versus Bang, and Dominic finds him. Aurora win the trade in the long haul.
Great little sidestep from Dominkite to survive from that final slash earlier, and it gets himself a stack, but that is a fight still there for Smart Omega.
Yeah, Dominkite was also able to get away from the blazing duet that Netsky wanted to focus onto him, but Netsky realized it's a futile effort trying to chase after the Rangers, and instead he turned his attention to the other members of Aurora, Light and Dominkite going down, and it was a purple buff, right?
Dominkite got it, yep.
Dominkite? Yeah, Dominkite was the last hit.
Great to good.
Yeah. Also, Edward's defensive Throne of Ruin was a perfect response. I think that's a little nitpick I have here for Omega. If you're going to be the one to charge like that and you see that the Alice is there, wait until the Throne of Ruin is gone and then go all out.
Yep. It's damage reduction during the channel, so Smart Omega had to time that a little better, but no, there's still hope.
Yeah, they're still definitely in it. Now this Lord is up. They're not going to be able to blitz this one and go for it the way they did previously. So Aurora's got the idea here. They're going to get in position.
He's going to be tough. I think Aurora can blitz it too because of the minion wave advantage they have.
Yeah, they know.
The long lane belongs to them. Lord here at 8th of its health. Edward just waiting to pop that Throne of Ruin till the time is right. And he cleaves into two. Finds him, freezes him.
OMG, Poke mainnya paset. Main Poke Bim.
Oh, Dominkite.
With the crowd.
There's a finds him. The sharp retribution underneath that pit. Might get taken out by US. Pushes forward. Taking down Dominkite. 2 for 3. The bloodbath. A Pyrrhic victory for Omega. But Aurora win the trade.
All right, 3 members of Aurora crashing in. Dominkite was not able to cleanly retreat that because he was still under his Winter Crown. But Aurora still has the firepower. Their 2 carries are here.
Oh, the Lord will welcome in the wave. The 3 attackers, the survivors of Aurora's offense, have to take it down. So I think it's a wash. Omega will not get so much out of this objective.
A great take on the Lord, but that, man, what a fight that was. It was a little dicey even for Aurora, admits it all, but a great response from how things kind of broke out, but Smart Omega will stay in it. They
emang kalau Poke cuma RRQ doang, Bim, buset. Gitu ya, Bim ya.
Take a look at the replay. This Throne of Ruin, I was actually surprised how fast Edward got deleted down, but he did win a crown.
Kenapa kalau soal Poke lu ngarahnya langsung ke RRQ, Bim, anjir.
He had the deadly
sebutin RRQ, Cok.
winner crown. Survives
Memang
with
bener
the
sih yang
Lord
di
is
Poke,
taken.
waduh.
Luckily for Aurora, they'll chase down Ryzen.
OMG tuh pas zaman Kelra sama Caknu tuh enak tuh, sedap tuh.
There was a little nitpick. I would have changed.
Tapi sekarang OMG gak tau dah ini. Masternya Netsky, alah.
But he needed to stop you
Netsky
as a
mah
constant onslaught of
pas
damage.
di ini di MPL Malay di ayam-ayamin terus, bro.
Maybe he couldn't stop him because he didn't have the Unbreakable, and that's why he decided to go for the AOG instead. I'll just think that that's the scenario that would happen.
So if Omega just had an inch better target acquisition, could have been all them.
Yeah, but for them, understandable. Edward was right in front of them, and then they also had their eyes set on the Lord. Not that they're looking to damage it, but they also just want to make sure that Ryzen can get there quickly. So, again, it was really messy, but just you see the potential. Just little adjustments here and there because Yue was way freer than he should have been. Dominkite as well in that last one. The fact that the 2 carries, 2 main damage dealers outside of the Suyo are the ones that survived that is very telling of the target acquisition that happened in the last exchange.
Yeah, that's one of the difficult things for Smart Omega to deal with is actually Yue. You know, he's been able to do so much damage. Traction pulse is great. He hasn't died at all. And just the ability to get away with the jetpack and then even having a flicker available just allows him so much mobility and survivability, if you will, on this Kimmy here. So Smart Omega more so has to worry about winning team fights elsewhere because you're most likely not going to catch Yue unless you catch him off guard with a jump with the Avatar of the Guardian or maybe a deadly magic at least, or even a final slash. Like, they have the tools, but it might be just better off trying to take out someone else, even if that's Dominkite, because, yeah, he's continuously building up these stacks.
Final slash finds Edward! Fishes him out of that brush! Aurora lose a very important member
Video baru mana Pak Seb? Nanti jam 6 ya Bang ya. Itu 25 menit tuh. Lu nonton sampai akhir, Bro. Sedap tuh. Ada yang unik, seru dan menarik.
That was Lansu-esque.
Jam 6 ya Bang ya, jam 6 ya.
Feeding Edward to Omega, but Aurora will still try to contest.
Big Game James has another final slash for the Northern Lights.
They might give it up.
Holding that brush, not going to be necessary as the Barangay score another Lord.
James with the save. Omega will be able to take base turrets here. Unless Aurora pull off a moment of brilliance wherein they can force Omega back before the Lord could even get close. But Omega are freezing waves. They're allowing things to go slowly. They want a 3-lane push.
Yeah, they'll deal with this. Omega getting in position.
But a 3-2 split.
Yeah, Lord coming up. It's going to be making its way up to that top side. And Aurora, they'll have to deal with this. Again, if we look at their defense on this composition, you know, they should be able to clear things out at a decent pace, I would say. There is, what did Doman just pick up? Did he just pick up the... I think he just picked up the BOD.
Ouch.
To have that. So yeah, this is the Lord. Oh, they're marching in with this one.
Look at this. The light rotation, taking the long way around the river, finding the flank.
He's so far though.
He's done this so many times.
He's the M7 World Champion. He's the MVP. People should be watching this, knowing what he's up to. The Lord will help.
Oh, they hold on to the
Barangay
turret.
keep it down to just about 1 HP. Light still checking range. James!
It's
Serving up you into the rest of the Barangay. Frozen throne, the ruin combo by Edward. He finds Ryzen. Down he goes. Dominic still wailing away. Down goes James. Demon Kai finds him. And now that's game fired away. At Dominic and Demon Kai. And they back off 2 for 1.
Malaysia tuh bro. Di sana 18-34. Yaelah. Jam WIB Bang, jam WIB.
At the exact moment, Light came in to suplex Ryzen mid-air with that tsunami slam, stopping the Harley from getting away.
Yeah, knowing that they have this numbers advantage, they want to go ahead and take down this base turret in the mid lane. Perxiva trying to hold them.
He's trying the flicker, and Light finds Mingwin. Mingwin flickers away, dash into safety, and they get to protect their tier 3 in mid.
Oh, they keep it together though, so good defense there from Smart Omega. That buys them enough time for the rest of the team to get up here. So now Aurora, you know, either way, both sides, good defense, good maneuver from Light, like you mentioned earlier on. He's done this many times. Great timing there between him and Edward, but Smart Omega has stayed within frame here and stayed within this game against Aurora.
Omega has won games, has won series this season, but this is the best Omega I've seen so far.
Best
They're
Omega.
managing the map. The fact that they can make plays from out of nowhere, that sudden Lord Blitz, their quick rotations, their snappiness, they just need to climb that final hurdle to force a game number 3. A lot of items already completely locked in. No more boots for the Claude. It's up to the Windtalker at this point. Bootsless as well. The Granger has been for quite some time now after he went for the BOD. It's the Winter Crown for him as Ryzen will be hunting him down as the Harley.
Whoa. So Barangay Ube, they rotated underneath the conceal to be able to get to these key bushes, but yeah, Aurora's not allowing for them to get capitalized on.
Yeah, so it's not a fast clear just yet for Demon Kite in the bottom lane. He's gonna allow that to slowly flow because if he shows himself,
Bang Khairi dekat banget tuh sama Malay tuh. Bang lu sekali-sekali ke Malay gitu Bang.
On the Lord, so they call Demon Kite up here.
Okay,
Lord at half.
Approaching half. Slight pull by Omega, gets reset.
Yeah, it's gonna go for a reset. Fighting for space here at this point. That wave down bot is gonna be
still Omega favored.
Yeah, still Omega favored. It is gonna push in just slightly here, but we'll see how they play that. That's the map play they're going for right now as they continue to fight for the space around this Lord, but it's gonna go for this reset again.
Combo sama Cloud.
And here we go. A bit of a change. Dominkai picking up the War Axe now too.
Whoa. Could this be the go signal? Aurora are just wailing away. They're both going fast and allowing the rest of Omega to kind of stray forward to where Light is, and they don't fall for the bait either.
They're gonna conceal. This is a signature play of what used to be Echo, now Liquid. Who's gonna go first?
Lord is at an 1/8 of its health. Light with the conceal.
It's warm.
Sniffs it out. Edward with the throne of ruin. Right to the back line, but right to take the demon.
Apain kocak lu? Malay lah bro.
And now Edward is
Kemahalin tank RRQ, bro.
Light falls, Edward gleams away. It's all for the guy. Energy by Franziva. Pops Edward's immortality as they take down Mr. Consistent. And now they get another. Goblin Guy falls. It's just you left.
Blocked by James! The Arlot with the save! And Omega are on their way to forcing game 3!
Big game, James can't be stopped.
Game 3 Israel, bro.
Slash, forcing a flicker out of you, and he can only watch. Backline. It's a wipeout. Smart Omega. Take us all the way.
Oh
Nah,
my
Raj.
God! James!
James.
Potential, that chance.
This is citrus and coffee.
Citrus and coffee.
This
Wait,
is,
there are orange cold brews.
Impossible
exactly what I'm saying is
hambak
like
ya, Bang, ya.
this is butter and coffee. Like the first time you hear it, you're like, why?
Yeah,
But it could
bulletproof
work.
coffee. Yeah.
But it could work. I don't know, man.
I'm looking at how they're gonna handle the Grok and the Valentina playing aggressive.
Why would
The
you?
good thing is they have the Loi, a lot of control. It's magic damage based. That magic damage would actually surprise the Grok early on, but once they hit level 4s, is my biggest concern for Omega. 1 to 4.
Aku bersalah itu Bang terhadap OMG. Ya, lu salah banget, Dim. Hati-hati lo kalau ngomong ya.
Level 4 afterwards, how are they gonna make sure that things are set up for Ryzen to be able to have a good game here?
There's too many loop-de-loops in this roller coaster for me to enjoy.
Yeah. There's too much weirdness.
Yeah,
But
that's a great slide.
Smart Omega has been the team to do this at times. I'm just surprised they did it here in Game 3 against Rora.
Demon Kite placing himself. He had to place himself right in front. Because if Brixie still had the first skill, he could just like toss it out and walk away.
Ya tuh.
That's, how,
his body right
that's how
there.
everybody watches.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, it's essentially nothing too much happening here. Ryzen's going to get the Lithuander. So, they'll jump in for perks, but yeah, not too much. I'm wondering how this will work now with the Louis, just because, again, we don't see the Louis too much in the mid duos right now, currently in the meta, since it's his debut pick.
I mean, Loi has always had some really great damage and works best with roamers who also love to control. So, in theory, it's a match made in heaven. But how does it supplement their Fanny and their rotations? Or in the lane, James doing all right against Edward. Dominkite more aggressive against Netsky, as expected. Ryzen will be able to hit level 4 while Demonkite is still at his Golem side. No problems for hitting level 4 though. Oh no, Ryzen not yet. Wanna invade?
He's delayed, what, 15 seconds?
Yeah. Golem first for him, then he'll hit 4. Demonkite hits level 4 first, excuse me.
Yep.
Okay. Hits level 4. Fiddle's gonna be
Aman
up here
aja,
in just
Bang,
a
ya.
second, so they'll go ahead and get what they need and then rotate for this. I'm wondering too, Ryzen.
Oh no. Yeah, he
Oke, delete pesan. Kenapa
ended
delete
up
pesan,
leashing
bro?
for Demonkite.
Yep.
You got that. Turtles
Clean.
up.
Momentum and you're good.
So Ryzen needs his purple. He's going to grab his purple first. I almost would assume Demonkite would too, but he's actually just going to be posted up here. So yeah, I guess he's... Depends how they do this. Was that a diversion being held by you? I think he does have the Louis ult. Yeah. So he's got that. They're just going to fight for this turtle. They should be able to get it.
It's clean. Aurora will secure. Again, Omega, they have like a two-step process before they can even think of fighting.
Free turtle, Bang,
Okay,
ya.
so Ryzen choosing to potentially put pressure. I'm not sure if he's actually going to... Yeah, Dominkite knows what's going on here.
Still gonna be able to get it. Oh, he leaves a little beetle right behind for Demonkite. Sort of like leaving the
baby serpent.
the baby wolf, and the purple buff. Looking at Netsky, Doming, still a slight advantage. In terms of EXP, gold quite even. James rushing into tough boots. Ooh, okay. Both EXP laners going for Dreadnought armor. I assume they're not gonna full build that.
Oh my god! A Rampart tech charge right on the face of Perks.
Yeah, they didn't even have to do anything fancy. Again, with with light half
diversion.
And now Netsky, blazing duet. He knows that there's someone behind. Mingwin follows up. And Netsky comes in, white brush. Notices the light is there, Rampart, no follow through. Aurora already maneuvering to the next thing.
Okay, Ryzen gets that, but this is Edward, so he should be able to survive just fine. James, though, visiting the mid lane as well, so a whole lot happening here across the map, and it was even good that Mingham decided to go ahead and be back up there for Netsky. They really got to take care of Netsky here and let him farm up on this Claude.
Yeah, especially since Aurora are eyeing out a lot more pressure onto the gold lane.
Oh,
Aman aja, bro, ya.
Rampart, compromising perks, able to hit that spatial migration out this time.
Good to hear Rome not having a good time. Aurora wants to take this purple buff. Oh, it's going to be a starving Fanny. He's waiting.
We're going to watch the tech charge here. Light does have it, so James is going to have to do work with everyone else.
Oh, smart.
Rampart isolating that larger serpent, the main purple buff, and now Phantom Steed comes through. Demon Kite secures, and now Ryzen goes in.
Sama aja
steals
bohong.
the other, thinking if he should use the retribution, doesn't need to.
Sama aja bohong,
Gets the
guys
blade
ya.
also, has the blade of Hepsies now. So Ryzen should be able to go ahead and join in some of these little skirmishes and fights. Visits the mid.
Nice banget, Bang.
Dean sneaks in a kill on the UE.
Okay, Ryzen, we see you now. First kill for him, but can Omega find enough space and a good opportunity for them to contest this lord because Rome, EXP, jungle also very tanky.
Yep, they're going to start it up. Ryzen grabbing his orange, and then he'll visit on down, I'm assuming, or
Okay.
is this all just a plan right here?
With such an abstract flex draft, I think Omega have decided to not go for the usual rotations. They're not gonna go for what's obvious. So this turret, this turtle, despite it being free, obviously, they said, you know what, let's just go for the long game. They're taking that turret up top.
Yeah, they take the tier 1 down. Edward's up there now, though, but Ryzen is going to be able to get out of there. Yeah. Turtle secured easily with Netsky.
Netsky with the blazing duet to clear that wave, and I think they're happy with this, just for that lane to not lose.
Yeah. They need to hold on to that. That's what giving up the turtle is the trade-off, though. Yeah, you get the tower up top, but you get less farm for your gold.
Diversion sending James and Minguin down.
But they were able to track where they were able to go because US Wisps from the dash still locked in.
Chased them.
Chased them through the diversion, so they still had vision on those members of Omega. They knew where they were going to go.
I feel like that shouldn't work like that. I feel like they should not give the cue.
That's what it is, man.
The Wisps chased them.
That's just smart. That's just smart MLB.
Yeah, that's just the way to deal with it. Again, pressure on the purple.
Light,
Jumping forward.
Phantom Speed. And Demon Kite steals it again.
Well, his is up.
So
Ryzen sidesteps.
He just wants this turret, man. Ryzen has basically knocked down the tier 1, now the tier 2. Top side Aurora. This is a game of macro that we're seeing. Not too many fights.
Yeah.
It's all just objectives across the map.
Diversion. It's just to defend, to stop the Holy Shield from popping up top.
Yep, he sent DK over there. Is this Smart Omega's approach to what Falcons did earlier tonight? Where they drafted kind of weird, but played very macro-centric?
I mean, that's what you get with the Loyi, and they're making it work so far.
Ooh.
But was it enough for Netsky? Currently at 4,200 gold, just slightly behind Omega, so it's not a terrible lead that the Claude has to crawl through.
I mentioned this earlier, game 1 is it? Wherein Dean is used to playing the Fanny with no purple. That's exactly what he's doing now.
Yeah, he's not even trying to steal the purple buff away.
Nope, they lose tier 1 down bot.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. Rush on the Malefic Roar after the Heptases for Ryzen, and he's just constantly going to the top lane.
No, that's sneaky. They did it. Aurora did it. They took their big purple and left the little baby wolfling.
Yeah.
And with that, Dean has one less source of purple.
Yeah, he's got no purple, but he's basically just stay on that side of the map. I mean, think about it. This is like him almost playing what we usually see from a Uranus. Oh, Phantom Seed.
Big fight breaking out near the purple side of Omega. Perxiva very low. Spatial migration out. Edward comes in.
Is Ryzen.
Goes in to torrent form. James with a tone of ruin. Taking out Ewan. The second time this game, and Edward gets James on him. 2 free kills for the guy. Aurora reeling. Back at him.
Ryzen doesn't need a purple to get the kills.
Ryzen with 2, and Omega are winning.
But the Cayetanos are going wild.
They have the start of the Lord. Demon Cat and Light are close enough.
Tapi kalau Omega menang sih ngeri sih, Bang.
Their eye on the blitz.
Masuk,
I
Bang.
don't think they can do this out Edward. They force a flicker out of Light. forcing that
Ya,
early.
cepetin, Bang.
Phantom Steed from Demon Kite.
Ibu Mega yang OP apa Mas Sep?
The SOD with a
Oh,
clean
tiba-tiba Ibu Mega, bro.
Oh man, they pile on to James. James just takes it.
Tiba-tiba tuh Ibu Mega.
He jumps in, but Demon Kite will be fine. But yeah, Lord secured off of that. So Smart Omega holding on to this bit of a advantage, you would say, right now. And it's all been a low action, low kill game, but it's all been a game of just macro decisions.
Yeah, we asked how is Omega gonna set up for Ryzen's Fanny. It wasn't a setting up for Ryzen's Fanny. They were setting up for Netsky while Ryzen just did his own thing and split the top side completely. Aurora had their eyes set on finally getting Dominicite out of lane for the longest time. It looked, whoa.
Ryzen did not expect Demon Kite to be camping in that brush.
Yeah, he had to back off. It took 7 to 8 minutes to take that tower down to the bottom lane, which opened up so much time for Ryzen to split up top, and now that's where the Lord is marching, and he continues to cut and manipulate the waves more and more.
You know what's so painful about this? DK cannot afford to do that. He cannot play tag with Ryzen.
You're not going to catch him, you know, and at best you can just kind of delay him a little bit, but Ryzen pretty much has this control just because of the way this Fanny works and gets himself the orange buff. Aurora's going to have to go in and clear out this Lord, trying to hold on to this, James.
Mantap, James.
James with that Throne of Ruin, just trying to get that Lord into the threshold, forcing that pop on that Holy Shield up top.
They get the Holy Shield. I mean, Smart is playing this actually smart.
Yeah.
The way that they're going about playing around the objectives, playing around the Lord.
The coaches and the players, they deserve their big ups. How they decided to play this man. Because look, there's still a 2-level gap between Ryzen and Demon Kite. Ryzen got so much farm in a game where he barely got his own purple buff.
Mingguin.
Chasing. That's what Demon Kite has been doing. And
Jangan lupa like-nya abang gue ya.
It was too late.
Yeah, there's just, it's an interesting way. It's
Dulu.
Oh no!
Wah, gila si Ryzen, guys.
Diabolical strategy for Omega, and it's splitting the more Ube-centric play as 5 playstyle of Aurora. Well, because now Dominicite also can't even do what Moscov's versus Fanny's usually do, which is be the one splitting the lane. Ryzen got way too much farm that if ever Ryzen saw him all alone, it might be a really easy kill for the Fanny up against the Moskov.
So they're forced to play as 5. Wah, Pak, iya, Bang.
But then that just keeps opening up. Ryzen is non-stop with the side lane splits.
And look, because of what you mentioned, Redmar, he always has
Minimal PPQ sih, PPQ Sena yang lolos playoff dah, gak apa-apa dah.
And was this part of the reason why also the Louis was just kind of picked up just in case?
Mahal, Bang, mahal.
As another plan that they could go ahead and use the diversion if they needed to go ahead and maneuver around the map. With Ryzen doing this the way that he's playing?
Dipok mono kah? Makrib kok.
Well, recently, Fanny's we've seen most of the time has been playing through the momentum of get the buffs early, get the kills early. Snowball. But it's been a really long time till we saw a very effective Fanny and a lineup centered around the Fanny playing through sheer split, macro, an evolving 4-1, 3-1-1 split. Oh my God!
I like to say big damn for that one. He made it work.
That's Big Dean.
That's Big Dean. My God, without Yue. I'm wondering though, are they still going to follow through with the plan, or do they actually go and convert this now into the Lord?
They're a man down. That's asking too much, especially since Omega are all here. They find light, quick knockup, full combo, and Ryzen with the finishing touch.
There was a time in history where we called Ryzen a Class S monster, and he is a Class S monster in this game, almost a steal by doming through the SOD, but it's still secured by Omega.
That was close.
Way too close.
That was close. Luckily, Ryzen had his retribution on point.
Yeah, just so impressive right now. Ryzen, you see it, you know, even the tankiest of members of Aurora are getting shredded down. With Ryzen on this, taking a look at his build, he's pretty much got what he needs. I'm wondering what the last item is going to be on the Fanny here for Ryzen. Netsky does pick up a win of nature, so he's got the defensiveness that he needs. And it's funny because Netsky hasn't had to do too much because the team has just played to the macro level and let Ryzen split push, and now they're in a position to actually go ahead and be such a threat towards this base of Aurora as they go for the defense.
All right, force engage, up top, try and defend. Perxiva catching a good amount of spears out of Dominicite. The Lord will crash into this turret, putting at about less than half health.
Park
Netsky
Jipa,
still
Park
holding on to
Jipa.
that ult. AOT has max stacks. In comes Big Game James! Setting up something. Hold it on! There's that throne of ruin! But I think Omega are happy with what they got. Uncanny discipline from the barangay.
I don't know, was that part of the plan? I thought that they would actually follow through with that, but they just get the base turret.
Gentlemen, who is this team?
What happened?
Who are they?
From games 1, 2, and 3, what happened?
Bring
Or has
that guy in here every time Smart Omega plays.
They saw Barbiel. He's chasing after Ryzen.
No, through sheer maneuvers, Ryzen forces a Phantom Steed.
That's just how scary Ryzen is on the fanning.
Look at the gold distribution, total gold. Big leads for Omega.
Used. Ryzen's in position.
He's just holding it. Ryzen is playing the Fanny, I think, as a Filipino team.
Aman
That's
aja
a
bro.
Filipino fanny.
A Filipino Fanny.
That's the ones you guys find in your RGs. Just playing his own game. But it's so funny because it seems like he's playing his own game, but he's playing for the team. Like, this is a very team-centric style.
This is a new way to play Dangerous Grass.
Dangerous Grass.
You hide an ultra-mobile hero into these weird brushes.
Wait, was he spotted out? That flare does see him. Yeah,
It did,
does.
it did.
He was,
I was
yeah.
gonna say, it does see him there.
Apparently, sentries hit that part of the lane too. So Ryzen just barely gets out of harm's way.
I'm actually surprised that the sentry does see that bush.
Just a
But,
quarter.
yeah.
It was like the initial blast, because when the sentry was still like the lingering effect of the sentry, it only affected what we usually known affects it.
Yeah, but it's that
Ngeri
initial
juga,
shootout.
bro,
I
ya.
think.
The initial blast is what actually spotted him out.
All right, well,
Because with the lingering, I call them stars. So with the lingering stars from the sentry,
fireworks.
Yeah, it doesn't see him. Fireworks. Okay, fireworks.
I call
is
them
better.
fireworks.
It's because you're American.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I'm also half Filipino.
We do love fireworks.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, actually, yeah. All right, well, nothing for them to take just yet. Lord is coming up here. Rora still sticking to the game plan of just
Ngeri
stacking
juga,
them
bro, ya.
together. I'm wondering, now with this one base turret down, at least the Lord is up on this side, but they'll have to manage Ryzen here.
Wait.
Is he going to go for Domikite?
They don't spot him.
Again, I think it did.
I don't think he showed up for a moment.
Okay.
I didn't see the indicator. I might have been wrong, but I didn't see the indicator even with the initial pop.
The way Aurora's moving, it seems like they do not see him.
Oh, look at that push, too, with the wave. Just because you have a Louis Yi, you're able to go ahead and deal with that, but it is going to be cleared out.
Chubby wave down bottom.
Yeah,
Yep,
remember
Domikite
the
will clear it.
very old low Yi Claude combo. It's just very quick, but it's possible. Oh, James fronting.
And quick clear out. Ryzen here up on this top side. They're going to have to take their time with the Lord, though.
Oh, this time.
Hasn't evolved just yet. Light's in position as well.
Yeah, James has blade
Yang
armor.
satunya posisi 8, yang satunya posisi 2. Siapakah aku pas Sep?
Back to the bottom lane.
World's longest
Harus gua
DMI.
sebutin inisialnya atau ini,
Oh,
Bang?
they know this.
And he's back.
Lu kan nggak bahas Tagalog
And he
pas
still
Sep.
gets a minion wave
Duh,
advantage down bottom.
kalau ini mah bahasanya bahasa
Okay, the
ini.
blitz by the Northern Lights. That's all 5 members near the pit. In comes Brixiva.
Kalau ini mah Inggris, Bang, biar ketemu Mai. Mai.
And it's Demon Kite into their sights. Down goes Edward. Down goes DK. And the SOD thrown out. Dominic Kite finds Mingwin. And he's wailing away at the Lord. Ryzen and James don't bother on life.
Oh, set mahal, Bang.
Dominic Kite finds that sky. James gets Dominic Kite. It's just you and left. Oh, my sweet prince.
Tinggal Yue doang, anjir, gelo. Ryzen. Wah, langsung end sih, guys. Fix. Tetapi Bang, nggak ada ini loh. Jen Ryzen lu mati, Jen. Ngawur bae. Ya elah, masih bisa defend, Bang. Nggak ada MM-nya, guys. Netnya modern soalnya.
They didn't have Netsky. They didn't have enough basic attack. They committed and trying to end. And now it's going to be a full reset yet again. But Omega clearly still have the lead. Edward was teleporting out. Ryzen found Edward. Read where he was. Netsky with a blazing duet. Almost heroics by Dominic, but he got taken out. We get a round 2 of that sequence.
Gentlemen, we were moments away from blowing up the internet. Reddit, Facebook, Twitter,
Everything.
TikTok, X would have clipped this.
Threads.
Ad nauseum threads. Blue Sky. Everyone will be talking about Omega
Netski,
taking
Netski.
down Aurora.
Don't tell me we're gonna see Omega taking down Aurora before GTA 6, man.
Oh.
I won't be able to take that.
That's going to be there as well. We're back to it. Lord is up. This time it's
Oke lah,
evolved.
ini Lord yang
And Smart
ketiga
Omega
bang
looks
ya.
in a position. Bit of a reset.
Ada
using
like-nya
that
pakai
rampart.
hero powernya guys.
So it will go
Batu.
ahead and bring it back. But here's one thing also. They have one base turret for Aurora. That is a disadvantage for them. We'll see how this plays out. Perceive up picking up Athena's shield. Need a little more of that defense.
Uh-oh. It's
are they
round
gonna
2.
do here?
Literally, Aurora are still trying to blitz. Netsky AOT gets hit by that rampart. Look at the back line.
Ryzen guys. Ryzen fokus. Ryzen fokus N. Ryzen fokus N. Ryzen fokus N. Walah, ketobaknya gak kena lagi. Fokus N. Anjing. Gila. 1000 IQ pemikiran makro. This is Philippines, bro. Juara M7 aja diobok-obok, guys. Ngeri. Maghrib dulu ya, Bang ya. Juara M7 Bang diobok-obok anjir. Bata ya.
Gold laner again.
Maghrib dulu Bang, maghrib dulu.
Let's see though how much value Benny QT can bring with his YSS. Considering the last time we saw it, it wasn't that much.
Game 1 in the Soar Opera, the Phoenix versus the Falcons, facing off for the first time in the first half of the regular season. Look how deep the map
Maghrib
goes.
dulu ya.
That is so deep, and we're talking about the Mamba. People online
Ngeri sih, tadi
have
sumpah
really
seru
been
banget.
itching more from this guy.
Are we
Really hoping for more.
are we
And he's
wearing
doing it. He's trying to do it.
rose-coated glasses, rose-tinted glasses when we talk about the Mamba?
I guess most people are, right? I guess it's because of very fond memories
He's still entertaining.
of stuff that he does. But yeah, I mean, results need to speak. Right now, Chaknu, though, is trying to stay alive.
Oh.
Of course, we'll have Quicksand Guard for safety, but Kyle is very close by.
So Kyle actually let go of the golem there because he realized that, wait, with the litho spawning here, it looks like Zyda isn't even continuing his own rotates. He's right here. Okay, it's not really a delay. I can let go of this, jump on Chaknu, and see what I can get out of it. And then, if I'm not mistaken, he also got the litho. So that was a really quick little decision, but it worked out really well for Kyle.
Yeah.
Counter rotations, interacting with each other. How about that gold lane situation? So far, in about a minute and a half, is this Granger paying off? Because I think Marco was just skittish to play the Claude. He could not play. Claude is just the weakest laner right now.
Yeah. Claude has a lot of difficulties as well, as we've seen all throughout the season with the matchup of the Claude and the YSS. So we decided to play for range. And again, that's what Falcons was looking for, range.
Right, TNC grouping up. It's only Zyda with the deadly magic, though I don't think they're gonna pull the trigger quite yet. But the turtle is coming up. There's no waiting for the purple.
Yeah.
It looks like Falcons are being kept on their toes here by TNC very severely. Chakno in their faces as well.
Yeah, aggressive 4-man rotations by TNC is actually making this Marcel play a little bit safer.
Oh.
Right up on front, it's Free Martini with a thunderform. It's first blood over into Oakwood. Flat TZ uses the flicker and gets that kill as well. Small consolation prize, pays for his life with it.
The dangerous 3-mar coming in, helping TNC score a turtle and 3 kills on top.
Yeah, and now the risk is that they might lose the purple buff here of Kyle. Haji already forced the black shoes.
There you go. That's one of the big reasons why you pick up that Lilia save you from the black shoes, Chaknu. That made something happen, but then again, that's the TNC aggression that I'm starting to really love.
Yeah, and it's that aggression, it's those rotations that are catching Falcons off guard. Again, the fact that they went 4-man real quickly.
Whoa.
Instead of staying static in the lane, 3-mar decided to go to the middle and finish off his farm there to hit level 4. Now Kyle does get the purple buff.
Yeah, he got it. Pretty clean here, but Haji with the flicker in. They're trying to get Lancey into place. And the Granger just not quite there yet with the damage.
Okay, so they're able to close the gap when it comes to range, but there's not enough reliable burst just yet.
Yeah, good counter-rotate by Falcons. We mentioned counter-rotating, and so far Kyle is keeping up with it. Will take away the purple buff from the Harley, and that should delay his level spikes. Let's see if Zyda will be able to keep his level will level alongside Kyle for turtle number 2.
Look at the fingers on Fredimar. This is the Infinix hand cam. They're playing on the GT series. They jump flop.
Oh, I love that counter engage as well from Flap, but just not quite enough. Freemar is on fire. He is just not afraid to make a play here.
Oh.
Ogwen trying to make a little bit of space, but that turret plating is gone. A lot of gold going over to TNC.
Drifting Skies into lightning form. Exactly what Freemar needed to be able to take down chunks of the shield. Put the turret in half.
Yeah. And we mentioned earlier in the keys to victory, Falcons needed a damage EXP laner for Falcons, which of course they got, but it's to acknowledge how important Flap's presence here is in terms of playing fast. Since it's actually Freemar winning in lane with a lot of aggressive rotations from Chaknu towards the EXP lane, it's slowing down Falcons even more.
Yeah, slowing them down is very helpful, but with Asuyo in their mids, I don't think they're going to be able to do it quite as efficiently.
Ogwen catches Freemar, forcing a Shifting Skies.
There you go, and now that's a big ultimate, and another one. The final slash actually misses here. Black TZ is out and down for the count, at least for now. TKO, they're still fighting it out though. Haji up on front, Kalti is working on that turtle, and they get away with it scot-free.
Ogwen was the MVP of that sequence. He held their ground, pushed back to remember the TNC, sent the Mamba back home, and it's all still Falcons despite the 500 goal deficit.
Yeah, it also really stopped Zyda from going back to his previous hat. So it was a miss of the final slash from Flap, but that actually forced the space escape from the Harley. Then Ogwen pushed forward, dropped the golden hour, and Zyda's looking at it thinking, I cannot go back to my hat.
Cannot go back to your hat. It's actually very hard to know where your hat is sometimes.
Zyda always knows, but the fact that Falcons kept tabs on it is what made that sequence so amazing.
Yeah.
Gold lane has been quiet for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, because understandably so, as we mentioned earlier, TNC put a lot more focus towards the bottom half of the map, towards that R-lot. But at this point, you're going to have to shift your focus towards the gold lane. You're going to have to get Benny out.
Yeah, as quiet as he is, Benny Q has actually been on 130 BPM for the past few minutes. So I'm sure he is still playing very cautiously. And he's probably thankful that there's a lot of action on the bottom side of the map. That just means they're safer up there.
That's right. Real quick, check in on how they're doing. He has a Hunter Strike on his way to his... Oh, hold up. Is that a Sky Piercer he's trying to build?
For who?
For who?
For Benny.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Oh, wait!
Oh, that's going to be insanity here. Picture perfect right there for Chaknu. But all of those bullets just saved it for one target.
Talking about stacks, Marco grabs one.
Oh, it's going to be the first one for him.
Aman ya, Bang,
there
ya?
it is. Skybracer already for Benny. Oh, he already tracelessed out. But the other members of Falcons are not close enough to capitalize on that. So 18 seconds here, heading into the turtle. It's still a slight lead for Kyle in terms of the level. Just a 1. Seems Ida can hit level 10.
Oh!
Lancy, Black Shoes in a really bad spot.
Whoa.
Luckily still has a flicker. Gets it on out of there.
The Phoenix Army missed Lancy.
That's a highlight for sure. He got a lot of resources from him, was forced out. But at least he didn't give a kill, and now both junglers are level, both at level 10.
Absolutely still alive here is, of course, Haji with original Black Shoes. Maybe they can make something happen. That's all up to Ogwen right now. Has vision on Saida.
Playing man-to-man on Chaknu. Chaknu about a half here as Freemar dives in. Oh, it's a final slash!
Beautiful final slash here, but look at Freemar, just no fear to fight. The 5-man of Falcons. Up on front is Ogwen with the flicker. There you go, all of them stacked up. Chaknu is erased.
Aman Bang ya.
Another stack for Marco!
Oh, unfortunate. Freemar, the moment that he used his ultimate, that was a goal sign for Falcons.
Yep, Ogwen right now absorbing a lot. He's giving so much information.
Oh!
Inside a win a Retribution steal.
Oh, it wasn't even Retri. He didn't use it. I think that was just from the cards.
Hat
What?
and card trick.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's it. He didn't even Retri.
No
That's
Retri.
insane.
Oh my lord, here comes the dangerous Freemar!
And of course, Haji pays the price. Freemar is all over them right now, but here comes a re-engage from
Freemar.
Falcons.
Enggak lo aja yang nggak pakai baju Araki Braden kan juga nggak pakai baju Araki.
Flap walks away with a sliver of
Titik
hell.
Panglima Kingdom
Holds
kecewa
the
ya.
line. Gentlemen, is it too early to say that this might be the TNC we missed since Cuneta?
Definitely. This is the TNC we're looking for. A 3-mar much more active and efficient. He made up for the fact that it was him using his ultimate after Chaknu was brought down low by Falcons after that final slash that called for Falcons to go for the fight, to commit that golden hour and finish off the Cal lead. We thought Falcons would get the turtle, but then a miraculous last hit from Zydus Harley secured that. And then they made an even better call. Continue that momentum into the purple buff and apply pressure there. They took down Kyle. They were able to, if I'm not mistaken, they took the buff. Did they? Or was that Kyle? Well, the matter is, Falcons ended up losing big after losing the turtle.
Hilang.
Yeah, very, very bigly.
Aman bang ya.
As well that we are just, we're not even seeing Benny Cutie that
Jangan lupa tonton video terbaru bang.
He's been utility again. Just
Chance
Mount
RRQ
Shocker,
menuju
Vision,
playoff.
threatening the back line,
Cuma
and look at
4%
how
doang.
chill 3-mar is. At just about 75 beats per minute. He's barely
4%
breaking his
bang, lu
resting heart rate.
bayangin
he
aja
probably
4
knows
biji
there's not
doang
many
anjir.
threats that actually eliminate him in one go, right? Unless maybe
Ibarat ada
it's
1
Owen
biji,
setting
di
him
sini
up for
cuma
Super
ada 4
Marco,
biji
stuff
doang bang.
like that, but
Buset.
otherwise, he's pretty chill.
He has to walk into all of these glooms in Marco's bullets. Like, that's the only way 3-mar gets punished hard.
That
Rora
only that
PH,
happens
Rora
if he gets
PH.
disconnected.
Right now, Benny's having the most
Tapi
intense
kemungkinannya
utility
ngeri juga
marksman
sih.
game of his life.
I didn't think that was possible.
With 130 plus BPM.
Guys.
He just doesn't want to die,
Do I
you know?
mountain shocker?
I get it,
Do I
I
use
get
the
it.
mountain shocker? Do I split push? Okay, I push this tower. No, but so far, you can't really knock on anything on the performance of Benny Cutie right now. He's serving his role. He's doing his job, and that's what you can ask for the most of your gold laners.
Yeah, give him about 5 more minutes and he'll start carrying.
Oh yeah.
That's when we are going to see this Sky Piercer Yisun Shin pay off, because stats will say you build Hunter Strike and then either Endless Battle or Malefic Roar.
Right.
But right now, Benny's rolling the dice. He's saying, I'm going to get stacks, y'all. I'm going to get stacks.
Yeah.
Just you wait.
With the vision provided by Khalid and
Biasanya kalau RRQ yang tanding pasti dia pakai baju RRQ lah, saking muaknya bang. Takutnya kalau tiba-tiba pakai baju RRQ terus diginiin bang, waduh. Crack gitu.
This has been TNC's game.
Ngeri
Yeah,
loh.
Falcons has clapped back, and there was that unfortunate miss on that turtle. Still, it's slowing down Falcons. The constant vision, the constant information that Falcons cannot get their surprise initiations. They have to be honest with their fights, which is exactly what TNC wants to play into, because it makes it easier for 3-mar to get those big sets, to get those damage, and of course a clear sign for Zyda to go in, try to deadly magic someone.
Yeah, despite the 2 deaths he suffered, I think 3-mar is in the running for an early MVP award.
Definitely.
10 minutes in, 2K up. He is single-handedly making Falcons think of their engagements. Again, we mentioned earlier, off of a golden hour plus about 3 ults is how they can kill him. And I think that's what's bothering Falcons right now. Oh,
Chaknu's up front. Owen is running. He's trying to get the setup maybe on the golden hour, just getting more information so far. But 3-mar TC, again, no fear whatsoever. On the back line, it is Final Slash already used up as well. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm. Chaknu sets it up pretty perfectly, but it's going to be Super Marco with the kills this time around.
Close call there underneath the golden hour. A lot of low HP bars on Falcons, but TNC, this is not how they want to fight. Lancey, blasting out Falcons, Kyle, pushing him back.
Lancey's keeping tabs here. Zyda comes back with a deadly magic, but I think he will be able to make it through the black shoes.
Would have been a little bit too early to go back there, and Lancey, he's committing to the play.
He used the black shoes of his own as well. He is all good.
He's feeling himself.
Yeah, that was all Lancey. We were just talking about a second ago that 3-mar's in the running for an early MVP. Lancey took that personally and said, I kind of won my own MVP now that I'm finally back in the lineup.
That's a star power I'm talking about. I miss that whenever I see Lancey play.
And because of that, Lord gets deadlocked. It's another dance that gets initiated. Slight advantage to TNC, 3 men on it. Ogwin waiting to get it, does not have a golden hour.
Benny's up on front. There is just no fear whatsoever. They know Flap's not going to go for anything. Flicker's not on cooldown. And Chaknu pays the price.
Yeah.
That's worth it.
And because of him going down, the Lord's literally just about to spawn. Chaknu, let's see if TNC can make the most out of this. They might not be able to unless Falcons just slowly allow it to push.
Not to mention another sap
Aman
for
aja, Bang, ya.
Marco. Final slash, no one home. Lancey with a stolen, guess what? No, that's not a surge. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness. All right, so Lancey again just doing everything, throwing everything at Falcons but the kitchen sink right now. And 3-mar in front, again, no fear whatsoever. So where's the burst gonna come for your Falcons here? Where are they gonna find the chink in the armor?
Well, it has to be the Lilia, but it's only up to the Magic Lantern right now, so it's gonna take a while. You're waiting for either the Holy Crystal or the Divine Glaive third item, so that you really start feeling the pain of the Lilia. But then again, they do have the Suyo, the Granger with hella stacks, still deathless. Is Marco? He should be at around 40 or 50
40?
right now, yeah.
Yeah, 40 stacks.
10,
I don't know if
40.
he got it at 1-0, maybe 30.
He did.
He did.
Yeah.
Alright.
After he built the Sky Piercer, then he got his first kill. So far he's been pretty darn good on the stacks right now. And a slight lead also over Benny QT's YSS, but at this point he's just very small.
It was a queller.
Artone tuan muda habis ini.
It was weird. Lancey stole the queller.
Lancey stole the
Get the
Queller?
little
that's
bit
why.
of-
Kyle.
Okay.
What?
Hilarious.
Flap. Lah ini casternya mana, anjir? Caster menghilang dari lane, anjir. Primar. Sampai sini gas. Hah? Zaida. Nah ini casternya turu apa gimana guys? Caster mana nih caster oi? Ya elah, turu nih casternya. Primar. Halo mas? Tambah si singkas mas mini. Ini tambah si singkas ya. Singkas mas. Oke. Buset. Lordnya. Sumpah ini gak ada casternya guys, oke lah gue casterin bro, oke. Udah, gak jadi guys.
At humahaba na sila ngayon, sabay-sabay nagbabagsakan ng mga membro ng Team Falcon. Habang sa likod, at yung sagasa para kay Open. Sinasakip siyang buhay niya, huwag na maabot agad dito sa Super, makabakapag-back away with a flicker. Habang yung mga members dito, DSC ay pasokon pa rin.
Kak? No?
Iba? Dahil first time ever, we're doing a 6-man dance!
Six-man cast pa
Kaya
rin,
game
pero
biasa
alam mo,
mainnya
hindi
buset,
magawa dito ng
Bim.
Team Falcons. Kasi hindi
Biasa
na
gitu
naman cast
ya.
yung mga spells nila. Kasi pakalat-kalat yung TNC. Ang daming angulo pinagkagalingan nung Sora, nung Khalid, at pati na rin ng Arlie.
That's why it seems like it's an early MVP call for either Trimar
Buset.
or Lancey, because Lancey is back!
Lancey is back.
Definitely, he's playing really well right now. It looks like he's
Lancey
gonna get
is
tough defense
back,
for
guys, ya.
Falcons. With more minion waves coming in after this Lord. But TNC are not letting go of the issue.
Kaya pa na.
Endable na yata to. Kita mo na yung kukunin nila, tatry nila, pero ganda pa rin ng defense ang makikita natin mula sa
Yeah, right now, Falcons are just looking to get resources on their table. And this is what we were saying earlier in the English broadcast. Haji's just waiting for the Divine Glaive to come in. He decides to build it as the fourth item after the
Ngeri
Blood
juga,
Wings.
Bang, ya.
Now, we were asking earlier, where will the damage of Falcons be coming from? It has to be coming out of that Lilia, and Falcons needs it now.
is yung capability ng TNC, yung force lock, yung wave spells, yung flash shoes, yung flaker, lahat kasi damage out ng Team Falcons, naka-base sila sa kanilang mga skills. Even yung pwesto ni Granger. Kaso ang parang issue nito men, nasa side ng TNC, ang daming willing magpakamatay. Nandyan si Chapno, nandyan si Timar, at kapag hindi mo sila pinansin, may mga damage sa mga heroes ako.
Sunset Raven. Flap.
Yeah, this is what Falcons needs to watch out for, those surprising flanks. But I feel like they have a bit of an idea what they're trying to set up because of how they're holding the map. And now Ogwen's coming in for the
Ayan
check.
na.
And he takes Zyda out.
That's right. Owen actually has been looking for targets left, right, and center. It just so happens that, you know what? TNC is doing such a phenomenal job. Ang hirap ding hulihin, of course, ng Harley na yan.
Okay. Flap, playing full siege with 3 mark. A lot of damage.
Okay, nagsisimula naman agad sila dito ng mga attempts. Kaso nga lang ang TNC, sobrang ilap nila sa mapa.
Okay, Lord spawning upper quarter. Ito, I'm surprised. Falcons are still first to the scene. Can they afford to contest?
I think meron na
Ngeri
talaga sila
juga, Bang, ya.
makakapasiti to actually
Agak berapa dia
try
bahas yang
and do
besar ke
the
si
Lord
lomba
fight.
besar
Kasi alam mo
dari
ba, at
player
again,
dan
advantage nila
coachnya.
dito is yung kanilang poking
Peromba
capability.
besar gitu
Kanina
ya, Bang, ya.
nandyan yung mga pokes mula sa Queller ni Kyle, pati na rin yung mga Death Sonata mula kay Supermarket. Ngayon, dagdag mo na dyan yung damage output na mayroon din si Haji. Pwede talaga ang pinaka-importante rito, bush control, and pati yung slow lane. Kaso, ang mahirap dito sa side ng Team Falcons, nasa taas yung Lord, na yung baba nila, basag yung torre na yun. So, slow lane is always gonna be in favor of TNC.
Yeah, right now TNC decided to commit a 3-2 split with Chakno ushering in. Wait, there's a fight?
Oh, of course, Fremar TC, walang katakot-takot, tries to go for a play. Very confident talaga naman. Itong si Fremar, especially because of the lead that he got.
Ogwen with a conceal, naghahanap ng targets.
Oh, mahuli agad dito! Swing with 24 agad dito, nahuli pa ng Golden R. Nakaabang na agad dito, mga bala magagaling kay Ogwen. And Fremar falling down. Benny Cutie as well. Hillbrow trade sa pinakalikod. May Lancy na umatake sa backlane sa Team Falcons.
Buset, Kyle. Wah, kayaknya aman, jir. Lu kalau ngomong satu-satu, bro. Woi.
And that is a clean
Kalau ngomong satu-satu, woi.
secured by Team Falcons.
It's Kyle TZ, he's trying to go for it. And the ball is the call. And there you go. It's gonna be a very unlikely victory. It's Falcons with a 1-0.
Now that is a superstar ending. Just when you thought TNC had it.
Mas kapan nih, Kak?
You're an eye.
You're an eye in week 3. Let's see how he does with this. How about TNT? How do we feel with this lineup? Because it feels like they're iterating on the success they got from game 1.
Yeah, I actually kind of like
Selain
it.
kurang ngomong kok.
Not as sure about Benny QD on this one. He
Empuk.
will not be able to participate earlier using Mountain Shocker, so that's going to be a bit of a different gameplay here. At the same time, might actually be better for the Harley. Make those assassinations happen because of the Moscow pick.
Well, the difference is I don't think Chaknu's going to be able to control the tempo in the center of the map similar to what he did with the Khalid in the previous game because it's a Gacha. This is a little bit more defensive counter-punch mindset for their roam pick and overall for the lineup of TNC because now it's Ogwen doing the disturbing.
Yep, it's the re-engage that they're investing in. They don't want to go all in like they did in game 1 because once they get scrambled, it's over. That's the lesson they're learning. Let's see if they can put that into practice now. Ogwen, deep. Is this not where we saw the Chuck Mamba in game 1?
That's what he was doing.
Same spot.
And yeah, Renmar is actually putting it out there. Chaknu more defensive now.
Whoa!
Anti with a flicker. And I think they will try to get Owen down a little bit. Still have to revitalize here for Chaknu. Decides not to use it.
The Flap does have the Brave Smite here.
Ngeri juga, bro, ya.
On him. Who gets the... yeah, no, it went to 3 Mar for that crab. And he decided not to go for the cut, so it's a bit of a default matchup in lane. Flap's just going to be waiting in level 4. Because that's when he will make 3 Mar realize that the Sora might not be able to kill him. Just a sponge.
That's a clear sign that Benny Cutie is expecting to lose that matchup. Oh, that is a rushed Warrior Boots.
Yeah. Oh, I think he really is expecting, right? He's expecting a lot of physical to be absorbed here.
Karena di sana versi Hydra hasil akhir 3-2 Masdondon yoi. Kalau sama aja coach sama playernya pasti kayak di MPL season 17. Tunggu aja bang, katanya dirombak semua tuh katanya ya, cuma yang nggak tahu dah.
Speaking fighting, Zyda knows he has the magic, but again, kind of.
Tapi menurut gua ya guys ya, karena ketika ada PH-nya kelihatannya nggak mantap dah guys. Udah mending Indo semua aja kayak guys. Dari coach dan semuanya.
Wow, I thought they'd give that last hit to the
Yeah,
Uranus,
guys,
but it's okay. Flat could still hit level 4 through the minions.
So
okay, 3 more.
He's so selfless.
Selfless, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, he's fine. He'll eventually get to 4 anyway. Jackal low!
Okay, that's not gonna be something you can revitalize out of. Now that's -1.
Yeah.
That is pretty big here.
That's the strength of the counter punch if he gets haunted.
Right, looks for it. There goes that Thunder. Fremar is up front. Now, you know what? Kaldi's still gonna go for it anyway.
Oh!
And there goes the kill. Haji takes out Chaknu at the end.
Okay, so there is no counter to the counter to the counter punch. Eventually something had to give, and I think that's a worthy trade. Here comes Kyle.
Oh, I love that, Kyle. Ooh, making all the skills hit, forcing Lancey back. But then again, it is a very slight lead here for Falcons.
Yeah, TNC miraculously got that last hit onto the turtle, so TNC gets the turret. And so far, Benny Cutie doing an amazing job against this Moskov in the lane.
I guess way better than we thought he would, right?
Yeah.
Usually, these claws get beaten up pretty early on.
I mean, with Master Assassin, and usually you just really have to manage of when or how you're going to be using the BMI so that your BMI dash in or blink in doesn't get wasted just because the Moskov knocks you back instantly.
Yeah.
I think straight up, Benny's just walking up to Marco, and then when he gets knocked back, then he uses BMI to close the gap, and now Marco is just forced to take hits from the Claude instead.
Very good handling of the laning phase. TNC cannot afford to lose multiple parts of the map, and they're keeping this lead very tight. Again, almost insignificant. 200, 300 up for Team Falcons. Any turtle coming up could be anybody's.
Yeah, so that's why I'm actually super excited when we do see this Moskov come out of lane, which is actually what I'm expecting. The Moskov is probably going to come out of lane a lot quicker. Again, despite being pushed back, Super Marco on Moskov is something I really miss.
Ogwin here, checking again. Feather strike from Haji. And this is what sucks. And this is what happened in the first turtle for Falcons. Lancey always finds Haji.
That might be different here later on, but for now, Fremar feeling that last game, you know what, try to do it again, but this time we've got backup coming from behind.
Streamernya tumbang bro.
Sorry, Fremar, but why? You already saw the vision, the turtle's coming up. You know that there are members of Falcons that could go down to the bottom lane, and you waste your ultimate like that. Uncharacteristic by Fremar.
Lapse of judgment. It seems like the map belongs to Falcons, and TNC are missing out on the big picture. Turtle take here for the Falcons. 1-1 now.
Wow, that is completely weird. I guess that was a little bit aggressive. And again, that's why I said maybe he's just feeling last game, but you know what? This is a new game, brother.
Yeah, but
reset.
It's a Uranus. If you don't kill him with your ultimate, you waste your ultimate because he heals through everything.
Katanya Pak Abe banyak duit. 2 kali beli coach baru dan player baru ambil dari PH.
Chaknu gonna be able to survive.
Ya begitulah, bro.
Predicted that, but now again, Falcons have a little bit of an opening here to deprive more resources from TNC.
One could theorize that maybe the call was, let's pick up the Uranus so that the turtle becomes easier.
And it's working. If that's the case.
But he got picked up, and again, that's a Uranus. Respect it. Oh, wow!
Oh, man. That deadly magic feels like it wasn't even needed in that last one.
Okay, Zyda, Lancey, that was a beautiful call. They knew that they had the damage advantage, and Ogwin isn't as tanky at this moment as that Marcel, and they decided to just go for it, and now it opens up the space up top. Great call by Lancey and Zyda.
Super Marco actually is going to be in trouble here. 4 people from TNC zoning him out. Tower goes down.
Dogpiling on the bulletproof. Makes you understand now more how the Marcel isn't a real tank. He has to hit you back to recover. So there were no targets for Ogwin to latch onto. Hence why that Deadly Magic's combo between the duo.
Jujur gue gak peduli sama Arkeosi. Jujur gue peduli sama Arkeosi walaupun gue Sonic kelas.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do here.
Gua sih
Flap is the one who's gonna receive the
kalau lu
Deadly
belah
Magic.
dada
Probably one of the
ini
worst
isinya
targets
masih
for that, but Free
jantung
sees if he can
paru-paru
maybe finish it
banget.
off. Nah, not really. It's gonna be the flicker out for Flap.
Krik-krik banget ya bang ya.
A meat shield.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you
Yang
expect
kena
from the
baririn.
hero does.
Oh, look at that guy. Chak
Karena baririn.
Bro is, I don't know, he's been escaping death multiple times here today.
Yeah.
Just goes to show the amount of firepower Falcons has.
Yeah, they don't have Chakno, but they have a lot of firepower. And 3mar still has his flicker, but doesn't have the ultimate back just yet.
Yep, they're trying to force out these feathered airstrikes.
Mar.
They're making it work for them. Chakno in front, gonna be able to survive for a few more seconds. And it's Ogwen up on front. Chakno's down.
Buset deh, udah
Saida
dapet bang.
takes the turtle. And here comes Super Marco!
Iyalah, iyalah Super
That was
Macro.
a huge flicker out of the way.
Ngeri
there,
banget
and
Super Macro
Falcons
ya.
come out with impunity.
Holy crap, Marco. Perfect entry. The flicker going past the body in front of him.
Crazy.
To bring Benny Cutie back, and Falcons open up the tower in mid. TNC could not have handled that any better. But in the end, they just got outplayed by Falcons, man.
Outplay after outplay after outplay basically.
Masdondon, Velo, Brins, dan Brand Z lagi mabar kata Brans. Flores naik ke MPL. Sumpah makin hancur itu kata gua mah.
What the hell?
Bayangkan saja tim mana coba 07 cuma 4% lagi seluang masuk playoff. Sumpah guys.
That would look like a good target, but up top.
Lah kalau Res naik MPL bentar dah.
Chakno up on front.
Sena tadi yang main siapa Sena?
We already saw the feathered airstrike used up there.
XP-nya siapa
So
tadi?
you know what,
XP-nya
Charles,
Sena
like,
siapa?
let's go ahead and get more resources on the other side.
Masih
Map
Res,
40
kan?
on the goal lead there.
Yeah.
That is what 2 or 3
Oh,
times
let
now the
down.
TNC had a very good play in mind.
Let down ya yang main ya. Oh benar, berarti fix. Berarti fix guys.
It seems like TNC had a unspoken
Fix
six-man.
berarti ya.
Crab itself actually
Itu
blocked
si
a bit of the damage from the poker
ini
MVP.
Okay, that's not even macro anymore. That's mechanics.
Yeah, that's why Zaida had to basic attack just to get the Deadly Magic down, but he really wanted to get more cards off, but the crab
Fix
was
berarti,
right
bro.
in front of him.
Would you say he just wasn't drawing the right cards?
Hey, nice one. Poker card things, right? Yes.
I'm good with funds.
You're excessively good with cards. Remar trying to get much damage to the flap. Again, the Uranus is just doing its job way better than game number 1 for sure.
This is why as early as level 4 we said that once Flap hits level 4, he's literally just a sponge. Okay, hit me, sure, but that's not the guy that you want to go for. The only time you want to go for it is if you could really burn him down quick
Feeling
enough
gua sih
through the Deadly
perubahan
Magic
tetap
alongside
perubahan
other
bang
damage
dari
of
segi
TNC.
gameplay.
But then you have to save the rest of
Cuma
your
yang nggak
damage
tahu
for the
kalau
backline, who, by
signifikan
the
apa
way,
enggaknya.
are focusing down the Lord.
Yeah, that's right. Super
Minimal
Marco
menang
is
sekali
there
dah.
with Kyle.
Kalau menang
No way for
sekali
TNC
bahkan
to
berkali-kali
actually
berarti
make it.
masalahnya
Golden
fix
Hour
ya
goes
di situ
down.
ya.
And of course, that's pushing TNC back, but look at the re-engage. The Spear of Destruction is locked in, but will not be triggered by Super Marco. TNC walk out at least without anyone, but look at Chakno. He got caught in the recall. Luckily has enough tankiness, has enough bulk to survive.
SOD is just excessive at that point.
Yeah.
Marco can just reposition. Falcons were winning, they have the high ground. They're gonna take this tier 2 up top and they're up 5,000 gold, 6 now, approaching 7.
Yeah, Anakin won't be too happy with that.
For sure. No one likes the high ground. And Zaida also lost his purple buff, man.
Oh.
While that little engagement was happening, Kyle went straight to the purple buff and took it away. The moment Zaida got there, he just saw the purple buff get taken from him.
Oh, look, it's a free buff.
Yep.
And even the orange.
And oh my god.
Kyle is eating off of Zaida's plate.
And that I don't know how you dig yourself out of this one, honestly.
Yeah, Harley is not very good at taking his own objectives. He can kill, for sure, but oh my god!
Woo!
That's a lot of damage.
My goodness.
Ngeri
Hogan
juga
also
bro ya.
providing a really strong line of defense with that quick little stun.
More like stunts.
Yeah, multiple of
Plural.
it.
And there you go. There's going to be the Holy Defense already used up and activated, so at least they're going to be able to clear that one up. A little bit of damage here coming in from the real world. Re-engaged by Chaknu. All into this one. One big super mess. Flap TZ, I think he's going to go
Benny!
down for sure.
Oh.
And there you go. Benny making the play happen. It's Kyle and Haji
Udah
all
fix
alone.
masalahnya Super
This is
Den.
on the
Kenapa Super
SOD,
Den?
And that's free for none. TNC.
Lancey can smell blood in the water. He stole the SOD, but hit no one. Could have led to maybe one more kill to take down Haji, but I think TNC are going to take their dubs here. They close the gap, take down that lead to 4,000, and earn mid lane.
Yeah, Falcons were way too close to that tower and way too close to one another. That the entry of Chaknu meant that Marco had to commit the flicker after he got caught by the AOG. Benny goes in with a blazing duet and his flicker of his own, though he gets knocked back by Marco without the flickers. That's when TNC continued the dive. So Falcons, they fumbled that one.
That could have been actually so much worse, to be honest, if they were able to stop that blazing duet.
Yeah. Could have ended much quicker, but in the end, it was still a win for TNC.
Okay, weirdly enough, the only reliable way to stop it is off of Ogwin. But Ogwin's too busy dealing with the front line of TNC, so that's a tell for TNC. Okay, if you see Ogwin, Benny, you're free.
Yeah. Really great follow-up by Lancey and Zyda in that one, too. It was a good call by Chaknu to commit that AOG. Falcons need to watch their positioning. I think with this gold lead, as we saw from the previous game, it's anyone's game. Yes, the map is controlled by Falcons, but if Falcons take a fight and they're not careful, TNC can definitely turn this around and force a game number 3 through a one-way.
Yeah, this is going to be a big test for Falcons if they can actually hold a lead against TNC and not really give too much away. Speaking of not giving away information here, Chaknu is actually getting a lot.
Yep, Y-Brush held down. That's an entry point for TNC to contest for this Lord. The dance has begun. Lord being held. Slight advantage to Falcons. They're pulling over.
Yeah, it's actually a really good golden hour angle for Ogwin if he finds it. TNC needs to split up a bit. Just a little bit split up.
Tracking shot activated already. He knows where Lancey is, where Chaknu is, but where is Zyda? They are looking for him non-stop right now. Flap is on the side. Zyda again being shown. Flap's going to be on front. Ogwin tracking on the Freemar. Activates the Thunder Form. That is a big ultimate used defensively by Freemar there.
Okay, so they were two-stepping, back and forth, and Falcons win. They flush out TNC, and they find one!
They're going to be able to find one, and that is a big find. That's Ogwin going down. It's a killing spree. Oh, for the Harley, and that's going to be a 4v5 on this next Lord. Chaknu forces the Federal airstrike out, but what will Falcons do? It's 4v5, no ultimates activated. Here is the Cloud Torrent form, and I think that's quite enough. Kyle with oh, he doesn't get it.
Gila, Zyda dapat bang, buset kena tuh.
Super Marco,
Yuk, Trimar.
They're going for it. They're trying to go for the kills.
Kyle gets taken down by Zyda. Flap and Marco holding down Trimar.
And that's gonna be Trimar going down. What's that gonna look like with the nature activated? And at the very tail end of that one, Super Marco actually survives.
Flap versus 2, even between the cores of TNC, nothing happens. Big headline, TNC is back in this.
They have the Lord marching up top. Marco's heroics not enough. It was the Wind of Nature difference that Benny Cutie had. Perfect entry with a blazing duet, and good call by him to continue it. But Falcons have their eyes set on burning through this Lord, while TNC will just balance it out through a push in the bottom lane.
That was pretty perfect. That was excellent. And we're going to have to look at that.
Yeah. So, of course, the initial blast there. Freemar was an MVP here. The taunt, the airborne. I want to see who retreat first, actually.
It was Kyle.
Kyle retreat first, just a bit too early. There was still a lot of life left on that Lord.
This was very promising.
I'm wondering if Kyle just was looking at too much, that he couldn't do the no, not the Queller, the Sever retreat combo. That could have been it. Oh no!
Speaking of things that could have been, look at that golden hour. Super Marco dodges the deadly magic attacks, and now it's going to be the re-engage here. Lancey, though, with the Uranus form, takes out Ogwin.
TNC seem to have Ogwin's number. Again, I understand why. They are a Marcel team too.
It's not the tankiest of tanks.
Yeah, yo, Lancey is pretty cracked. This is Valentina. He's literally being anything that TNC needs him
bisa
to
aja sih, Bang.
Consecration, what the hell?
Yeah, an extra source of damage, another front
Makanya video yang di membership gue bilang, Chanera suatu saat nanti bakalan kayak Dolin.
The deadly magic of Zyda. He attempted to
apalagi kalau sampai
but Haji was there standing to make sure that that wouldn't happen. If that SOD from Marco hit, it would have been a different story. But TNC still are walking away with kills over and over again onto Ogwin. They realize even if the Uranus is left to be the frontliner, he doesn't have the control factor that a Marcel has. Speaking of, he built Photo?
The
Flash of the
Marcel?
Oasis on the Marcel.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Oh.
That's part of the usual build.
Yeah.
The shielding helps out
Yeah,
the healing.
Yeah.
I didn't know
TDR
that.
as well. Okay.
Cool.
It's Oracle, Thunderbelt, Photo.
Interesting.
Yeah, but the last time that was an endless battle.
Oh no, that was because they needed more damage in game one.
And it works.
That's the tailor-fit item. But now,
Full,
you stick
full on
into it.
survivability. Yeah.
That's what made game one so cool. But yep, for now, they're sticking to the equation, to the formula. They get the push up top passively. But fortunately for TNC, that's not the long lane. So at least long lane can protect itself.
So it really feels like with a lot of how these engagements are going, it seems like the difference between a winner or a loss for Falcons is if Marco hits that SOD.
Yep.
Which, theoretically, that means it should be harder. Oh, look at Flap taking a lot.
Oh, he actually took a big run of damage there. Not enough to take him out. Has Consecration as well. So they will go for the re-engage. Freemar is low. Goes for Thunder and Haji. Getting taunted by Chapnu. Is trying to get alive. Oh, but Chapnu, look at that. Even with the revitalized, just barely enough for the AOG to make it, to save him.
Bisa gantiin Nal gak Basek? Bisa dong. Coach Aldo Navi lagi open mabar gratis tanpa bayar Masdondon.
No way!
No
way! Haji lives!
Just a sliver of health. Was that regen?
I couldn't tell. I don't think so.
Because it looked like he was close to zero, then just a little bit of blue ticked up. But TNC still have their eyes on this Lord.
Oh, they're trying to go for it. That's Torrent form going in. That Retribution already used a little too early on the Kyle. And now it's going to be Golden Hour. They're going for kills. Here comes Super Marco with the superhero landing and the kill on Lancey as well. That's 2 down for TNC.
The flicker forward by Marco, smelling blood in the water. TNC,
Sorry bang ya, makan dulu bang.
2 lives for the Lord.
Falcons will still continue this push. They have minion waves coming in, but the Lord will spawn in a 4.
Oh, the cancel on the AOG. Immortality will be popped. I think that's Chakmu going down.
They will push through mid. That is tier 3 down. Lord spawns the other way around. Kyle gets popped down.
Can he actually survive though? With the immortality buy, yes he can. But here comes Benny Cutie. It's a bit of a tall task, but he pushes Falcons back.
I think Falcons reading the map. They cannot force it through mid. They'll just have to find their ground again and take care of this Lord.
Early retributions from Kyle. Zyda landing them on time. Part of me thinks it's TNC delaying damage just enough, so when Kyle goes in thinking that he could retry the Lord with an entry, it's actually TNC who's going to be able to get it after that retry, because Zyda still has his own.
Oh, Flap TV, he actually kind of just reads into that. And now there's the re-engage. Oh, it's a deadly one as well. Torrent 4, but no teammate actually benefit off of that one. That's Freemar eliminated almost instantly.
TNC took their time.
Ogun,
They did not
Ogun.
wait for Benny and Lancey to be in range to just run through Falcons, because look, that's 3 members that could have been taken care of by the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, if TNC waited just a little bit longer, but it's unfortunate because it doesn't look like they had the time with how TNC poised themselves for that one. They went for the go right away, meaning that even if they waited, they wouldn't have had the opportunity anymore. So now it's 5 versus 3. 3-wave push coming in for Falcons.
Oh no, Benny got flap on him.
Oh, Benny's actually absorbing so much here, and now it's going to be Chapman left all alone against 4 members of Falcons with no help in sight. Benny just gets decimated
Fokus N,
and taken
super
out.
macro.
And
Nah,
that
mati
will
bang.
be the
Ente
win
bang ya.
for the Falcons. Another sweep.
We're gonna stop Falcons. They're on a streak, taking down TNC.
What's our Falcons look strong.
Tagalog term for Gila.
Let's go abangku.
Can he just go Baloo? Can he just go Baloo? The crowd is cheering for this pick, I think.
Yeah, it's hovered for a Lapu-Lapu, and yeah, it goes along with what we were thinking about. Yeah. So they still ended up with the picks that we prescribed earlier. It's just that they went a slightly different route.
Wait, what? Zetkin? So it's an XP
Valentina.
It's an XP Valentina.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait.
We have only really seen that against the Sora. Now, real quick, before you share your thoughts,
We saw one
Superfans,
last night. We saw one last night.
we did see one last night. Super fans, go ahead and scan that QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be the winner here for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. Let us know in the chat as well. What's going on here?
James tried to play one last night as a Phobius cosplay.
Yeah.
Did not pay off.
Now it's going to be an Arlott cosplay. Same question. Will it actually pay off?
Look at that prediction right there, right now. That is
Let's go,
very
Abang Boya.
heavily favored for Team Falcons
We've
right
seen
now.
worse.
Yeah.
We have seen worse. What's the worst we've seen? 95?
91-9.
Yeah, 91-9.
91-9?
That was
That
yesterday,
is-
right?
That was last night.
Yeah.
Was that last night? All right. Well, this is going to be a tough one, I feel like, for AP Bren specifically. But it was a swerve. It was a bit of a swerve there towards the end.
It was.
To see that picked up. Maybe that's why, again, everyone was really cheering for that when they saw that, yeah, those were the mid laners being hovered over. I thought they were going to switch it at the end, but they end up going with this. They pick in the range, but they also have the Valentina. But it's going to the XP lane. Let's jump into the match here. It's our second one of Superfan Saturday. And it's game one between Team Falcons and AP Bren.
So for people wondering why Valentina EXP is popping up more often, if you missed the M7 World Championship,
Bentar ya,
that became the
Baset.
response to Sora EXP. But now it seems like it's expanded to Phobius, Arlott. Theoretically, the worst heroes you can face if you're a Valentina, but hey, somehow,
Kyle.
with something about early game damage, having Brave Smite, and even Tenacity.
Yeah.
And the basic common emblem for KLVJ, packing Inspire as well. The pros have said that it's pretty easy to match up. And Flap is actually being cautious as KLVJ is holding the advanced shrubs. Gold Crab goes to Super Marco still. Okay.
Mark grabs that.
Super micro.
Super Micro.
That indeed. And now, with this Marcel in the hands of Nova, which you said he has played the Marcel a couple times now, right? Nova and both Owen, I believe so. But for Nova specifically for this matchup with this kind of lineup, where does the Marcel fit into all of this? Is just the plan other than being the mosquito and annoying that we kind of call this hero? Is it just the golden hour setups to work with this kind of composition?
It's pretty much that. As flexible as you can play him, he's also, funnily enough, one-dimensional. But the thing is, those dimensions also have their own little mini dimensions. You run up, stack up your own defense, you go faster, you get those little bit of moments of stun off, you get a big one with the golden hour. There's a lot of ways to play him, but he has, you know, like one very clear idea.
Yeah. Okay, well, right now Nova's seeing 4 members of Team Falcons. This turtle is up for the taking. Kyle's going to start it up. James Panks is in position, and KillVJ holding on to his own Tsunami Slam. They see this.
Yep, this is before Ogwin has his own.
Yeah, this is, that's not fair.
The
Oh!
flicker at the engage, Feather Dare strike after by the Beauty of the Phoenix. They're swiping away. Kyle still gets in there and takes it. Falcons take the turtle.
Mohon melihat Digimon dulu, siap.
His retry definitely looks
Jangan lupa
sharp
bawa
today.
info ya Bang ya.
James Banks, it wasn't like he was disturbed. I think it's a 1 second difference between the two retributions. That was just a good retry win for Kyle. Great initiation for AP Bren. I have to give them that. With KLVJ getting the Tsunami Slam of Ogwen. But here comes Ogwen.
And he's trending it, finds a Tsunami Slam. Serves up a kill to Kyle.
There's something about that interaction, that animation with the Tsunami Slam and then the shot from a Suyo that just looks so clean. We've seen it so many times.
With a queller?
The
Like a charge queller?
Yeah, the charge queller.
It's because it's Sasuke.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. There's something about it, right? I don't know.
It's lore accurate.
It is lore accurate. So they clap back. They find an answer right off of that. So at this point, pretty much even though across the board, a little bit of a lead though for Team Falcons.
Aman aja,
But
siap.
AP Brent's showing that they are willing to go ahead and start up these fights if they have to.
Flap building the tough boots first. Realizes that with the control that with him acting as one of the main frontliners, that he needs to be able to have a little bit more time to be uncontrolled. That was a good call by Falcons to actually rush straight top side, because I feel like they already knew that James Banks would be going into this orange buff next, so they decided, okay, high chance, Nova's going to be floating around the area. He's already quite low, let's just go after him. So that was a good call by Falcons.
Some of this patience here from Kyle. I didn't know if he was actually going to hold and go in there, but they decide not to. They disengage from that XP lane for now. While they wait for this turtle to come up, there's still a bit of ways to go on here, but KillVJ, he's going to be holding on to the Tsunami Slams, I feel like, for the majority of the game until eventually he decides to go ahead and switch to the feathered airstrikes at some point.
If he can find Haji.
Yeah, that's true. We usually see that, no? Like with Farsa's kind of just staying away.
Yep.
and that might be the case.
In the mid-to-mid matchup, it's more likely that he will find the beat on him, the Valentina on the far side. I mean, but since it's XP to mid, like they're coming from different angles. Look at this. Big flicker by Owen. Misses the mark, finds the tsunami snap after by Fury of the Phoenix. Here comes the Phantom Steed. And in comes Flap through the back. Overshoots, flickers out. And James backslides open. Feather Dare Strike coming through. But Jimmy James scores a turtle. 1 for 1 now. Brent gets their own.
Wow. What a fight. I mean, and also a whole bunch of gold going to the hands of Shizu off of that.
Yeah, Super Marco decided to rotate mid and double lane while Shizu... By the way, both marksmen decided to build for the Swift Crossbow first. And I think they're going to be going for the Corrosion Scythes later. For Super Marco, for Shizu, he just built it. Marco might be going the route where he'll build DHS second and then Corrosion Scythe later on.
Kyle taking a page out of Jimmy James' book. Now, Ogun looking for one, forcing a flicker out of Aqua. Ogun very low. Ogun gets taken down to a sliver of health. Has 1 HP, gets away with it. Marco coming through with an airstrike. Haji gets a kill on the Aqua. And Kyle ain't done. Kyle wants a little bit more. Haji moves back. Kyle finds Nova. But Kiel finds Ogun. And then Kiel gets killed. A double for Kyle. Super Marco pushes Shizu back.
Stack and stack for Kyle after he picks up the Sky Piercer.
2 stacks.
That was a really great duel between the two teams, but in the end, it's Falcons who wins it out. They break the tower up top. Kyle was just able to bob and weave a lot to survive and eventually get more kills, more stacks onto him. Shizu just ran out of teammates to play through because James Max was also in the bottom lane trying to make his own play.
Well, the mid turret did go down, so at least AP Brand, amongst all of that, will get a little bit of an objective. You know, that turret could play a part into these objectives later on since they still maintain their own. Taking a look at the items real quick here too, you can already see first items coming into place, but I think the biggest one was, yes, the value that Kyle just got with the Sky Piercer as he's going to go ahead and continue to build in. You got a glowing one too for Haji now. And some of these team fights, especially when we lead into this last turtle of the game in about 10 seconds, a lot of the team fights just haven't gone the way I feel like Team Falcons has hoped for because they're letting Ogwin go ahead and lead in. And it's so anchored on him getting that Tsunami Slam. But there's also a really good interaction with having a Zetian across from you. AP Brand, once they see that Tsunami Slam go up, they Fury the Phoenix, and it buys them that little bit of window of opportunity to stop this initiation because of that little bit of a stun. And then again, they have a Marcel to go ahead and complement that if they want to. So that's something that Team Falcons has had to watch out for in these team fights.
Yeah, it's a big micro battle, really. It's still very close in gold, and AP Brand might be able to find an angle for an outplay.
Turtle down to a 5th of its health. In comes Nova. Hits the Fury of the Phoenix plus the Golden Hour combo. Delayed the Tsunami Slam, but Kyle had enough of a window to secure it. Coming in, Super Marco. Assisted by the feathered airstrike. Gets a kill on the Nova. Kyle ain't done. Get over here, Kiel. Weller charged up. Misses a little bit of that. Kiel walks away.
Blocked by Ogwin. Tsunami Slam onto James Banks to zone him out. That golden hour was perfect.
They're wailing away at Jimmy James. He calls it Mudbiel, but it's too late. Kyle gets another stack.
That's BMW. Better micro wins. And Falcons will lead the charge now with macro as well as they finally get to take down the tower in mid after AP Brent took theirs earlier.
Well, they're still going to go put pressure on this side of the jungle, man. It just feels like Team Falcons was, they hit into high gear. They are soaring ever higher at this point. They're going to take a purple buff as well. And this is kind of what we see, especially with lineups built around having a Suyo. It's this momentum, it's this tempo that really changes. The graph is usually a really good representation of exactly how that happens throughout the game. Because you're thinking about this last 2 minutes or so, that last turtle that happened, and even with the Fury of the Phoenix trying to delay things out, again, it was a capitalized objective, then kills, and now ballooning to this lead.
Yeah. So this isn't a Valentina cooldown reduction build. It went for the Chastise Pauldron first. Most likely the Oracle. No, it wouldn't. It's not going to be the Oracle. It's probably. What does he want to build? Athena's for Magic Burst? Just for us?
James's Valentina XP last night was also very defensive.
Ngeri juga bang ya.
Couches kill as he tries to enter. That's a very low. Marcellus Nova gets picked off for free. Fury of the Phoenix forced out of Aqua already. Falcons refuse to back down.
They might go.
Strike coming in, but the final slap from Flap. Using that flicker to reposition. Kill PJ taking a lot of damage. Oh my God, Falcons on the below. James Banks finds Haji, but Kyle finds James. Blazing the wet, fade away. Falcons Falcons wins the trade.
Big money blade surge. Carl got the block. It seems like James Banks now, two of his biggest missed opportunities come from him just getting crowd controlled. Earlier was Ogwin, now it was Kyle.
Yeah, and you saw, he saw the moment that he had with the Phantom Seed. Tons of low health bars, but just unfortunately couldn't capitalize on that. So they traded out. But then the Lord goes in the hands of Team Falcons. So still, it's still the same story.
Santai, baru game pertama.
Having some fight in them, but I think they're just trying to hold on at this point, man. And now they approach these holy shields, these holy defenses on these turrets. They got to wait for that Lord to make its way here, but Team Falcons is hovering around AP Brandon. Look at this kill, VJ. Finally, we'll take a little bit of a different ultimate because that's what he could grab. He grabs the final slash.
Kill VJ has nigh infinite possibilities.
Yeah.
Final slash, tsunami slam, feather airstrike. Like, he's literally drowning in choices. But sometimes AP Brand has to consider, like, how do we use this?
How do we utilize what ultimate he takes? But not only that, but also just being able to capitalize. I mean, Shizu, you know, he's been farming up. He's getting to where he needs to be. I think
he's not dying.
He's not dying. That's true. Oh, there's two chastised pauldrons picked up now for Team Falcons.
Oh, tsunami slam, feather airstrike, still waiting in the wings. The Fury has already been forced out. Haji,
ngeri juga bro ya.
Haji forces them all back off of the golden hour. Ults on ults, baby.
Kyle goes in.
That is a charge surge. No one home. Nova stunning them all. Get a flash. Stolen away. KLVJ puts him behind the wall. But Falcons dash on out of there. What a response.
It was a response, and it's a show of hope from AP Brent that they can potentially fight back. They just need time to buy the items.
But time is running out for them. Look, it's an almost 3,000 gold lead for Super Marco against the carry who just finished the Trinity. Marco already has wind of nature at this point.
Haji, feathered airstrike just to clear the waves and helps Marco take it down. Permanent damage dealt to AP Brent's base.
Yeah, AP Brent in a position. They still hold on to the two shields for now. Up top in the mid lane,
kayak tim sebelah
that's the biggest potential for them is
gitu, Bang.
number one, what ultimate's going to be taken.
Gue lagi sambil cari-cari berita juga, Bang. Isinya krik banget rata-rata
sih. There's that potential, right? That they could actually have that setup, turn it around inside the base. I'm just thinking if they actually want to contest in this Lord when it comes up, they still have about 30 seconds for that to happen. But this is also a good opportunity to see if Shizu's got enough damage. It seems like even when Aqua is setting things up with the Fury of the Phoenix, like there's that chance for AP Bren, but it's just they're outgunned and out-defensed and out-offense, out everything because you have a 7,000 gold deficit to work against.
Yeah, they're diffed. Straight up diffed across the board. Not for like individual performance. Yes, they got out-microed, but at this point, AP Brand could, but they just don't have I think they've actually run out of time. It will take a miracle for them to turn this game around. Perfect setup. Somehow I think number one is get Kyle super low and then hope that you have enough dashers in you to be able to escape Super Marco coming in with a blazing duet. Easy Lord Blitz for Falcons.
Even the Lord got it. Oh!
Flicker, tsunami slam, Fury of the Phoenix, the response AP Brand has been having this whole time. KLVJ! Saved by Nova! Golden hour, but Haji still finds him. Defensive. Phantom Steed by James Banks. They've already drawn blood. Falcons happy with the Lord take.
Baru game pertama sudah jumawa ya. Yang orang PH lo pasti tawa-tawa mulu dia ya.
You know, that's what you kind of expect with a Kaleo cross.
Yang lain sedih-sedih dia ketawa mulu guys.
Kill VJ for another 10 seconds. They got to try to hold on while they can.
Oh, that's pressure across two lanes. Mid will fall. Top will follow soon. Kill VJ still waiting to respawn. It's just a bare base left for AP Brand.
Ultimate to pick up. He's up now. They're on full defense. Lord is still up.
Feather airstrike by Haji, and Nova trying to stop it. Does get that snapshot, and they're already on the base. It's getting too much for AP Brand to handle. Falcons.
Malah kayak gua lah, tiba-tiba kayak lu bim-bim.
Out micro, out everything. But yeah, lane to lane, position to position, we're simply better than you. And if AP Brand win this, it's because overall, with our common understanding of the meta now, it's all the synergies are there. It's a complete synergy line for AP Brand. It is pure micro mechanic show off.
Micro mechanic.
And I like it. I actually like what AP Brand brought to this. Like if we're looking at face value for the draft, this should work for them. then we could potentially go to a Game 3 off of this draft if AP Bren is able to. Also, if they can get an early start, we'll see if they're able to go ahead and make that happen. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn here. It's Game 2 between AP Bren and Team Falcons. And, you know, we just had a last series go 3 games, and maybe we have it this time. Let's jump on in.
Okay, where are they gonna start? Ogwen will get the aggro. Emblems, all good. Master Assassin, Brave Smite, Tenacity for the Uranus. Yep, pretty run-of-the-mill. Starts with Ogwen holding mid, Haji holding his, in his point of view, the LMB. No disruption in the jungle. Kyle?
What a duel. Look
Ngeri
at that.
juga, bro, ya.
Very low. What's up?
And he purified.
Yeah, it's a YSS. I mean, I think we're starting to see now. I think as the weeks go on, why YSS is the gold laner of choice and why a lot of pro players say that he is the best gold laning duelist right now.
So duelist-wise, yeah, he's got that advantage.
Yeah.
But, you know, as the game goes on, you know, we still do see a lot of those traditional marksmen like the Moscovs and the Claudes really play out in team fights. Yep. YSS can do that as well. I think even having the ability to go ahead and use the Mountain Shock and provide vision is such a valuable thing to have in your kit as a gold laner even. And we'll see that playing a part. But yeah,
memang gua ketawa-ketawa soalnya tim gua di pucuk lagi gini kan. Bukan elu, Bang. Yang ono tuh. Kenapa jadi elu?
Junglers. No first items yet for the EXP laners. It's a mix of jerky.
Yang ono, Bang, yang ono bukan
bit of the
elu.
robe for magic defense for Flap.
Lu mah ketawa sedep tuh.
Rapid, so did Ogwen.
Tawa dingin.
It's a big deal what Shiza was able to do early on to bring Marco low and then be the one to get
Jadi lo dan gurin dan Nara.
farm. 300 gold up.
James Banks gets the full combo on to Ogwen, and there's nothing Ogwen could do there. Didn't even get the flicker out. That's a pickoff for the Hive.
It's exactly what they needed to happen, man. Early kill, early first blood, going up to AP Brand, and this should be just a turtle in their hands as well. Oh, flicker out.
Kyle.
And Kyle not going to go and capitalize that kill, using the deadly magic. James Banks secures the turtle, off to a great start for AP Brand.
Yeah, and AP Brand also played defense on the purple buff. Of James Banks, making sure that Kyle wouldn't have an angle to steal that. While Flap gets a lot of progress on the turret as KLVJ was rotating outside of the EXP lane. Now it's Nova and Aqua just honestly protecting their assets in the jungle.
Nova stood on business there. Yeah. Oh, James Banks.
This might be really early, but I'm starting to think what if Falcons went too show-offy with their picks, man.
Yeah, they did not play enough macro in the draft.
Yeah, which goes against their identity.
They're the macro team.
Yeah, well, could just be that test for them, lane to lane. Seems like that might be the case here.
Whoa! KLVJ answers back to 3. Energy! It's not enough to keep him alive. But again, if the modus is to protect the jungle, then they're working it out. It's taken down by Shizo! Ogwen unable to protect him. Not even getting a revenge kill, and here comes the backup. Aqua and Nova coming up, and there's a golden hour. And
can Haji save him?
Ngeri juga, bro, ya.
Okay, so at least there's some damage control there, but still, AP Bren are getting what they want.
Yeah.
KLVJ going down, giving a lot of go. Wait, James Banks?
Buset. Iya, elah James Pang.
And Ogwen finally gets one on him. What were they going for?
That was an error. Easy old full blast for Kyle.
Yeah.
AP Bren, let's see if they've made enough progress to actually recover from that. But now we're seeing again the value of the Uranus pickup. Yuzhong can do nothing to him, man. Kyle, Flap is just freely cutting lanes. He's gotten a lot of resources. He has a 600 gold lead over the Yuzhong. And now he's going to make his presence felt for this next objective.
Yeah, Kyle also has a lead in terms of gold, and he's building in to that first item, usually the Genius Wand. So once he has that, you know, alongside Haji, they will be able to do quite a bit of damage. Haji also takes the Black Dragon form, so they're trying to set up for this next objective once it comes into play. So it's going to be started up by AP Bren. The rest of the team's going to go ahead and initiate here. Black Dragon form.
The OG coming through. The King goes through. Stopped by that golden hour. But all is well. But Kyle gets that turtle. Secures it for Falcons. And now it's Haji's with his Black Dragon form as James Pax get run over. Serving up a kill to Kyle as Falcons barrel forward. 2K up. Now they're going to dogpile on a kill. Silver Marco finds it with the spears. Nova following up. Marco gets a double. They get a triple. And they try to find Shizo. Instead, it's Kyle who finds it. Aqua does find Nova a little too deep in the and that's all she wrote. AP Bren have lost the lead. Falcons in control.
Why macro when you can super micro instead, man? Falcons
Super
showing
Marco ya bang ya.
We said it in the draft. This is why they picked it. But now here comes AP Brand with a clapback. Maybe.
Gue baru tahu Paddington mantan coach GPX lah.
They're just checking things out.
Si bro ngikutin Onic dari zaman bahula baru tahu guys.
They just continue to fight on, and Team Falcons.
Udah lama bang itu bang. Dari GPX baru dibangun sampai GPX bubar tuh. Dulu si Ray juga itu Ray junglernya dulu.
Nova stunning flap, freezing him in time. But wait, look at the map. Marco playing macro here, gonna push that tier 1 down bot.
Yeah, fast reactions by AP Brand. At least they got something out of that. Yeah, there for Shizo. Kyle going down, but their map is getting opened up. There is still one element, of course, of the super macro. Well, make that two. They have really fast cores. Their main sources of damage are super mobile and can open up the map very quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happening here. Team Falcons, even with Super Marco being delayed at the start, he's pretty much gotten himself in a favorable position now at this point. He's still building into that second item, I believe it was. He only had the Corrosive Scythe. Are they trying to make a play here? Okay. Luckily, Ogwen was there. No follow-through, but they are trying to set up for the turtle once it spawns in.
Flap is having the time of his life, just cutting minion waves over and over again.
He's just chilling, man.
He's got 5 assists to his belt. That's almost a 90, more than a 95% kill participation.
Marco and Shizo once again.
Gue taunya Coach Adi dan Coach Siap itu doang. Coach Adi, Coach Siap ya. Buset, Super Marco.
Flap purifies out. He will remain deathless. What a sequence, as entertaining as it was. Marco still dies. Golden Hour by Nova, forcing Kyle on out of here. In comes KLVJ. Half Dragon running through. Nova stopping Falcons' forward momentum. It's as if Marco didn't even die.
Yeah, oh no, Shizu could be in trouble here.
And the Mount Shocker disincentivizes Kyle from staying any longer. Falcons still pushing through, taking control of the map.
So this is one of those things that we're seeing with the type of composition that Team Falcons has. It was amazing micro to see that from
Aldo ya.
Still dies, so good job by AP.
Lu gak kenal Coach Eldon bang, parah banget gak kenal Coach Eldon anjir. Coach Eldon mau bawa RRQ juara 1 bang, season 9. Parah banget dulu kalau gak kenal sih. Jago banget itu.
By James Panks earlier on, trying to rotate down to Super Marco.
Yeah, got that big knockup onto Flap. And there was a little moment of brilliance as well by Nova. He got the deadly magic from Kyle, and his golden hour was forced out because he knew that if he popped the golden hour here, then Kyle wouldn't be close enough, to actually deal damage to him to take him out. So even AP Bren are having their fair little moments of brilliance.
Yeah, and they're really playing into it. Shizu pushing up on that top side. SOD.
Shizu, coast to coast, turtle ball. Don't save it for just a little longer, but Flap puts Shizu in a batty bag as one goal down from AP Bren. Falcon still going in. Aqua with a bit of their strike. Taking down one. Open is fallen. Make that 3 for Falcons as they take down KLVJ. Aqua's the only one left. Massive win for the Falcons.
Super Marco.
If I'm not mistaken, it was the Mountain Shocker that Haji stole earlier from Shizo. He held on to that, and it's what helped set up Super Marco with that SOD. Shizo tried to outplay and tried to read that as well, but he just could not sidestep the SOD.
Yeah, great job holding on to that holy defense up that top turret though, but man, just like in the previous game, AP Bren has just hit a wall in this game, where now you have a lead of 5,000.
juara itu bang, season
Team Falcons has control of this side of the map. Are they going to make an attempt to try to stall this out or even steal this? It looks like they're pushed away by Flap himself as Ogwen holds down this bottom side as well. So that is a Lord secured for Team Falcons.
Oh, look at that. Huge items everywhere for Falcons after that Lord.
Yep.
2 lightning truncheons. I believe it was just a boatload of items, guys.
Yeah, all on point here.
Christmas in April.
Yeah.
This is one of the tough things about this lineup that AP Bren has. SOD, SOD thrown. Okay.
Not again, not twice.
Yeah, the grass was just a little bit too long.
All right, he's gonna clear out this tier 2.
Whoa.
Black Dragon form by KLVJ.
They just want to force them off. They don't want to fight, right?
It's a deterrent rotation.
Yeah.
Dashes off, and there's the Mount Shocker.
Shizo has to go back.
AP Red's a little too proactive with this defense.
Whoa!
Find Ogwin.
Menurutmu siapa saja nanti ke MPL dari roster BTR MPL?
Yeah, they committed a lot. Petrified from
Feeling gue ya cuma ininya doang sih bang, junglernya sih. Digimon kalau sampai bisa membawa sampai juara mungkin aja naik juga. Tapi ya kalau geser Eman agak sulit sih.
Team Falcons, I don't know if they... what was that?
Bit of overheat. A lot of the crowd control that they have. Yeah, this is the meta power of having the 4 heroes outside of the YSS with all the crowd control that they have. It ended up popping the shield anyway. But Falcons needs to watch out and respect. One pick off and it could go completely sideways. 4,000 at this point.
Yep.
Items already up to a Malefic Roar. This is very doable still for AP Brand. They can take one big fight. If they lose that, that's pretty much it. If they win that, it's a complete turnaround.
Yeah, it's one of those setups that can happen here between KillVJ and James Panks. Both of them have potential. And that's a Winter Crown, early Winter Crown. He only got the completed concentrated energy, I believe. So
yeah.
James Panks, that's what I was saying. He could be one of the guys. It's either him or KillVJ that starts things up, pops the Spatial Migration into their Requiem, and then Winter Crowns to buy enough time to allow Shizu and Aqua to go ahead and make things work. There's actually quite a bit of tools in the overall composition toolkit for AP Brand to make work in terms of team fights. And even the Marcel alone can help turn these things around and stop Team Falcons in their tracks. Again, that's a lot to fall into place. They've still got some ground to cover. They're down 4,000 gold, but they're definitely getting there to get back into this game.
Oh, Falcons really need to start respecting the pick-off capabilities that AP Brand have. But those moments happen without that much of a heavy Super Marco presence. So what if the difference maker right now really is just the presence of the Moskov? So AP Brand just need to make sure they need to man mark. The thing is, it's difficult to tell KLVJ to just Dragon, look for Super Marco.
Yeah.
Because if you dive in, you're going to get knocked back and then you're going to get blasted really quickly. So if he can find a time where he'll save the Dragon for when the members of Falcons have used majority of their resources, when they're going for that little chase, when it's AP Brand's turn to go a little bit deep, and then they pop the Dragon Petrify.
Yeah. Time is not on their side, though. It's not like Falcon's going to take it lying down. Always! Full combo! Catches one! And that is Open walking away. Marco still wailing away. Kyle takes down Nova. A little too deep did that Marcel go, and now the Falcons have their eyes on Kiel. The king has fallen. It's a double kill for Kyle.
A setup was started by AP Brand, but a great response. And not only that, but Flap zoning out multiple members of AP Brand. And now they'll march down to take down the tier 2 turret in the mid, and potentially this base turret as well.
Conceal, coming through.
Oh, that's it.
Open finds Shizo. Just 2 defenders left. Aqua and James Panks. James Panks taken down here, and it's just the Unk left.
They don't have a wave.
Yeah.
They can actually get out, and it's Flying Cloud, so they need to be back to go for this Lord.
Ngeri juga bro ya.
He borrowed Brent's Cloud. That's wild. And Flap is just going to continue zoning out. This Uranus has been very low-key, but his map presence is... He was the macro guy, actually. It wasn't the Moskov, it was the Uranus in the end playing macro. I have to say, though, AP Brand, even though they got that jump onto, I believe it was Ogwin, they shouldn't have continued that take. They should have just acknowledged, okay, we got a knock up here, but let's just back off.
Yeah.
They didn't have the right positioning. They didn't have the complete man mark on the Super Marco Moskov, and then just left a lot of space for Falcons to free hit. Not the right target to commit onto, not the Hilda in the bush.
Yeah, this, of all targets, you know, might have been one of those desperate moves, but now they've got to deal with this. A push from Team Falcon. SOD. Whoop.
Marco finds Shizo! And Shizo here does not survive. Ogwin finds him one more time.
It's Super Marco with these
Super
SODs
Marco,
time and time again.
He's the guy, seen right now by a lot of gold laners as the best in the league. Marco says, I'm not even eyeing that, but Marco is playing the game.
He's not just bulletproof, he is bullseye accurate. Marco wheeling away at that bottom lane. Mid falls as well. KLVJ trying to do some damage control. Aqua with a better air strike.
Menurutmu Thomas Hanera yang naik ke BTR Vitality? Menurut gua sih gitu.
It's just Aqua and KLVJ left to defend.
Lo lihat aja bang itu kenaikan yang lain-lain tetap aja gak ada impact-nya jir. Yang main juga itu mulu ya gak sih?
Chances to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. And here's
Yang main
the
itu
prediction right
mulu
now.
loh bang.
It's heavily in
Kalau lu
favor of
inget bang,
TNC, man. That is a massive
udah dinaikin tetap aja gak dimainin. Giliran dimainin cuma segame doang.
Any last thoughts of the drafts here?
Well, one thing I'm going to be looking
Sakit
for
sih
is
itu.
what kind of Khalid versus Jusin game are we
Tapi
going to get?
BTR emang
One where
belajar
it's
dari
maybe a
kesalahan
little bit
guys.
more
Soalnya
leaning
kan
towards
kemarin ada
Khalid,
itu yang
or
pengganti Shogun
Jusin
tuh.
once again proving to a lot of
Menang
Khalid
terus
players
kalah.
as to why
Endingnya
if you were
dimainin
up
lagi ya
against me,
kalah lagi.
You'd rather not go up against me.
Which is why I'm partial to Twisted Minds lineup. Sure, Owl will suffer, Owl will struggle, but if you understand that going in, you can plan for it. And they have all the tools to execute that plan.
We'll see who gets the better start here as we jump into the land of Dawn. It's going to be game 1 of this best of 3 to start off our day 2. We're going to wait a little bit longer. Great flag out there, by the way.
Is that a Coach S on banner?
Cool.
Are those California palm trees?
Are those California? Maybe they traveled all the way here.
Oh, they could be coconut trees, honestly.
Is that a banner featuring 3-time MPL champion S on it?
Huge 3-mar face, bro.
That's actually probably the bigger. Here we go.
Let's go.
Let's go ahead and get it
Langsung aja, bro.
started. First one, and we're just ready for Superfan Saturday. I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy to be here with us.
Yep.
Really good Mario impression, Renmar.
Yep.
That wasn't me. I did the Yoshi, though. I'll do that. So far, not really aggressive with the mid-trades. Kaloy just man-marking Zyda. Emblems Inspire, Wilderness Blessing. It's the Brave Smite on the Uranus.
All right. So 3-mar probably going to be playing the total. Whoa, already too early on. Aggression for that Lift Wander. I'm not sure if they're going to continue the pressure. They'll poke down a little bit. Chaknu is going to be fine too. This is kind of what we expect, especially with Khalid in action. But always, you got to look at this because the same response is going to come from Kaloy.
It's actually like Khalid, Hildar, like same, but diff.
Yeah.
They deal an absurd amount of damage for early roamers. Fast rotations,
And they
good
survive
sustain.
a huge amount of damage and then join the fight again.
Yeah.
They both heal in a different way. It's like
I think
Hilda's got to stand in grass and he's got to stand in sand.
Yeah.
So, I wonder what that design was like when they decided to make those heroes.
So far, TNC's been trying to disrupt MP the King's rotations, but it hasn't stopped him. He has a significant EXP gap, as Zyda still needs to get his first orange buff. Let's see if TNC will be able to make it for the first turtle as Twisted Minds. All of the effort TNC put into trying to stop MP the King actually somewhat delayed Zyda because he was forced to join in and see if he can poke down.
Yep, and that kind of follows through with bullying Owl, because they all follow through down here. Oh no!
Speaking
Owl
of,
gets a 2-man dogpile on him. Chaknu and Benny get pushed out.
Okay.
And just like that, Twisted Minds are still putting their heads on a swivel. They want to make sure, okay,
Last match ya bang ya.
Turtle?
It is the Rivers, and of course 3-mar decided to place himself a little bit deeper towards the side of Twisted Minds' jungle, and that is what stopped MP the King from continuing the turtle.
Oh,
MP gonna fight?
Chaknu and 3-mar asserting themselves. RWM by Lancey, swiping away. Zyda
Apa,
going
bro?
to the turtle.
Oh.
I'll make
Ya
it here.
apa
What a
itu?
day! Helping Zyda secure that turtle, and Benny's still wailing away. Already used that Valkyrie's Descent. Crimson Beacon by Sean, backing off. 3-mar on Lansu. Lansu 1-3. 3-mar flickers back. Shadow tail by Zyda. Drawing first blood.
Great fight there by TNC, and Zyda, good discipline to hold on to the shadow kill for as long as he could. Twisted Minds decided to collapse into the shrub to see if that would stop or deter TNC from continuing to fight, but it didn't because they still had the Hayabusa ultimate.
Good luck typing that in chat.
I was going to say, just type Fruitinin every time you hear that.
Oh! How did that happen? These are the tools I'm talking about.
Yep.
If Twisted Minds choose to pick off, they can.
Yeah, I think he tried to disrupt MP the King, but didn't expect that there'd be 3 members. If it was only 2, he might have been able to get away, but it also could have been a little bit of overzealousness. He didn't have the flicker, and he's up against a Harley that was left undisturbed.
Yeah.
Even if it's a Uranus, hypothetically, if it was just Kaloy and MP the King, and Lansu was stuck in lane trying to clear waves, it still would hurt 3-mar a lot.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at how much damage the Deadly Match does this early on, especially against tankier heroes like Uranus. So, good pickoff, and that's why MP is actually still up here, because he could potentially threaten 3-mar.
Oh, final flash puts him into the range of Deadly Magics, but it's not the right combo. I think they need to have Sean in the area too.
Yeah.
He's gonna get this gold crab. Ooh, miraculous last hit there for Owl using AOT.
So that's the difference in the gold lane. Benny is on Owl, but Owl is eyes on the prize. I need to farm.
He's got to. That's what every Claude that enters the game has to do. They really have to focus on getting to that Trinity as fast as possible, and then they can really shine for the team. But you have all the tools you need to go ahead and provide early pressure with this. Harley, for example, Owl's getting his DHS now, so he is farming up. You see that too, the boots that he went. He's got to deal with that because of the Benny Cutie Freya.
At this point, you'd want to be able to build one of your second item components, but he needs that defense. And considering the turtle spawns on his side, it's the right call because he needs to join this as well. He needs a little bit more damage output from him so that Twisted Minds has a chance to maybe get a punish, but getting the objective might be too hard.
It's all in on the turtle. TNC are putting up a wall. Speaking of
Zaida
secures. They're holding on the ults though. And they're going to continue. They're going to force the issue deep into the purple. Going in with a Ravage Sandstorm. Lansu on him. Flicker, final slash. No one home. Down goes Streamer. That's enough damage. Vengeance. Shadow kill on the 4. Unable to distribute it as Lansu catches all of it. And a big slap.
Iya sih, yo ay. Ada Minato di MDL masih buset. Minato tuh. Minato tuh.
Not worth it for the turtle.
That's the revisioning we were looking for last week, man. What a slam down through Sean. 4 assists now in the Jushin.
Carry Twisted Minds in the last fight by carrying the entirety of TNC Pro Team. That's why you have to watch out for this Jushin, especially when the Crimson Beacon is up and you're not careful. Zaida getting Lansu looked like it was a big win for them, but as they tried to continue the fight, Sean said, I still have a card up my sleeve, and it was the perfect time to let go of the Crimson Beacon. Zaida doesn't have a first full item yet, decides to rush for the Sky Piercer, does not have the Hunter Strike as his priority, because he's still getting kills, so he's trying to see if he can get stacks much quicker.
I don't know if that's a wise plan to do now.
Yeah, at this point you need a little bit more penetration as well, but there's not a lot of defense to deal with other than the Hilda, because even Lansu is going for Oracle second after building Fury Hammer, which I mean it's the typical build for Arlets anyway. So there, full build anti-Cuirass already for Kaloy.
Oh, Dreamar checks in, spots the take on the orange, gets bullied out, catches that deadly magic. Then comes Sean looking for that choke and flickers out.
Okay, he flickers out. Sean also just oh,
dear Lord! Blazing away by Owl, trying to protect himself, waiting for his allies. In comes Zaida. Shadow kill! Trying to take him down! Zaida with a shutdown! And that's a trade. 2 for 1, big win for TNC.
Yeah, a lot of cross-map trades there.
TNC,
they saw the vision in the orange buff, and then they decided to just jump in mid because they saw that it was a lot more presence at the top side. So 3mar getting the info and TNC executing. This is the synergy that we were looking for from TNC yesterday.
Okay, he doesn't have a retry just yet. They might come down to it. Oh, it's already used. Zaida gets the turtle. And they should just disengage from this, but the purple's up. I think they want to put pressure on this just like we saw on the last one.
Zaida hit that clean with his katana. And again, after Turtle 2, they went in deep for the purple. Was it a successful shakedown? Yes, it is.
Yep.
I think TNC walk away with Grand Theft Purple.
Yeah, let's double check. Maybe we'll see MP. Yep, definitely stolen away.
Yeah. MP used it too early.
RWM underneath tier 1. Quick choke. Up on 1. Valkyrie's a set. In comes Betty.
And
Swiping away. He's hacking the deadly magics. Looking for it. Crimson Beacon by Sean. Not enough damage. Betty's wailing away. Looking for that hit. And in comes Al. No, ult's here. And Betty blazing the wet to your face. Traded out for Lancy. Lansu, that is double kill for Zaida. Man is collecting stacks. And here comes TNC. Collapsing on a twist. They back up. There's the flicker. Lancy with the Void Crystal taking down Sean. And Al gets next. 3mar. Serving up a kill. Kaloy, the only survivor.
The Phoenix has arisen and awoken. They are swinging things in their favor, just like that graph.
Decisive and ruthless, and most importantly, more in aligned with each other in terms of what they want to do. It didn't feel like the more desperate TNC that we saw yesterday, and even in the previous weeks, where it seems like you have 2 groups of TNC players trying to make plays in opposite sides of the map, not completely ready to go for the full 5, but so far it has been clean for TNC. Twisted Minds have been able to counter through the Jushin.
Ngeri juga bang ya.
Up there, TNC pounced on that, and they realized, oh, they could get that win despite Benny getting taken down.
You gotta think about that. How much time? I know Benny ended up dying, but he bought a lot of time in that fight.
Yeah.
2v1.
Yeah, he pulled the Juicin and Claude away from the center of the map, which is where TNC decided to continue the jump on. So, my earlier question of what kind of Kali versus Juicin game we're getting is
pertama, Bang,
here and there. It's like 50-50. It's not always a sure thing that the Juicin will make the Kali's life difficult. Chakno has played a stellar game because he's sharing information duties with 3mar. Even Benny Cutie with his aggressive plays is getting information for the team that sets up Raging Sandstorms.
Oh no! Chakno catches all of
Should be alive?
in the white brush. Yes, he lives! Quicksand into that brush as the turtle dance continues.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine actually right now. They're fighting for this Lord at this point, but no one's got to commit to it. But there is, that's the flicker down now for Chakno. He doesn't have that. He's going to wait for the Raging Sandstorm most likely to come up. They don't really have to rush this either. And one thing they do also want to go ahead and take note of is Twisted is dealing with now a few stacks on this Hayabusa from Zyda. So they can't get a little overzealous and put two.
Oh, flicker, final slash by Lansu, displacing Lancy, serving up a kill. Real-time revision.
Flicker final slash too.
A little overzealous, go for it then.
Yeah,
they need it.
It worked out well.
20 seconds on the clock. They're going for the turtle. Kaloy just sweeping these brushes. Benny Cutie on him.
Kaloy.
Chakno and 3mar checking range. Zyda holding on to that shadow and shadow kill. Kaloy playing footsies and tag another final slash. They fight Chakno's falling. Shadow kill. Fights Kaloy. Down goes one. And the retribution is good. Zyda licks the blood of the Lord on the play. Shuts him down. Gets the double. Now Benny wheeling away. Gets taken down by Sean. One more time as Owl is taken down. Huge 3 for 3, but the Lord goes to Twisted.
Okay, Sean's not going to be able to get the Maniac, but he does get 3 stacks on his Sky Piercer. Benny Cutie was able to zone out MP the King from that Lord Retribution timing as the Freya decided to jump straight to the back. Now TNC has their Lord marching up top, but their positioning, they need to have a slight readjustment because Lansu is not shy to commit those final slashes when he sees the angle. Twisted Minds are doing their best to stop the charge, and they will be able to stop the charge of the Lord in mid. MP the King decided to rush to the Divine Glaive, knowing that with these, with the Uranus, with the Khalid up in his face, he needs the magic penetration right away.
He's got it. The fight is there on both sides from what we're seeing. It's just really who comes down to utilizing what ultimates or even the battle spells that they have. Lansu has been so on point with these final slashes, though, that sometimes gives Twisted a little bit of the upper hand. I'm just so surprised. They really need to win an objective retribution. I mean, you look at across the board there, 0-0-0. They've got no turrets, no turtles, no lords.
Nothing.
That has to change if Twisted Minds wants to turn this game in their favor and win it.
Yeah, and the thing I've noticed about this Eve pick here by Lancy is that they're not able to maximize a lot of the real-world manipulations. However, the value coming out of the star field of the Eve is Twisted Minds getting forced to use their dashes to get out of it, forced to reposition, which makes things just a little bit more uncomfortable to them. But then when you have, again, going up against the Juicin with a reposition of the Crimson Beacon, and the fact that her ultimate means that if she gets closer to you with her trying to reposition, that's actually bad for you because there's a risk, again, that the whole team is going to get lifted up, which is why I was a bit here and there about the Eve. But still, Lancy's getting value out of it, just not the max value you want out of that hero.
Yeah, and this is one of the things, too, with the lineup now. At this point, you know, even though Twisted is down, and this is why you see TNC approaching these objectives the way they are, because given the fact that now this is the power spike for Twisted's lineup. You see that, right? Trinity's already locked in for Owl.
Ya,
He's trying to get a little bit more defense here when
kalah tuh dia, Pak. Kalah tuh
but Sean is
BTR,
getting
ngeri
stacked
banget.
up, and that's also something why Renmar has mentioned, even with the Jushin, you've really got to be on point with this. And so TNC has made the right choices of approaching the fights the way they have. And sometimes it could be Chakno, as we see on the screen, to start a fight up if he wants to, like we've seen him attempt to around some of the purple buff steals and everything else. But it more likely is going to be Lansu with a final slash when we get to this next Lord here in about 10 seconds. Oh, speaking up.
Final slash on the 3mar. 3mar about to get choked up. And rhymes through it by the UM. This TNC finds one. Sean forcing that Crimson Beacon. Shadow kill early. Pull on to the by Zyda. And perhaps in a while. It might be an orange taken. The back line. Oh, firing away at Chaknu, quick sand guard, no dice.
Yeah, and it looks like the orange buff was taken away. Just having up with the, oh wait, no, there it is. Okay, so it still ended up with Owl there in the end. Surprise fight. I was surprised that Lancy decided to commit the RWF there. They won't have the Starfield up for this Lord, but I think after all the resources Twisted Minds used, TNC, are they gonna... they decide to slow it down because even they don't want to go for the full blitz.
They can't because they know. I mean, everything on both sides was pretty much thrown at each other and no one were going down. So ultimately a reset. Blade armor picked up now.
Yeah, massive.
By 3MAR.
Massive pickup for this Uranus.
TNC's meat shields are just too big. RWF catches Kaloy and Sean at the tail end. In comes another
Bahasa Tagalog apa sih?
Let's go. Shadow out. Twisted Minds, this is a deadly dance.
This is a whole lot being thrown. Still, it's both sides just throwing what they have at each other.
Yeah, and now Twisted Minds can play aggressive for this Lord. They still have to mark Zyda. Lancy will still be able to deal damage. They're trying to drag this out as long as possible because of the Starfield of Lancy. They're just waiting for the RWM. Good position, by the way, by Chakno and Benny Cutie. Great flank angle, but I think Twisted Minds acknowledged that and decided to hold the mid push. Also because they want to threaten the push of the minion waves in mid, because they still don't have a tower taken down in mid or anywhere.
Telat bang, bahasa Tagalog bang, bahasa Tagalog ketika live streamingnya barengan bang. Kalau replay ini ya bahasa Inggris.
Crimson Beacon already used up. IWM defensively used, trying to keep Kaloy down. Kaloy might have to face the wrath of TNC. No one gets punished. Twisted Minds with their first big objective.
I said they needed to get some objectives. Well, they finally got one, and that was a crucial one to win out for them, to turn this map towards their favor. It was, again, one of those things where Chaknu had an idea, but once that fight started up, the rest of the team was just a little bit too far away to even counter-fight once the Lord was already secure.
And you can see the hesitation from TNC, considering that Sean Skypiercer's a 4-stack right now. They know that they have to get the good perfect dive, bring down that Justin fast, and then they can go all in.
That Lord take was Blacklist brilliant. I think Bonchan was clapping in the back seeing that happen.
Yeah.
This reminds me of their takes from 2021, 2022 with no punishes at all.
Yeah, even there in the end, Lancy committed a final slash to help feed the potential kill onto Sean, which forced out a flicker, I believe, from 3MAR on a dash out.
Look at the angle by the Mamba. I think he's waiting for the rest of TNC to be ready. 3MAR gets bursted down. Massive approach here on the bottom. Chubby wave, mid as well. Twisted Minds have almost single-handedly won the map back.
Is he just going to wait there patiently? Is he still going to try to make a play here? Towards the answer, no. It looks like it's just information. So information given, granted for the team. They clear out the Lord. That's going to be fine. A little bit of that damage from the push up top, though, did do some damage to the base turret of Twisted. So TNC doesn't come out completely with nothing out of that exchange.
Yeah, and I think the signal that Chaknu was waiting for when he was holding that push in mid was if 3MAR stayed healthy, he probably would try to get a flank. But with the Uranus getting brought low, that was already an advantage lost. So they decided to play it safe. Now it's... Again, my hope after TNC's loss to Falcons yesterday is I hope their late game woes with watching the minions and playing through minion wave pushes won't come back to haunt them. So let's see if they've got to improve that real quickly. And Cutie said earlier, they kept things simple, but hopefully it's a simple idea of, hey, if you have the minion advantage, you don't need to force anything. Just look for that one pick, don't dive too deep, you have the minion wave advantage.
Sadly, they don't now. Sadly, the map has become equal. So I think they just have to win more fights. Just pick better fights.
And that's what's happening. Is like, that's why I'm saying they've both been throwing everything at each other. And just the vision provided by both roamers is what is going to make that difference for either team that's able to get that upper hand here. So MP picks up his buff. We'll get a Holy Crystal now too. You've seen a lot of the deadly magics as well have mostly gone towards 3MAR just because 3MAR is pretty much up front. And so he's soaking those up. I'm just wondering if there's a way when the Lord comes up where, you know, MP is actually to play a threat on someone else. But even if you look at this, it's not like he's going to touch Zyda. Zyda is pretty much just unseen until he needs to be there. This is also an evolved Lord. So like we saw from the previous one, it's going to be a very slow fight for space around this while they keep 3MAR up front.
They see the Freya down bottom. They saw Chaknu as well, if I'm not mistaken. Twisted Minds know they're trying to force a reaction out of TNC.
Chaknu's going to swing around.
He's crossing and spotted by MP. This is not a safe take, so they have to let go of the Lord. That gets reset. Benny Cutie threatening the penetration here. And there's not much to answer. They do send 2 over, so they're fine.
Oh, wow. Well, that's a lot
damage on Owl, yeah.
A lot of damage by that Uranus.
Kaloy,
That's going to be
Kaloy.
the continuous threat of the Freya down bottom.
They can just do this. I mean, this
Yeah.
is, I know it's a different hero for Ben and Cutie, but it's still the same player. You know,
It's
he's done
in
this on
his DNA.
Quad. Yeah, it's built into him, and so that's the plan. That's what they've done so many times.
Oh! Final flash! On to Zyda! How did that happen?
What?
Massive loss for Twisted! Caused by Twisted on TNC! No retry!
The Admiral stepping up for
Kaloy,
Twisted
Kaloy.
with the map control. Benny!
Penny catches Owl! Owl with the answer, the blazing the wet and the wing champ! And Chaknu gets an immortality pop up to him by Lancey, trying to repair the situation as Kaloy dashes on through, dancing around. Down goes Chaknu. Sean finds him, Lansu falls. The Admiral gets a double. It's just 3 more left. Ships ahoy as they sail forth.
A lot of respawn timers. 3 more trying to get away from MP.
Oh, 3 more.
Minion waves in mid and they're trying to push. They're going for the
He
end.
cannot clear fast enough. Zyda is the next best defender. He's spawning after Twisted breaks through that turn in mid. I think the call for Twist is straight to the Lord we go.
They go for the Lord.
Lansu was brilliant. He vengeanced onto 3mar. And then whether it's sense or whether he knew positioning-wise, that's where Zyda would be. He got the final slash onto the Hayabusa. That was just terrific individual play by Lansu by using the front line in front of him to get into better position.
The patience that is Twisted right now, what they're showcasing here, gets themselves a Lord and ready to push towards the base of TNC. After taking down the mid-base turret already, they're in a prime position to go ahead and punch this one in. Zyda will get his purple buff, but they're going to have to buckle in for this one and get ready to defend, because right now Twisted has control. They're locked in. You saw how much damage was just dealt down in an instant as well.
My goodness. And that isn't even Arlott with like a full damage item, man. He's mostly utility.
Yeah. It's the that's what I was saying. It's most likely going to be started up by Lansu.
He's a final slash machine.
He is. He's been landing them throughout the game. They've been pivotal in getting Twisted control of this game at this point. So they'll go ahead and walk in with this Evolved Lord again at the 21-minute mark. Getting closer to the base turrets here, as that's going to be in mid, so they're going to go for this push down bot. Lansu does have an immortality as well, so he can be a little reckless if he wants to try to set this up and force a fight into the base, and they're going to go just for it.
Twisted are in. That turret down bottom is going to fall. The choke up on the 3mar gets the immortality pop. Up the being dropped in by Lancey. And 3mar has to get on out of there. Lord getting taken care of. In comes Chaknu with a raging sandstorm. And a massive final slash. Bay! Dashing on out. It's not enough for him. A shot gets another stack. He is godlike. And in comes Zyda. Shadow kill on the board. They're juggling him. And now they have another wave down bottom. This is getting really difficult for TNC to defend.
They're so low. They're going to have to fight it out.
Oh no, could have been a punish as Lansu gets the immortality buff. Again! Flicker repositioning. Down goes Lancey. And Twisted Minds are relentless. They trade off of Lancey for Lansu. But with that, I think Twisted call it quits.
Oh man, 2 teams at the bottom of the standings doing everything they can to win. They are fighting it out. Lansu, I thought that final slash would be it, but Zyda's damage is definitely online. But the biggest problem for TNC is that is a 70-stack juice in Skypiercer on Sean.
This ship has too many holes. They cannot clog them up fast enough. 4K up. Shadow kill by Zyda trying to fight out. The wind champ keeps him alive.
And 3mar still going to go ahead and just walk them out of the jungle here. I'm so surprised, but yeah, that's going to be a wind of nature down. Owl switches in for the rose gold, but man, okay, they got the base turrets, but that could have been cleaner. Lord is up now, and some crucial items, item cooldowns are going to be taking into play here for this one. Yeah. He does switch over. He's got the gun. He's got the gun. He's got the Malefic gun and the immortality now.
He juggled for the chant.
Yeah, he juggled it around.
One item pick up here that I really appreciate is Sean actually building the Clock of Destiny, which is why it's difficult to take this juicing down. That's also a juicing with Bloodwings too.
And a Brute.
And a Brute now. And a Brute. What?
Yeah, he's tanky. Sean wants to get the stacks off.
Sion.
RWM catches Sean, forcing that Crimson Beacon back. Chaknu does not allow himself to get choked up. And Zyda looking for that angle over on the flank. Oh, it looks like we're going to have to reset.
Yeah, they're going to go for a reset again here. This is, they want that beacon to be up. TNC also wants these ultimates back up as well. There isn't the flicker now for Chaknu though.
Yeah, Twisted Minds doesn't need to force anything. TNC has to respond to the minion waves crashing in through the side lanes. They try to get Lancy down, but he's only going to be able to take just a bit of damage and still survive through it. Still minion waves a little bit deep in the bottom lane. Twisted Minds are going to be playing through that. They don't want to force anything with minion wave advantage.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold this together.
Look at that. That's a lot of minions, man. Someone in TNC needs to go back and deal with it.
They're eventually going to have to deal with this bottom wave here. Lord's at half health right now.
Ngeri juga, bro, ya.
Fight. 3
Deadly
more.
Magics onto the big chunky Uranus.
The wave and bot.
That's way too
Banning's
much.
at the defend. Even in mid, it's getting really bad. Lord here at a quarter of its health. Chaknu and Zaida, they're aware. Trimar as well. Forcing out a shadow. In comes Sean with a Crimson Beacon. And the TNC
Ya elah.
will have to
Males
concede
nih
this.
paus-pausan kayak gini.
Lord, an unfortunate pause.
Meta pause lagi.
Did they get the Lord?
Yeah. Back?
I believe they got the Lord.
Get it back.
Yeah, it's untwisted. It's untwisted.
3 Lords.
Got it,
Still
yeah.
a lot of minions.
So they basically what it chalks up to is TNC on the defense here up against a major push. Lansu and Owl both picking up defensive items that they really need to go ahead and solidify this. Lansu gets to win a crown. Expect him to make some fancy moves here, and Owl will pick up the Wind of Nature now.
During the break, I think Lansu popped his flicker.
Yeah.
I think there was an attempt to engage.
To try to make something happen.
Or the single-handedly zone.
whoa,
Oh, my
Zaida.
Lord, Owl here! Answer to the blazing duet, wind check off the shadow
Oh,
kill.
the juke.
And massive range by Zaida, and he's still buying time. He's going 2v1.
They're still going.
They need to defend the mid, and
Zaida.
Zaida here gets taken down by the duo. The tag team up top. They're 1 man down for the defense.
Buset,
Yardam and
udah
Malaysia
50
swiping away at the
25
minions,
menit aja, bro,
and
ya.
at the waves and at the Lord. And they're trying their darndest. They need all their members, but fortunately they lost Zaida. Now goes Trimar. 3 defenders left. Twisted Minds, they know that the win is just around the corner. Benny Cutie gets outranged and hit with a vengeance. The double for Sean.
Gila, bro. Masuk
Twisted
N-Bang.
Minds take game 1.
Twisted the Lord.
Nah, game
Zaida's
kedua ya
really
bang
gonna
ya.
have to make something work with the rest of the team here. But maybe that's why also the Marcel is picked up.
Garbage.
Chaknu is able to go ahead and do what we've seen him do before
Terbang
with
ya.
Marcel, where he's just this nuisance to Twisted, scouting things out, slowing people down, taking snapshots, and golden hour.
As Bremer will call it, a mosquito.
A mosquito.
The Mosquito.
Thank
the
you.
Mosquito Marcel. Let's
Thank you
go
for
ahead.
riding on that.
Yep, let's jump on in to game at 2 here. Let's see if we actually get to a game 3. They have all the tools they need, and we're gonna go ahead and get this one started and underway.
So all flickers here for everyone. There's going to be a lot of major repositionings in every team fight. Going to be a difficult one to track. Festival of
Zaida,
Bloodfighter, Emblem
Zaida.
for Benny Cutie, Lansu, Thrill. Okay, pretty much standard run-of-the-mill emblems pickups for everyone.
Lancy did not stack up on Kaloy there.
Yeah. All right. So regular starts happening here in Chaknu. This is what you can expect him to do. He's just going to go ahead. Oh, whoa.
Already an early
flicker.
flicker from Owl.
That's the power of Marcel, man.
That's an odd amount of commitment from Owl that early.
Yeah. I mean, did he not realize that Benny Cutie stayed a little bit back, but he could see the minions.
Yeah.
Why the flicker?
Probably just being safe. More safe than sorry at this point.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, before the next big fight anyway, I mean, Turtle's across from them, so it's not like they're really going to be there for that fight anyway.
Trimar got the EXP Crab, slight advantage for the Alice. His job is to protect that side of the jungle. Earlier, I believe he was able to stop Golem's attempt by MP the King, so he kept the green camp. Zaida's going to be able to get it. Both junglers are now level 4, 22 seconds, heading into the Turtle, while Lancey has to go back and recall real quick just to top up.
Okay, so nothing crazy happening. Our Turtle's going to be up, though, in just about 10 seconds.
Here we go.
MP's
he's not
there.
gonna try.
Yeah, he's not going to try.
MP the
It's
king.
better just to be safe, rotate up. That Turtle's there.
Chaknu intercepts that rotation by Kaloy. In comes Zaida. Shadow out. He took a little bit of damage there between Sean MP and Kaloy. And this will allow TNC to kind of reposition first. I think the call for the Phoenix Army is purple on Zaida.
Yeah, purple there first. TNC are going to hold it. No one's going to deal damage on it, just dragging it a little bit closer to their side. But Twisted Minds know because the Harley's a little bit closer, they can afford to deal a little bit more damage to the Turtle, but it gets reset.
Yeah, it's going to reset. Both junglers grabbing their buffs. They're in position.
Yep.
Kaloi not having the Raging Sandstorm just yet, though, so he doesn't have that.
Both
Meanwhile, MP's jumping in.
Chaku catches it. Not much damage there. MP the King holding his tongue. Does not pop the deadly magics yet. 3mar has his ult down, looking for an engage. Does not go for it. Chaknu going for the snapshot, and oh my god, the full collapse coming in.
MP the King.
And the shadow gale by Zaida, scoring him a double. Down goes Lancy, and Chaknu finds another as Kaloi falls. 3 for 1, massive win for the Phoenix Army.
Chaknu even able to stop the recall of Lansu, delaying him even further. 3mar and TNC understood the assignment. Get their advantages, and Chaknu still won't allow Lansu to go home. Beautiful entry by 3mar. Didn't even need to commit the flicker. He got a massive ultimate off, and under the real-world manipulation, but all of the mobility of TNC made sure that Sean had to back off quickly.
Yeah, that was a great setup and a team fight that TNC was able to go ahead and take. And great start for Zaida too, grabbing 2 kills throughout that exchange. So he'll be able to go ahead and scale up the way he wants to on this on the Hayabusa this time. Benny-Cutie taking a couple shots, but ultimately he's going to be fine. And so he's got the flicker too, but there's a lot of attention on that side of the map.
4 minutes in, and here we are doubting the Hayabusa on Zaida. And this is the kind of hero he wants. Again, he's still one of those assassins that you can give him the choice to play utility, but nope, I'm a mechanically gifted player. What do you want?
Yeah. If your own individual mechanics are great and the rest of your team back you up with that with their own brilliance of mechanics, then higher chances your assassin jungler is going to be able to get kills. 3mar definitely a great start on this Alice's impact. Not only that fight, but of course, as we pointed out earlier, protecting Zaida's side of the jungle, making sure resources wouldn't be taken away from his Hayabusa, managing Lansu well in lane. He's playing aggressive, forcing Lansu to stay under tower. He's not necessarily freezing Lansu out of a lot of things, but it's stopping the Admiral from being a part of the game.
Oh.
Thought he was going to deadly magic that.
And look at this, the punish from TNC. Shadow kill on the Kaloi. Twist was out of position there. What did they want?
I'm not sure if, that was just a clear disconnect.
Yeah.
It looked like the play was, all right, throw out the deadly magic, let's get a kill, but then they just got counter-punched and the kill goes over to TNC.
Now level lead. Wait, RWM?
Sean with that RWM off angle, trying to stop Zaida from getting that assassination. They were aware. A couple of ult shots from Owl as well, but again, the fact that Owl isn't dying might be the only good news Twisted Mind has right now.
Yeah. This is going to be Turtle 2 for TNC unless MP the King gets a miraculous play, but Twisted Minds go for a 3-2 split. Oh, Benny-Cutie sense that there could be something off with the placements right now of Twisted Minds, and he stays all the way back so that he doesn't get flanked. Free Turtle for TNC.
Yeah, big objective picked up freely. Looks like they want to start something.
Okay, Chaknu with that golden hour stops a couple of members of Twisted Minds from retreating, but it's just a warning shot. Even if they are ahead, I like this TNC. I like how cautious they are even when they're ahead.
Yeah, might as well be. Benny-Cutie doing what he needs to do throughout this game. Skypiercer are already locked in for Owl. Built that up pretty early, so we'll see if he's actually able to go ahead and get these stacks. Again, we don't see Granger picked up too much right now. Only 3 times so far up to this point in the season.
But it's won every time.
It has won every time. Okay, little thrown out there. Lansu using the final slash, but hold on. Still, a lot of attention towards Benny-Cutie. I think even Twisted is wondering exactly where they're going to be able to find something. They just haven't been able to either utilize the deadly magic or even the Raging Sandstorm hasn't hit yet.
There's a lot of AoE that Twisted Minds have to deal with in every fight. Of course, with the passive of the Alice, the fact that there's even bigger circles surrounding the Juicin when she has her Crimson Beacon up. Oh, Ow!
Oh no! Chaknu comes in, tracking shot. In comes Kaloi, flicker, Raging Sandstorm. Chaknu kept alive by that golden hour. He backs off. Close call.
Okay. I feel like this series has been a whole lot of close calls so far on both sides, but ultimately they'll fight into objectives. That seems to be the game plan here for now if nothing's sticking.
Now, my biggest question for Twisted Minds is, will they have enough damage later to deal with 3mar's Alice? He decided to rush a Radiant Armor, thinking about the even, of course, the Harley.
Oh, speaking of, there goes the Throne of Ruin! And the choke up and the takedown Benny gets
Benny.
Owl, and MP gets taken down by 3mar. This is going sideways for Twisted.
You just had your question answered. I think this early on, Redmar, I don't think they're going to be able to handle 3mar's Alice right now.
Oh, Chaknu, tracking shot, snap shot onto Kaloy, and 3mar is just holding the sinister position. Gleams out, goes for that final turtle.
Yeah. And since the Juicer is going to be the Skypiercer holder of the team, no Skypiercer for Zyda's Hayabusa this time. But for the Hunter Strike War Axe, and TNC have a timer to work with. They cannot allow out to get items. At full damage, it's going to be more of a threat. Even Be the King's Harley, despite having the Radiant Armor already built up. Once it gets to the really late game, then 3mar's Alice is gonna have to play a little bit safer. For now, though, they have to keep this up.
Shadow kill by Zyda, RWM, put up by Sean. Final slash, taking 3mar down. That's where they find that extra source of damage on tier 1 in mid. And another choke up on Owl, his second death. This game goes over to Benny again.
Ooh, they are not letting up. So even if they lose one to that final slash Raging Sandstorm combination, they'll get the key target, which was Owl, delaying him further.
Yeah, that's a big trade win there for TNC. They're even going to be able to break the tower. Up top, no break in the mid for any of these two teams just yet. And now 3mar has an Oracle alongside his Radiant Armor. So he gets a little bit more physical defense, around 20, through that. And of course, all the regions that he's going to be able to get. More shields, more health, all good. I still don't think it's at the point where the Granger can really mess up this Alice. It needed like a full effort and even damage from the turret to take 3mar down in mid.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be okay. Ooh, Throne of Ruin used.
Lens
no Gleam to follow through. Flicker just coming off cooldown here for 3mar.
TNC can afford that.
Yeah, they can afford that. They're 4,000 up ahead at this point. They've got actual space to work with, unlike the previous game. And they've put themselves in a really good position for the Lord when it does come up. I'm almost wondering if Twisted, because of the lack of damage, because of the lack of the items, and how difficult it is for them to just approach a full-face fight like this.
Chaka from the back, cracking shot.
They
collapse. Shadow kill, RWM.
Deals?
Coming through, but Kaloy lives. Quick sand guard for the save.
Yeah, they force out resources. They save their tower. But are they going to be able to healthily contest this Lord? Lancy now has a Skypiercer. That changes the game for TNC and for Twisted Minds, excuse me, and of how they are going to be fighting this. There's still a big gap between the two gold laners. Almost 1,000 lead for Benny QT. Al doesn't have the items just yet. He has his own piercer though.
Oh, Chaknu coming in, looking for that freeze frame. Kaloy gets knocked up.
Aman aja,
I
bro.
wonder if they know that TNC is going this fast. Okay, Kaloy says, yep, they're going for it. Chaknu, golden hour, catches one on the back end, and Zyda secures the Lord.
Just, might as well just throw that golden hour out, buy enough time, cut off the team from actually trying something. I don't know if they should have. Chaknu might have been doing them a favor.
Yeah, simple and clean zone out. As if that golden hour was Chaknu telling Twisted Minds, I'm helping you guys. Just don't even try.
Please.
Just give us this. We'll break your towers. You can try for Lord 2, but you're not getting for Lord 1.
There doesn't have to be bloodshed.
Yeah.
Well, it's why I was going to ask earlier, like, how long is Twisted away from actually being able to win a team fight? Because I'm almost worried that in this time, even if you get a final slash off, you might be doing the team a favor of TNC to actually put them in position to collapse down.
Oh, Chaknu threatening the freeze on the 4. RWM by Sean. It's 3mar on him. 3mar taking a lot of turret shots here, and they do not get that final slash as the golden hour stops too. Benny happy with the push.
Perfect golden hour by Chaknu, man. He saved TNC there. Could have been bad. Could have been maybe a kill or two going into Twisted Mind's hands, but he saved them.
Oh no, I forgot there's another
Lancy,
alongside a massive Lord. TNC scores another push down bot, popping a holy shield in mid.
That's got to be like the worst target too for a Granger to try to shoot a Marcel when all you can do is shoot straight.
Yeah.
So it's like,
stop.
Yeah, stop moving. And now Marcel, that's all he does, right? He just moves across the map and he's able to go ahead and set things up like that. So even with this Granger in question here, I think it's just going to be so much work for Owl to actually utilize. Even itemize, he's getting there. Still needs to go ahead and cover a lot of ground. You saw, even when 3mar jumps in on the Alice, like he's able to tank up so much damage, and that's why it's also just allowing the rest of the team of TNC to shine so much in these team fights.
Oh, 3mar feigning that engage. Chaknu playing footsie to Kaloy. Back off.
All signs point to we're going to game number 3. PNC, if you fluff this, this is gonna hurt. Anti-Cuirass already for 3-mar, and with that, even the impact of this Granger still will be delayed until level 15, until he's full stacks, items, everything. He does have, even with up to the Malefic Roar, it seems like there's not a lot of damage coming out of this Granger. I think he's going for, is there gonna be a Sea Halberd? It looks like he's going for Sea Halberd.
Might be a Sea Halberd, yeah. It's surprising because it just doesn't feel like there's damage anywhere else.
Yeah, because the problem is, look, yeah, they already have 3 items of the Harley, but at this point of the game, you wish you had that much sooner. And Sean only has 2 items. He's only up to the Lantern. He needs Glaive. He needs Crystal, man.
Oh, Chakno running through 3.
Buset, 3-mar.
A massive attempt on that throne. And he's still going up. The choke by Laxi. The reposition. MP the King already fallen. Golden Hour. Chakno running around like Quicksilver from X-Men Apocalypse. And they do fight Sean. Serving on the kill the Lancer. More stacks, baby. 2 for free.
Benny
we're going to game 3.
Benny
We're going to game 3. TNC, just, if you can't get it now, get the Lord, and then come back, and then end the game.
I mean, there's nothing else that, I feel like, because watching them team fight, nothing's going their way.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening for Twisted in these team fights.
They don't have the tools, man.
Yeah.
You know, 3-mar and Zyda set the tone early. Chaknu's aggressiveness. Ben Cutie deathless. They decided to play not only for the carry, the swerve to pick up the Hayabusa. It could have been bad, but then they made it great, starting off with a double kill for Zyda's Haya. And just like that, Twisted Minds have completely run out of ground to work with. They still have towers in base, but TNC are going to be looking to end it with this potentially final Lord push. With a massive gold lead for the Zyda Hayabusa.
Yep.
So waiting for one last item. MP the King's trying to scrap for his 4th. Even a massive lead between the 2 mid laners, as Lancy is already up to a Blood Wings and still going through components is Sean for his 3rd item.
Yeah, 3-mar's Alice right now, just taking bullets to the face. Look at this.
They
gets away with the gleam.
On the 3-mar. They send everything that they got. In comes Chaknu, handing out selfies like it's 2021.
Chaknu.
Go ahead and escort that Lord mid. Bottom lane has a massive wave that Lance has to deal with the old-fashioned way. Golden Hour into that spot behind the tier 1. TNC are all inside the base.
Really good uses of that Golden Hour right now, and a lot of it's just to go ahead and buy those little windows of time for TNC and the way that they're approaching the base now.
I think
ready for this top push. Can they still push in?
I think they should try. They have 2 minion waves that are going to crash in. Sort of separate from one another, but they have the Alice.
In comes Zyda, shadow kill. Kaloy catches a majority of it. Sean helps out. And with that, Twisted Mind still alive.
It's just viewers a little bit too safe.
For TNC?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit too safe.
Yeah, might be.
You want more.
Yeah. But then they were probably looking at the fact that it's still a relatively healthy tower up top. If that was any lower, 3-mar might have decided to dive in, as Chaknu and Zyda also decided to push back the members of Twisted Minds through the closer to the center.
Yeah.
But this is just buying more time for Twisted, which is what TNC doesn't want.
Okay. They might just take the discipline round, it seems. I mean, even with this kind of lead and this kind of composition advantage, they are definitely taking their time. I don't know if they want to continue to do that.
Wait for the Lord? Like, wait, another minute.
Like another minute, but just waiting, just based on the last push even. Discipline round indeed, so they'll go for that.
It's a clean fake out.
Al has a halberd. I think his last item might be a Winter Crown, it looks like, as his defensive. Cooldown reduction and adaptive attack. So well-rounded. Plus if ever he gets caught, he can buy the team some time to help cover for him instead of rushing for the immortality.
Where is the chance that Twisted's lineup can actually turn things around item-wise and damage? I mean, you see a Winter Crown being picked up here. He did build that Sea Halberd for Owl now.
I think it's the 4th item on the Eve. Once that's locked in, then they should be good to go. Even with the Divine Glaive, there's enough threat there. But 4th item on the Eve is like, yeah, go time, even though it's still like more than 5,000 gold lead, they can fight.
Oh, they spot out Chaknu. MP the King forces a massive long way rotation for the Mamba. And this has turned into a Lord dance. Impressive how Twisted Minds are still making
Ngeri
this fight
juga, bro,
competitive
ya.
despite being down almost 10 Gs.
Yeah, there could be a potential here, just even in this Lord fight. If
Whoa,
it's,
whoa, 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 whoa. MP.
Okay.
Oh, he smelt it.
Yeah, he gets back. But yeah, that's going to be a Lord. So it was a good attempt. I mean, they were showing face on that side of the jungle, but ultimately won't take too much of the risk on themselves. So Lord goes over to TNC, massive lead at 10,000 and up. They've already got a base turret down, and now they can get ready to go ahead and knock some more.
If it wasn't the last one, it has to be this one. Because if you wait any more time after another failed attempt and we're going into Lord 4, at that point Twisted Minds would be ready to go and counter.
Yeah.
But the problem is, well, again, there's still a lot of towers to work with.
So their goal right now, if you're Twisted, is let's just survive this.
Yeah, just
let's
survive this.
Get to the evolved Lord dance that we potentially have a better chance of winning.
But even then, when that happens, I think if this extends, that's destiny. Twisted Minds might even be able to come back.
Yeah, let's see what TNC can do again.
We gotta end now, y'all.
Yeah, massive lead. Lord making its way down to the base now.
Chaknu spots Kaloy, counters that initiation. MP the King pushing away.
Oh,
No one home for that
MP the
zone
King,
ruin.
MP the King.
But TNC have taken down all of the inhibitor turrets, and just like that, Twisted Minds clear out the waves and the Lord.
All right, I would say, given the circumstances, that's a successful defense not to have the game end there with that kind of disparity. 11,000 for TNC.
I mean, the tough part here right now for Twisted is, yes, they survive, and yes, they'll finally have time to get that fourth item, Sean, is that tower mid up, tower bot still up. The minion waves might be too difficult to handle in the objective fights. There could be a threat of a TNC split push. TNC can play this through so many ways. They don't even need to 5-stack for this next Lord. They can send one, even send Zyda off to try and peel away a member of Twisted Minds, who will most likely be MP the King or Lansu.
Kaloy walks into a deadly brush that had Chaknu and Zyda in it. Fortunately, I think TNC were not willing to commit to that takedown.
Yeah. You know, I might have overreacted a little bit with not being able to end it there. Because again, now thinking about it, there's still so much to deal with if you're Twisted.
Okay, are we changing our tone?
I'm still leaning towards...
Because I agreed with you.
No, not completely changing it. I'm starting to see the other side of the table now.
That maybe it's okay.
Yeah, then maybe.
TNC, 12K up is still an inevitable win, even at, what is this, about 20-something minutes.
I'm still on the other side of the table with my arms crossed, still, but just slightly nodding.
I'm still surprised, I will say this, that Twisted was still in the game, because just how at a disadvantage the lineup was like 5-6 minutes ago.
Yeah, the lack of tools, the fact that they're still breathing.
Yes, the lack of itemization even. So, because ultimately what that has done is now they have to manage the split push that's potentially going to happen, just like we're seeing Zyda stay down there. Also, Lord's going to be down here on this bottom side of the map. So it's map management for Twisted, but also they're in a position, they're actually in a position to win a team fight. I think that's the biggest difference.
Yeah.
When you look at a team 5-6 minutes ago that was down so much, and now they pick up another power item, at least for MP. But TNC should still have this Lord here.
So the fourth item was an Ice Queen wand.
Bit more spell vamp, good slows. That's enough, that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough. This is why I'm saying, like, you're going to see TNC, despite them having this lead. It doesn't really matter at this point. They still have to respect what Twisted's lineup can do.
Yeah.
So you'll see them manage the waves. Oh, they jump in 3 more, but it's only Kaloy.
That's not worth it, the Throne of Ruin. I think Twisted Minds are just timing out TNC. And they're forcing a response from 3-Mar, gleaming out, and there's a retribution by Zyda, having that Lord wear a TNC jersey for the fourth time in the game. And they get Lansu, and in comes all of them. Throne of Ruin, Golden Hour, Lansu caught inside of it, and TNC are gonna take out the Admiral, but he's still alive! He's alive! Lansu with a Crimson Beam to the left of your screen, and Kaloy, quick send guard, catching a lot of those from the Shadow Hills, and MP takes down Lancy. Lansu falls to Beret, 3 defenders, out, firing away, but he cannot stop the dangerous 3-Mar, and T and C are circling around the base. 2 defenders left for Twisted. Massive wave at the bottom, massive wave in mid. We're going all the way. The Phoenix Army lives.
The sweep
Aduh, sama ya bang ya. Finally bang, last game bang. Last game, last match bro.
It seems that many times we watch Twisted play, it comes down to what Lansu is able to do.
Ya bang ya.
And make it work or not. And I think this is going to be a bunch of
Cari
work.
lawan sepadan untuk Bigetron Academy, buset.
To get this game 3 under control. You guys can let us know in the chat as well. who you think is going to win this. Don't forget, earlier on, we had that QR for you guys to predict this match to get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. That'll be later on today as well. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn. It's game 3. Will TNC win this or Twisted Minds?
I'll come
Kenapa
in
Bang?
with that
Di-comebackin kah atau
Purify
gimana?
is clutch.
Yes.
Expect a lot of pressure on him, whether it be of course, the Tsunami Slam, the choke by Lancy, a catch by Zaida, 3-mar in his face. It's going to be important. It's going to be key.
TNC, of course,
Di-comebackin atau
more
gimana,
aggressive
Bang?
on the mid trade, playing through the Juice and Kalea. By the way, get your ticket for Onic PH and Twisted Minds if you haven't yet. ph-mpl.com/tickets. Oh, Lancy's taking a lot from MP.
Lancy's down to a third of his health and he stays, pops that regen.
Oh,
helping
3-0
Zaida secure
anjir.
the litho.
Lah yang
Are
menang,
they gonna get this golem? This might be a heavy fight for Zydo. Has
yang
his
menang mah
retribution.
Bigetron Bang, buset. Ikut Bigetron 3-0, buset.
MP the King has
Oh, yang kalah
retribution.
Dewa kocak ya elah.
So close to the origin. It's Kaloy coming in. Big
Hilang
Vanguard.
dong.
Still
Iya kan, apa
keeping
bener kata gua,
himself
Bang?
up top and ready.
Gue prediksinya kelihatannya udah 1 dah.
Flicker by Chaknu.
Tapi malah 3-0.
MP the King. MP got Zaida.
Bawang itu back to back lagi tuh kelihatannya Bigetron. Kandidat terkuat sih Bigetron ya.
MP, he's gonna force counter the cross the
Chaknu,
river here.
buset.
MP with a hack. Space escape plus the takedown.
All of that to try and delay the Harley actually helped the Harley. The blade surge missing from Zaida, and the fact that he uses retribution so early on that golem. I think the golem reset at the worst possible time because I heard the retry noise. I looked at the golem expecting it to be gone.
It's still there,
but it was full health suddenly.
Okay, what an early start, by the way, to game 3. A whole lot of pressure, but gets a couple kills to MP the King. So what we saw from him in the previous game most likely won't happen this time. A lot better start on the Harley. Now this turtle's up, they'll fight for positioning. TNC is going to have to respond.
2 free kills.
Salah satu prediksi gak ngaruh. MPL kapan ya?
After what happened in game 2.
MPL mana dulu nih?
After that, 200 gold lead for MP the King. Not that massive. Suyon still needs to go to the purple buff, but MP the King will get his purple buff as well to focus on that. Oh, we might end up seeing a big fight here as both roamers are trying to hit level 4.
MP is a full level up. He has the retribution superiority advantage. RWM by Sean. MP the King with the retribution. Throne of Ruin. Chaploy! Cactus 2! 3-mar. Helping Lancy get the choke up.
3-mar,
And the quick Sandguard still holding on to by Kaloy. Savage away with a scimitar as Chakma gets taken down. Down goes 3-mar as well. Zaida with a revenge kill on Kaloy. And he's wailing away with that sever. Dashing through with the surge. With the shutdown. Zaida with the shutdown. Gets a double. And he is going to get taken down here on no.
Buset, Zaida triple kill. Yang pusat lah, walah.
That is what we were talking about yesterday. Yes, there's a lot of magic damage that hurts the Suyo, but Suyos today would rather just look at the outplay factor, and Lancy gave so much space for Zaida, helping him out.
And just like that, the first 2-minute advantage from Twisted Minds have been neutralized. RWM by Sean once more inside. Said RWM, Zaida is wailing away with that sever.
Lancy
and the
lives.
rest of TNC back off. Lancy close call.
Yeah, Chaknu got to heal him through with the passive
Modachi
at the right
life.
time and a little bit
Fuck, ini
extra
gimana,
as
Cok?
well. This could go on to become a very entertaining game.
Oh! A Throne of Ruin. We just caught the tail end of that fight.
Sama
Sean
China,
barely
guys.
alive. Lancy still up. Another surge of life clutch moment for the Mamba, keeping his mid laner up. TNC gets another.
Talk about a fight. Game 3 has been ever since we loaded up in here. I mean, it's been constant, and neither team really has a choice but just to throw their bodies at each other and make this work.
Bentar, guys,
But the upper hand is for TNC, man. And we've seen this so many times with the Suyo, and I think Renmar has been the one to echo this the most. You know, Suyo's kind of busted. The mobility and the damage is insane.
That's what I've been saying almost 2 years now. 2024 December. M6. Suyo was broken then, still broken now.
Sean with the glowing wand. I think this should still be a turtle or a fight win even for TNC. Unless MP they can get a massive start onto Lancy's health bar. Trying to, but TNC are blocking for their mid laner.
Okay, Turtles up. This is the fight. TNC in position to respond here. They are going to keep Benny down bottom while Owl rotates up. So Actually, no, he's going to make his way back down bottom too. They're just going to fight for the turtle.
Okay, Streamer repositions, gleams on closer to Twisted Minds, and he's setting up. There's the Shabloim! Throne of Ruin, but still Eternal scored by Twisted. Chakru finds one, Sean falls. Didn't even get the flicker away as Streamer gleams once more closer to Twisted Minds. PNC are calling the shots.
Yeah. If not the turtle win, then maybe the fight win. Still Twisted Minds got an important resource. Ow, good blazing to win in the mid to clear, and he's gonna be going for the double lane. Lancey almost got caught out by the Deadly Magic earlier. Oh, also Kaloy did a good job of zoning outsider.
Oh, here comes the rest of the Phoenix Army. Tsunami Slam on the Kaloy. Lancey gets another.
Chaknu is locked in on this Kaleo right now too. This seems to be a response though. Deadly Magic thrown out.
And Lancey will just Crimson Beacon away. Epi the King, space escape out of that surge charge from Zyda. And here's a 1v1, Lancer versus Streamer. Lancer, Infernal pursuing on, but it's not effective. Streamer is just too chunky with that early Radiant armor.
Yeah, he did the same thing last game and picks that up. Makes him quite tanky to deal with his composition. He's a distraction right now. Can he gleam out?
Yeah, he can. Oh, tail end of the other way, forces a flicker.
All right, with the flicker.
Oh, that might have been desperate, but then, hey, it's 2 big resources. It's a longer cooldown for the flicker, so let's say that Sean made a right call there.
Half win.
Half win. 500 gold lead for Benny Cutie's carry, so I'll trying to catch up in terms of the items. So 2 turtles went to Twisted Minds. Gotta give it that, but TNC have the advantage with their lineup early on. Once that Claude is locked in, let's see, maybe that's what they're waiting for. So a similar story as the last one, TNC are playing off of a timer.
Yeah, they've got the timer here. TNC with a nice comfortable lead as well to go ahead and help that timer. Turtle's going to be up here last one of the game. We'll see if they actually contest this one or take it in their favor. Owl up there on the top side and P in position. And they're just going to fight for this space to work now. Turtle up, TNC in fighting position. They've got everything they need. They're going to actually rotate down too. You see both roamers making their way for the fight.
RWM! Lancey gets a lot of damage on him after Deadly Magic traded out more with Sean.
Kaloy.
And in comes the rest of them. Kaloy going to hunting, find Zyda. Oh, that is the Raging Sandstorm closing off the exit as Zyda falls. That's a shutdown. 2 for 1 the trade. Twisted Minds just make a beeline for the turtle.
Yeah, that's a mishap there. That's 3rd for Turtle. And TNC lost their jungler and their mid. That's a terrible trade. No, not even a trade.
Nope.
They didn't get anything good.
They didn't get anything good out of any of that. So that lead they had, essentially pretty much gone. Now, they'll continue to have to deal with this in the best way possible. We've seen them go through playing around the Kalea, getting things set up with Chaknu, but you also got the shutdown. Zyda's been shut down now, so some of that gold going into the important hands over here for Twist. And you can see that golden staff now, so 2 items locked in towards that Trinity for Owl as he takes down tier 1. Look at them put the pressure on Zyda now.
Oh, Deadly Magic's on a Zyda! Didn't even stand a chance. They killed that boy.
Oh, that big loss in the bottom lane.
Aman aja, bro.
That is gonna haunt Zyda in TNC. Another death, and they're just trying to equalize.
Sean with the real world manipulation. 3 more right on his face. The rest of TNC trying to make their entrance into the Starfield and looking for it. No one over. That's a Kaloy. Throne of Ruins and nothing. As Kaloy picks Sandbars underneath. Tsunami Slam. Chakra flickers back. Defensively, 3 more. Gleams on out. And the damage twisted. And Sean gets that final hit.
Wow, Chaknu actually survived that Deadly Magic. I thought he'd actually die there, but
Aman aja,
able to go ahead
bro,
and stay alive. But it was 3 more that goes down, but they'll also lose their mid turret and this buff here going to the hands of MP.
The advantage they had in terms of their lineup, in terms of their resources, their gold wiped out. They lose tower in mid. Twisted Minds have made the right aggressive calls after getting the big win in the bottom lane. They go up top. Kaloy has been man-marking Zyda. He's 0, 4, and 7. But a lot of those 7 assists came through him, coming off of weird angles, constantly marking the Suyo, leading to Zyda's second death up top, and Twisted Minds getting even more wins.
MP the King, MP the King.
You know, I know we mentioned TNC's lineup coming into this game and saying that, you know, it was pretty strong. Well, the way that Twist has been playing, whoa, there's a setup again.
Tsunami Slam onto Kaloy. Free pick off RWM, the answer. Suddenly Twisted back. Twisted snaps back. Down goes Chaknu. 3 more gonna be up next. 3 down for free. It's all just for Kaloy. Huge trade for Twisted.
As I was was saying, and then TNC decides to fight. And once you
Aman
expend
aja,
the
bro.
Tsunami Slam, then you're forced to fight in the real-world manipulation of Sean, and you lose the rest of your firepower. That was not worth it.
Yeah, a lot of your outs are dashes, which is very good for a Phoveus who is happy to chase heroes who love to dash away, who love to blink away. They put too much onto that Khalid that after that RWM, TNC were dead on the water. Literally, that happened in the river.
Water,
Ngeri
river,
juga bang ya.
same thing right now. They're gonna have to go through this, The elements, man.
Bodies of water.
Bodies of water.
Chastise Pauldron for Chaknu to try and help, and Dominance Eyes. Chloe went for the more offensive route, but of course the typical route for Khalid, which is Thunderbelt Chastise.
Did they just trade purples? Yeah, they just traded
trade
purple.
purples.
Lancy just built a Sky Piercer. Not the best time or situation to do so.
It's now or never, man.
I mean, he committed to the bit. Like, he bought one claw, and then another. Like, I gotta do it, gentlemen.
Even the early lead that Benecuti had is wiped out. He is 900 down, almost 1,000 down compared to Al, who has the full Trinity. While Benecuti is still waiting for DHS.
Catches a lot of damage. Close call.
Yeah. Able to survive through it. Lord marching. Oh man, Twisted Minds can build a big lead through this.
Habis rebahan musik DJ joget malah media playernya nge-crash.
After the sequence, no matter what happens,
Kebanyakan DJ-an lu, Bim.
Makanya
Makanya nge-crash.
Clearing out the Lord. Oh no, Deadly Magic use again. Lancy will pop the beacon. They should be able to get a base turret here. Al's gonna work on it. RWM dropped down.
Comes the 3-mar to answer the real world manipulation. Down goes the turret. Kaloi! There's the Throne of Ruin! They pay the price of Kaloi for the inhibitor. I think Twisted Minds are happy for that.
They got the turret. TNC are also happy. They're not going to be able to lose. They don't lose any more turrets. They didn't lose any members, so they have to take this moment now to try and push out. The thing is, Twisted Minds are so good at this. An understated factor about them is that they take fights at the right time. Look, any other team maybe TNC would have found a chance to break towers on the sides because their minion waves are pushed. But no, Twisted Minds have the minion wave advantage. And even though TNC didn't lose any members to take it out, they couldn't really go as deep as they wanted to in the map because Twisted Minds had minions pushing in. Look at the kills by MP the King. 2 of them have been on Zyda, and it's been an even split. He still hasn't been able to catch Benecuti yet, though.
Yeah, Benny, it's this time into the game where Benny's got to be able to go ahead and utilize the carry. You know, I think he's having a difficult time actually getting into these fights, though, because a lot of it has been led by Chaknu starting up Tsunami Slams. And once that is done, and then the real-world manipulation is dropped, that's where it's a little more difficult for Benny to move around on. Does he have the Malefic gun yet?
Not yet.
He does yet, right? Yeah.
We haven't seen either of these gold laners be part of anything.
Yeah.
Seal? Chaknu, what's going on?
All right.
What was the plan? It's Lords.
I don't know if TNC was just trying to make a move.
They were freestyling.
Yeah. No conceal though. That's actually something they
Kata
really
gua aja
could use
kentang
around this
tapi
one.
kental ya. Bersyukur Bim. Masih punya laptop.
Cynthia.
Bersyukur ya.
Oh, if Zyda steals this, crazy.
Zyda's gotta be able to steal this.
Chaknu coming in, RWM, MP the King secures. There's a retribution. Massive Throne of Ruin, taking down Kaloi. Zyda very low. Sean keeping him bay. Lancy gets taken down. In the pit. Lancy with the Infernal Pursuit after Infernal Pursuit. And they trade out gold laners. Gets taken down by MP. 4 for 2. And it's just Zyda left.
The Admiral leading the charge, Twisted, after a massive win down bottom. Now look to win in Game 3.
The mind in the arena knows it's endable. Zyda defending the inevitable. Twisted Minds at the base with a Lord in tow.
Prediksi skor match besok Pak Sep.
Twisted Minds take the series.
Match yang MDL bang, udah gue predik semua sih bang. Jangan lupa ditonton ya bang ya, prediksi gue bang. Oke, gue ke TikTok dulu bang ya, store koin bang. Kalau ada koin boleh tuh store di TikTok ya. TikTok @Masdondon_ ya. Gue mau live di sana dulu store koin. Bersyukur ya bang, daripada kepentingan.